wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Oh! But I think she's not qualified to be president. Start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first
I'm a qualified person to run for president.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. That's right. It's July 24th, 2024, 10:52 a.m. on a beautiful Wednesday. And there's some good news and some bad news. We'll get to all of that in a brief moment. But before we do, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I'm early as heck right now. That was Megaphonics' very own Vice President Trump is an unlisted video. You can't find it. It's featuring HasanAbi and Old Joe. Shouts out to Megaphonics for another banger. Ooh, when is your birthday? We are one day out from my birthday. My birthday is tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow I turn 33. 33. Everyone keeps saying it's the angel year. It's the Jesus year. It kind of freaks me out. Isn't that the year he died? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is. I'm old. I'm old as frick. I'm old as heck. Yeah. Basically a freaking senior citizen. Anyway, don't feel bad. I'm 35. Yeah. That doesn't make me feel good. That's only 2 years out. You know what I'm saying? Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, about what is happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. For all the parasocialists out there, I'm going to do a very quick one because obviously Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, notorious war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu's arrest warrant application is supposed to be filed any day by the International Criminal Court, is about to speak to the United States Congress. So in terms of my own personal news, I didn't really do much last night. I ended the broadcast and I chilled. I watched, I finally caught up to My Hero Academia Season 7, which is now subbed. I've been watching the dubbed version, Season 6, and now we're officially in the Season 7. Season 6's ending was kind of a dud, but very dark overall, very much a fan. But yeah, as far as everything else that is going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, not much has happened. Not much has happened in my universe. I woke up early this morning. I'm having some issues. Like I wake up at like 4:30 to piss every time because I'm like geriatric. You know what I mean? I'm just super geriatric. So as geriatrics do, I wake up at like 4:30 to piss, and then I can't really like go back to sleep, or at least like once it turns 6 a.m., like around 5:59 or whatever, it's just like when it's around 5:59, I just wake up and I just can't go back to sleep. It's really fucking annoying. It's really, really annoying. But today I actually did it. I did the damn thing. I forced myself to go back to sleep until 7 a.m. And then I woke up at 7 a.m. because I feel like I can't keep up with the 8-hour streaming schedule when I'm not getting like a good amount of sleep, you know? Having said that, worked out this morning, looked pretty fucking good. Posted that shit on my Instagram. You guys can see that on the Insta. I am officially slut boy summer. Like you might have noticed that like I used to hide my belly. But I'm officially just letting that shit ride. You can see it. You can see my belly. You can see my belly in my latest Instagram post where I posted my workouts. It's brass summer and it's also slut boy summer. Great Stavros episode. Yeah, I did 2 podcasts back to back that just came out. The Stavi Baby Pod, and also the podcast with Felix Biederman, Will Menaker on Chapo Trap House. But shoulder striations are out of control. Isn't calling them hogs dehumanizing? It's the type of language used during the top of the hour. Dude, I'm 17 minutes in. You think I'm going to serve a 3-minute ad break right now? You're crazy. I don't want to see your body, bro. Wait, why? Why not? Look at that. Look at that, like, extra belly fat right there and skin. I mean, but the kids got it. Like, it's not like, it's not full 6-pack yet, but we're getting there. You know what I mean? Still won't get in a fucking tub with Austin. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I want to see more of your body. Do it nude next, lol. I'm not fully there yet. It's not a fix your form. I mean, that was like, I did a shitty fucking giving the girls and the gays everything we want. Yeah, I'm just toned. I'm toned as hell. Ain't no one listening to that Taylor Swift song. Convenient towel placement, shaking my head. Yeah, I'm officially hitting like 2018 peak Hassan form. I'm gonna be honest. Like, we're getting there. We're getting there. Address the Greek allegations. Greek god allegations, you mean? Fucking got them. Brat Summer actually received news it was bottom autumn now. Yeah, that's what I said last night, but it's still Brass Summer. So what was I saying? What was I talking about? What did I want to say? Harley donated $5. I've been watching you for a couple days ago. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for inspiring me to start my own gym journey. Always. So yeah, worked out. Feeling pretty good. Immediately fucking dove in and wanted to cover Bibi Netanyahu obviously speaking to Congress. Loved you on Stavi's Friends. 65 minutes of unadulterated Balkan posting was just what the doctor ordered. Great guest calls too. Hell yeah. It's hard to build muscle at your height. Yes. I mean, it's not hard to build muscle. It's just hard to make it look super muscular. That's the issue. So that's what it is. My favorite part of the pod The advice you gave to the wedding question, I don't even remember. It's like long fucking time. But yeah, I'm in my skinny era. It's skinny summer for me. It's slutty summer for me. I'm being extra slutty with it. It's all good. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to be open to doing an OnlyFans? Yeah. Just kidding. What is this, W-Unk?
Yeah, we're nice. But, yeah. Hasan really, he chill. He's like Unk, like actual Unk though. You know what I mean? Like just a regular schmegular guy.
Yeah.
That gives life lessons.
What life lessons did he give you?
Nothing. But
Yeah,
I would
that's
think,
what I thought.
I would think that we get.
I haven't heard Hode still. Chat thinks I need to hear it.
Damn, cutie, let him fucking hype me up a little bit before. My biggest enemy, dude. They posted you on gay Twitter. Gays after a breakup, no context gay. What? What is this even? I don't even know what this means, dude. Hasan, help me. My good friend thinks Trump will be more anti-war than the Democrats. Yeah, that's an unfortunate piece of misinformation that you're going to have to deal with for the rest of your life if the Democratic Party continues advocating for like how sick they are with NATO, and like Americans are going to consistently look at that. Americans are going to consistently look at that and just be like, yeah, no, these guys, there's a lot happening in the world whenever Democrats are in charge, it seems, because Americans don't think about this shit that much. Anyway, on that note, Israeli PM Netanyahu is about to address Congress, so I'm gonna fucking blast the frick off. You already know what it is. All right, we're gonna get a lot. That's why I started early. War criminal BIBI speaks to captive audience, excited at prospect of more dead brown children. 86 Dems and 1 rep boycott. Kamala isn't there. Massive protests in DC. Brandon speaks later tonight. Later, he's not dead. If you took the day off, something funny would have happened in DC. Just saying. Okay, chill. 100+ Congress interns are boycotting Netanyahu's address today, citing constituent demands. The overwhelming demand is clear. Prime Minister Netanyahu must be held accountable for his crimes against humanity. It's our moral obligation, bro. They're interns. Like, come on now. Anyway. All right, that's a good blast off meme. Let's freaking go. Feder bitch update. Yeah, Thomas Massey's also boycotting. Yeah, that's why I said 1 Republican and 86 Dems. Anyway. War criminal BB speaks to captive audience with the prospect of more dead brown children. Kamala isn't there. Mass protests in DC. Brandon speaks later. He's not dead. What else was I going to talk about today? There's a lot of stuff to cover today, dude. Chris Tyson, weird text messages. I looked into it last night because I was like, the fuck is going on? Everyone apparently was yelling at me online on Twitter because I'm specifically avoiding covering it, and not because insanely important things that are happening in the world. So of course we'll talk about that. dude, stop drinking medicine straight from the bottle. Bro, I'm sipping lean. You know what I mean? Literally once in a generation history is happening. Yeah. Shit that's going to be covered in history textbooks. You know what's not going to be covered in history textbooks? What happened with the Mr. Beast franchise. Okay? Like, excuse me. I don't think that's going to be a part of, I don't think that is going to be significant. We're not going to be looking back decades later and being like, yeah, Hassan really didn't cover that situation quick enough. And these motherfuckers did this with Cody Code too. It's like, bro, I'm sorry, okay? I have like a finite amount of bandwidth. You understand? Like, oh, the funniest part about it is that like the Tyler the Creator meme about like, oh, how the fuck is online bullying real? Like just, you know, just close the internet or close your goddamn monitor is so real because like I never see any of this shit now that I don't have Twitter on my phone, so I'm not like death spiral scrolling on a regular basis, which is why, oh fuck, this gross piece of shit monstrous scumbag is already shaking hands. But anyway, last thing I was gonna say in terms of that like drama coverage and all the people that like immediately went from like, oh, you don't care about the victims to like, okay, well the victim was paid off and that's why they're saying they weren't groomed, to Hassan, why aren't you covering this? Like, you're such a hypocritical piece of shit in like a matter of 3 minutes. Like the story moved on so fast, it's crazy. I'll eventually cover it, of course, if I have time today. But I mean, it's weird and gross text messages, for the record, or DMs, Discord DMs, like unacceptable. Don't talk to children. The fuck is going on? How is this like a thing how is this a thing that we just have to have a conversation over on a regular fucking frequency? It's wild to me. But you know, that's my number one reaction. AP stream is ahead. I don't care. We'll watch it on this one. I'm so mad. It has nothing to do with the YouTube thing. I'm mad at this. This is disgusting. This is 100% the equivalent of like putting up, I'm straight up saying it. This is literally being like, yo, Adolf, come talk. Like, come talk, please, at the U.S. Congress. And it's wild that this was a bipartisan invite from Chuck Schumer, who like a month prior to this, prior to inviting him alongside Michael Johnson, Michael Penis, had literally said he's awful and we have to replace him with fucking Benny Gantz. So I got all the smoke today. You know, listen, we're gonna be Israel posting today, okay? I'm gonna be talking about Israel. So I know that that's like something that a lot of fucking fair weather Democrats who only talk about want to talk about progress but never want to talk about this issue. You're gonna hear a little bit about that, okay? So buckle in. Oh, bad news. What was the bad news? I mean, aside from this fucking warmongering piece of shit with an arrest warrant application out right now at the International Criminal Court speaking to the U.S. Congress, the other bad news is Kamala Harris is potentially looking into Pete Buttigieg. And that's horrible. That's like tomatoes. I'm throwing tomatoes, okay? Please don't do that. Please don't fucking do that. That's a horrible idea. Anyway, let's get started.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
Gross, gross, piece of shit.
It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life.
Bro, dude, you are the barbar. You are the barbarism. You are doing the barbarism.
For the forces of civilization
40,000 in a conservative
America
estimate.
and Israel must stand together.
They're clapping for him!
Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose.
It's going to be so hard for me not to say terms of service violations right now. Like every fucking person, they're giving him a standing ovation the entire time.
And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel.
He's gonna do gory details of October 7. He's gonna lie about some of the things that happened. Of course, he's not gonna bring up the fact that the IDF also messed up majorly, and that he is seen as like part of the reason why October 7 happened, like how it was ever allowed to happen. We're not even going to get to any of that real shit. He is a monstrous piece of shit.
They raped women.
Yeah.
They beheaded men. They burnt babies alive.
None of that is real.
They killed parents in front of their children and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle.
You guys are mentally
rescued Noah
ill.
and 3 other hostages.
If you think we're mentally ill for saying that, like, a person who is designated as a war criminal, okay, who has been responsible for the death and destruction of an entire fucking area filled to the brim, an open air prison filled to the brim, 40,000 dead, the majority women and children. If we think that that guy is a piece of shit and that makes us mentally ill, then yeah, I guess we're fucking mentally ill. We're the ones who are mentally ill. You're right. Like, this is equivalent to Adolf Hitler giving a speech and the American Congress giving him a standing ovation. Like, straight up. It's insane. There is no world in which this would, like, ever happen.
Many hostage
The only
families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here.
Dude, this is, oh my God, I hate this. I hate this so much. But I do think, okay, here's my hopium. This is so fucking gross, and it will literally bring back attention to Gaza. Because everyone was talking about in the past 7 days, in the past 2 weeks, things heated up. Since the debate, basically no one was talking about Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and swinging for the fucking fences in the immediate aftermath of an ICJ decision that declared Israel to be an apartheid state, that Israel must immediately evacuate all the territories that it currently occupies and go back to 1967 borders. And then the ICC warrant for his application is supposed to be going through any time. When he's giving a standing ovation like this, okay, when you're giving a standing ovation like this, there are 2 things happen. One, people are going to be like, why the fuck does anybody care about, like, a foreign leader this much? What the hell is going on? So it will negatively polarize people, I think. And secondly, it will cause people to pay attention to Gaza again. It'll be in the forefront of the conversation again. And that in and of itself, I think, will have negative consequences for Israel. It'll have negative consequences for Benjamin Netanyahu. Why are you muting? Just turn it down. Because I don't fucking care. You've heard him a million times over. He's not going to say anything new. This is exactly the same fucking speech.
President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten.
Like, the dark side of this, of course, is that this causes so much more people to be anti-Semitic. Like, this is how anti-Semitism festers, okay? Also, Nadler literally called Benjamin Netanyahu a piece of shit yesterday, and he's also giving him a standing O here today. So it's like, what are you doing? Nadler, you fucking shit your diapers on a regular basis, and you're using what remains of your, like, battery as an 800-year-old demon to, like, stand up to give him claps. What are we doing here?
Have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven.
Bro, they love doing identity politics. They're so fucking conservative. They're like, yeah, look, see, we have black people in the IDF, dude. Hey, guys, don't ever look up what we did to Ethiopian Jews, okay? Please, don't do that. Don't look at the sterilization operation that we engaged in.
Of October 7th,
Israel, famously not racist.
of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform.
Like, this man is literally a far-right Republican in terms of, like, American Congress. And you have Democrats clapping for him. Even on partisan boundaries, this makes no fucking sense. It's like if Donald Trump set up the concentration camps and then put like a black Customs and Border Patrol officer in a fucking State of the Union address or a State of the Congress, and every Democrat was like clapping for the black Customs and Border Patrol guy. You know what I mean? It's so fucking gross.
You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai,
I think that's a reach. You think that's
all
a reach?
honor you.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a far-right, he is a far-right ultra-nationalist piece of shit. He is literally more bloody. His hands are more bloody than like the average Republican almost, okay? Obviously not. America loves doing war crimes as well. But like, he is, in terms of Israeli politics, a right-wing conservative. Okay? It's not a reach at all. This is identical. I'm using this analogy from American politics for all of the people who only understand American politics maybe a little bit and nothing about Israeli politics to literally comprehend what is going on here. You have bipartisan support pretty much for this fucking far-right conservative who is actively murdering children and women, okay, who is a war criminal by international standards, and he is basically the far-right conservative of his own fucking country, that where, you know, the only people to the right of him are just like literal Nazis, Jewish power party, like white power, okay, straight up, okay? And you have people wearing IDF dog tags in Congress. You have people giving him a standing O. Like, the equivalent would literally be having someone from the like having Donald Trump talk about how wonderful it is that, you know, they're murdering all the migrants in concentration camps or some shit, and then have and then point to like Customs and Border Patrol officers that are participating in that project, and have Democrats go, "Thank you, sir. You're right. You really fucking restored this nation to peace and prosperity."
he was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left
Look at
eye.
this piece of shit. Oh, now he's in a fucking suit. I hate this
And
fucking
incredibly,
monster.
Within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company.
Wait, what? Bro doesn't have one arm. What do you mean he's going to be a commander? Are they that fucking low on resources? That's crazy, dog. That's crazy, dog.
I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight.
He's like, you guys don't understand. We literally are running out of people. We're running out of people. We're running out of tanks. We're running out of people. Please. Isn't BIBI from Pennsylvania?
My friends,
Yes.
These are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid.
It's listen, you don't understand. He was bravely trying to snipe yet another child in the head, and then accidentally slipped and fell and lost his leg.
As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel.
Why are they clapping for any of this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later,
Dude.
he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective
I know the
memory
Leiter family
would have been
personally.
the
They're
photograph
settlers.
of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies."
Escape the Holocaust just to be abandoned by Israel and have the genocidal state brainwash his son and then lose them to Israel's genocidal operation? I know. He's like, dude, listen, he was on his way to go fucking smell some Palestinian underwear that he found in a fucking hollowed out
Yechiel,
apartment complex, and he blew
Yechiel,
up.
please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of
Yeah,
Israel,
I don't care.
some of whom are in this hall today.
I don't
the
care.
sacrifice of your
I'm
loved
trying
ones-
so hard. I'm trying so hard not to say some shit, dude. I'm trying so hard not to be on fucking Fox News. Oh my Lord. America first, by the way. Yeah, Republicans love talking about America first, by the way. There is no world. I don't think that actual Republicans that aren't like the psychopathic biblical evangelical Protestants that think like Israel is going to bring about the rapture, outside of those guys, I don't think any Republican listens to this fucking rabid, monstrous piece of shit and watch their representatives and watch their senators get up and give more of a rabid applause to a foreign nation's leader than their own president when their own president fucking speaks, okay? This is a more rabid audience, a more bipartisan audience than when a Democratic president addresses Congress, than when a Republican president addresses Congress. This is incredible, okay? This is incredible shit. There is no better representation that America is completely bought and sold to corporate interests, that American Congress is completely bought and sold to whatever our foreign policy is going to be in the Middle East, than what you are experiencing right now. Okay? There is no way. I do not believe that like Republicans in fucking Alabama that aren't like super invested in this televangelist narrative of the rapture coming are going to look at this and go, wow, I really love that my congressperson is out there clapping like a fucking seal when this guy is saying like, we have to defend Israel. It's the most important state. Like, no shot. No fucking shot, dude.
They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America.
Yeah.
So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm going to throw up.
The American flag.
Bro, this is American culture war shit. He's doing American culture war issues, brother. I'm telling you, he is just a Republican. Just a Republican, okay? He is literally doing American culture war notes.
For all we know,
Yeah,
Iran is
clapping
funding
USA to Israel's prime minister is so fucking funny. Yeah, no, totally.
but they're there. And
Hey
throughout
man,
the
I don't know
city-
how y'all do it in Israel, but we got a thing called free speech here, okay? It's motherfucking America. This shit ain't Israel, okay? You can't fucking complain and cry about what is done to the American flag. Suck my fucking dick.
You have
It's called the
officially
First
become
Amendment.
Iran's useful
Constitutionally
idiots.
protected too, bitch. Bitch ass. It's making me... Imagine having a fucking foreign leader coming into U.S. Congress, shitting on American citizens and having their own fucking American representatives go, hell yeah, you're right. Suck my fucking dick. You monstrous pieces of shit. You fucking cowards. All of you. Shame on every single person.
Proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Gross, dude.
These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled?
Why is Hakeem Jeffries clapping at that? Why are you clapping at that, you fucking
For
donkey?
nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world.
Yeah, dude, no, this definitely won't contribute to like an appalling rise of actual anti-Semitism after Americans literally see something that they're not used to and they're like, why is this foreign leader getting so much play? Why does he have so much motion in American Congress? You think this doesn't contribute to anti-Semitism? This is literally like an American Nazi's wet dream, okay? This is an American Nazi's wet dream. They're going to be like, they will run this over and over again to be like, see? They will take advantage of the lack of critical thinking. They will take advantage of the lack of critical thinking that the average American has on this issue. Because on the one side, on the Israeli front, Israel consistently uses Judaism as a cynical deployment, a cynical shield to be like, yeah, we're doing this for Jews around the world. Joe Biden then reiterates that point and says, not a single Jew would be safe without Israel being a Jewish ethno-state. So Americans also associate Israel with Judaism when they shouldn't. Okay? But there is no greater way to make that argument like, oh, see, look, Jews control the media. Jews control the fucking Congress. Like, look at this, is exactly what Nazis are going to say over and over and over again, especially as these fucking dickheads are giving him a standing ovation.
Who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it.
It's just, all of this is objectively a lie.
Another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave.
Bro, he's literally just talking about Israel. He's literally just talking about Israel.
Listen to this. He boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war.
Bro's like, we just can't stop killing Palestinian babies, okay? We won't stop. We can't stop. And Hamas loves it. They take advantage of our fucking unimaginable violence. And the worst part about killing all of those Palestinian babies is that we look bad. People go, hey, man, why are you killing so many babies? It's really fucked up. Virtually every single thing he has said has been debunked.
The vast majority of Americans,
every single thing he has said is either pure projection, it's Israel doing shit that he's attributing to Hamas, or they've been completely debunked. Will they bring up a Trump-style interpreter on CNN to address all of the lies he has told? I don't know.
But as for the minority,
I'm not holding my breath.
That may have fallen for Hamas's con's job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed.
Y'all burned an entire
last
fucking
week,
tent city
I
down.
went
Fuck you
into
mean?
Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed two dozen people.
Two to three
The
civilians
answer
do
is
not die for one Hamas
practically
terrorist.
none.
That's
You
not
wanna
even
know
true.
why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it.
I know. The reason why Congress looks full right now, even though half the Democratic caucus is not there, is because they put seat fillers on.
The war in Gaza, they should be commended for it. I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise.
Wait, what? Did he
When he
say
founded
Israel
the
is behind
Islamic
all the
Republic,
terrorism in the Middle East? He's right.
Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, we will export our revolution to the entire world. We will export the Islamic revolution
Oh, he
to
said
the
Iran.
entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power.
I'm not kidding. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is more popular in America than he is in Israel. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is more popular in America than he is in Israel. And I think Donald Trump is more popular in Israel than he is in America. It's like, what is happening?
That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa,
Netanyahu
they
claims
bombed
civilian
American
casualties amount to
embassies.
practically none. It
In
says
Iraq,
Israeli force should be
they
commended
supplied
for the number of
explosives to
civilians
maim
killed.
and kill thousands of American
Okay,
soldiers.
let's see if they
In
keep that
America.
energy.
In America.
Why is chat so
actually
anti-American?
sent
Dude,
death
that's so
squad.
funny that you're saying that. Like, because we're not dick riding a fucking foreign nation. Because we're not dick riding a foreign nation's leader, absolutely just rubbing his penis on every single seat in fucking Congress as they give him a standing O behind every word in a way that they don't even do when an American president is speaking. There are more partisan protests when a fucking American president speaks and talks to its own fucking Congress. And that's anti-American? You think that's anti-American because we're not sufficiently dick riding Israel, a foreign country? The fuck is being American to you? Oh, sorry. If you do not immediately get on your knees and suck Benjamin Netanyahu's dick and balls, you are not sufficiently pro-America. Suck my dick. Yo, what up?
That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you.
Yeah, Iran is going to invade America any day now, guys. Any day now. Like, how can you say you love this fucking nation and then simultaneously look at all of the fucking poverty everywhere? Okay? The roads are fucked. There's no infrastructure. Bridges are falling apart. You can't pay for education. Everything is too expensive. And this Congress is sending billions of dollars of weapons to a foreign state so they can actively murder more children and women. Like, think about that. How can you say you love America? How can you say you love America and then simultaneously turn around and go, and that's precisely why we got to give billions and billions of dollars to an apartheid state, even if you don't give a fuck. Even if you personally don't care about all the fucking brown children that they're killing because they're brown, you should still be like, why are we giving them billions of dollars of weapons? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, why are we giving them billions and billions and billions of fucking dollars? What the fuck is that about? How does that make sense in your fucking mind? If you're a Republican, how does that make sense in your fucking mind? Explain that to me, okay?
To achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes.
And before people start chirping about like, oh, see, America's controlled by Jews, you know who's getting fucking arrested outside of these halls right now? Jews, motherfucker. You know who got arrested yesterday? Jews. Jews for ceasefire. Not in our name. Okay? Jewish Voice for Peace. There are so many fucking Jewish-led groups that are anti-war and anti-Israel and anti-Zionist that are getting absolutely murked right now by American police because they're American Jews who say, not in our fucking name. Okay? And they get arrested by the hundreds. They are tear gassing the press outside right now. Okay? Without even a dispersal order given, mind you. And we're doing that for what? We're doing that for Israel. Okay? It's not for Jews. It's for Israel. Israel might claim cynically that they are doing this for Judaism, but it's absolutely unconscionable behavior that has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Okay? Never forget, there are significantly more evangelical Protestants that are ultra-Zionist in totality in this country than there are Jewish Zionists in this country, okay? There are 10x more evangelical Protestants that love Israel and want Israel to fucking keep being this psychotic, rabid, bloodthirsty state, specifically because they think the rapture is going to happen. 10x the number of Jews in totality, as a matter of fact. Okay? Anti-Zionist Jews and Zionist Jews combined do not even make 1/10 of the number of evangelical Protestant Christians who are rabid ultra-Zionists in this country. Okay?
I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader
U.S.
war in the
Capitol
Middle
Police
East.
arrest Jewish activists calling for
In World
Israel
War
arms
II,
embargo. This happened yesterday.
As Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words.
Hundreds of them.
Give us the tools and we'll finish the job. Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages.
Look at that. Netanyahu's giving a smug-ass speech in Congress. Karmit Palti-Katzir, whose father and brother were murdered on October 7th and her mom kidnapped, is arrested by Capitol Police for wearing a shirt demanding Netanyahu seal the deal. Like, there are Israeli...
But if they don't,
there are Israeli-American Jews who are literally there to protest Benjamin Netanyahu, whose fucking family members have been killed on October 7th, and they're protesting Netanyahu, and we're arresting them, okay? We are so fucking cucked, dude.
That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews,
open the gate,
but rather to live in peace with us.
And you can put the car in.
Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security.
Bro, that should be... That is what has to happen to Israel, my boy. That's what happens to that's what needs to happen to Israel.
Regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization.
I'm trying a regular diet Dr. Pepper for the first time ever, by the way, unrelated to everything that's going on.
And peace. That's
after yesterday's shenanigans. I got a regular diet Dr. Pepper.
Now here's my vision.
Not sure if I like it.
For the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. We could call, I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords.
Turns out the real unity ticket was Benjamin Netanyahu. Turns out that's the real unity ticket,
like
boys.
Americans, Israelis were relieved that President
He
Trump
will unite
emerged
this country
safe and sound from that dastardly
and
attack
save
on
the
him,
bloodlust that we have.
dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent, Israel will not bend. We will defend our land, we will defend our people, we will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin,
Here's the latest polls. Trump voters, the Israeli 60. What the fuck is this? Fuck! Trump voters say Israeli 68%. Harris voters,
Israel
Palestinians
will always
34%.
be your
The
loyal
Israelis
friend
12%.
and your
About equal
steadfast
38%.
On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
This is obviously vile, but I don't know, might have said enough to actually give cover for Dems to break on it, rebuff the peace plan, and glaze Trump on top of being a bloodthirsty monster. If the Democrats, which, by the way, in both the Senate and the House, almost the majority of the Democratic caucus did not attend this speech. They are either openly boycotting it or simply not attending it. Okay? This is very important to understand. If Kamala Harris doesn't fucking boulder Netanyahu after this speech, she was not in attendance here. If Kamala Harris does not boulder Netanyahu after this fucking speech, which, by the way, this is the second time he's done this to a Democratic administration. For all of the fucking liberals in the chat, okay, I need you to understand something. He did this shit to Barack Obama too. Republicans, back then, Republicans invited him. This time it was a bipartisan invitation, okay? He did this shit to Barack Obama as well when Barack Obama was securing the Iran denuclearization agreement. Okay? A phenomenal foreign policy achievement. If this level of disrespect is not even addressed on partisan lines, okay? Not even on a moral quandary, not even on moral boundaries, not even on like, oh, it's unconscionable that this guy is a fucking bloodthirsty war criminal. Not even on those lines, but simply on partisan lines. The disrespect, the gall, the audacity that you could just sit there, be the biggest welfare state on the fucking planet, okay, and then go up to daddy and spit on daddy's face like this. No more. No more, dude, okay? No fucking way, no how. The notion that he gets to...
That stands into contrast.
I want to see what the media coverage is going to look like on CNN, but the notion that like he gets to do this shit
on the air here, some of them are Jewish, some of them focusing their criticism on Israeli policy, not on Israel's right to exist as a state. He deflected a whole host of criticisms.
Yeah, 58 members of Congress skipped Netanyahu's speech. More members skipped it this time around.
He says that if Palestinians are not getting enough food, that is not Israel's responsibility or fault. He blames it purely on Hamas. We should note that aid groups have said that Israel has made it very hard to get not just food, but
address that shit. Call that shit out.
Gaza, and that right now we're seeing levels of starvation.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, this is going to have backlash. This is going to negatively polarize people, I think. This is going to make people recenter their focus on Gaza. Kamala Harris has a phenomenal opportunity to change the narrative on the Democratic Party's allegiance to Israel. Okay? Kamala Harris needs to fucking ride this and at least on the messaging front, come out way strictly, way more strict on
US
Israel.
Military commanders
Okay,
themselves
Kamala Harris
have
has to go
expressed quite a different
fucking
view
maybe not balls to the
level
wall
of civilian
because that
casualties
requires
in Israel
political
since the start
bravery.
of the
I don't
war,
think
as
she has it.
U.S. President Joe Biden at times, and Kamala Harris now, Vice President, of course, now the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. Two other bits of news from his speech. He used this language when describing Israel's intentions as regard the Iranian nuclear program. He said that when Israel acts to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons, he said when, not if. Quite a public commitment, it seemed, to potential Israeli action, perhaps military action against Iran's nuclear program. And
2015, 50 Dems in Congress boycotted the speech. Today was 136 Democrats. Netanyahu and AIPAC are losing the Democratic Party.
Or resettle, but he said that Israel must retain what he described as overriding security control there for the foreseeable future. A strident speech, one that received a tremendous amount of applause from the Republican side of the chamber. There were a number of moments there during some of those lines when you could see on the Democratic side of the chamber
Bernie boycotted,
that they were not
yes,
standing and not applauding his comments. Our panel is with.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries was clapping too, though. That piece of shit. That fucking piece of shit. Anyway, clapping. You'll be clapping at the top of the hour if you are already subscribed, because you won't be seeing those fucking ads. If you want to be a part of the people that don't see the ads and actually have an uninterrupted broadcast experience, then subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Parties in this country, or even to others on the Palestinian side.
Yeah, I hope John Fetterman drives him the dinner. I hope John Fetterman is driving the car with Benjamin Netanyahu. That'd be awesome, M. HUD. You're right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Well, I think, Jim, this is.
I'm sorry I didn't give the best possible fucking ad break segue right now. I'm a little heated. I'm a little emotional.
In terms of strategy or tactics,
I was clapping too.
It was
a great speech. Cool, man.
Orchestrated political theater, actually, almost like a sports event. We win, you lose.
He's not wrong, but he's on the side of death law. What are you talking about?
What disappoints me a great deal, again, is that Netanyahu framing the existential threat to Israel as only Iran. Iran is obviously a threat to Israel, to the region. We know that. But Iran is a nation state and will have to be dealt with as a nation state in conflict and in conflict resolution. But in my eyes and in the eyes of many people,
they were trying to do a double debate, even though I already run the ad break.
Throughout the world, one can make the argument that the real existential threat to a democratic Jewish state called Israel is the Palestinian issue. Because in between, and Netanyahu mentioned between the Jordan River and the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, well, let me put it in this reference point. In between the Jordan River and the Eastern Mediterranean, there are approximately 7.2 million Palestinian Arabs and approximately 7.2 million Israeli Jews. They share the land.
Leaked UN report, Israeli war has killed 366 UN staff and family members as Netanyahu prepares to address Congress.
Going to be to continue to occupy the Palestinian territories.
John Ossoff walked out of Netanyahu's speech to Congress.
Because this has been,
by the way,
John
Ossoff,
a disastrous policy.
Like AIPAC tracker aside, John Ossoff is a Jewish senator and has actually been pretty fucking critical of Israel. Like, that's not even a joke. No, don't say he's a rabid Zionist and is Jewish. That's not true. I don't like this at all. In terms of American congresspersons, John Ossoff has been absolutely more critical of Israel than the majority of the American Congress. You are wrong, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he was, yeah, dude. You guys are just, I don't like it when you read headlines and it corresponds to your fucking biases and then you jump to like anti-Semitic conclusions so frequently, okay? It's like talking about Douglas Emhoff and being like, well, Kamala Harris's husband is a Zionist and he's Jewish or whatever. First of all, that doesn't change the narrative at all. That doesn't change like what Kamala Harris's opinion might be on the issue at all. And speaking of which, even Douglas Emhoff, for the most part, is still a liberal Zionist and going to be much more critical than stop calling this shit anti-Semitism. Stop calling this shit anti-Semitism in a Congress where the overwhelming majority of the Christian Republican Party is infinitely more rabid in terms of their ultra-Zionist positions than fucking John Ossoff, and being like John Ossoff is a hyper-Zionist or whatever the fuck is wrong. Okay? It is. It is borderline anti-Semitic. Like your calculation has to be on par with what the normal opinion is, okay? It also misses the forest for the trees. It misses the forest for the trees. I know a lot of people get fucking mad when I do this, okay? But you're hyper focusing on what someone's ethnic background or what someone's religious background is like a fucking dumbass, okay?
That address, 9 senators not present, and the Vice President Kamala Harris not present.
It's not Chatter's fault that
Did
Israel's
you
doing
hear
everything in its power to
Arvin-
fuel anti-Semitism. No, this community is not one of those communities, though. Okay, that's ridiculous.
What you've seen is not the Prime Minister of Israel. You've seen the Republican senator from Jerusalem speaking to his colleagues on the Republican side. And
I've literally had goyim in my life say that anti-Zionist Jews are feds, which is so weirdly anti-Semitic and strange that I can't figure out how we made this jump. It's the most normal American perspective, I think. Americans are so unimaginably reactionary, and like there are a lot of Christian ultra-Zionists that are so aggro, like they're so anti-Semitic and so aggro.
This was a series of 100 Chinese restaurant fortune cookies. Just a bunch of incoherent cliches laid on the table. It was filled with inaccuracies. It was mendacious. It was manipulative. But back to your question, it catered to Republicans. And you are right when you said that
the most you're going to hear from CNN is going to be liberal Zionism that's hypercritical of Benjamin Netanyahu. At this stage, it's like, I'll take it. But you have to remember, something, okay? The most you're going to see is like liberal Zionism, okay? They're going to be like, oh, we hate Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu is bad. And it's true. He is bad, okay? That's like the most radical approach that you're going to hear. But the fact that they don't have like rabid ultra-Zionists on the fucking panel chirping about how beautiful this speech was is a genuine improvement in comparison to like 5 years ago, which is wild. Things have changed dramatically since October 7. The calculation has changed dramatically since October 7. Like Waleed was talking about here, in terms of like U.S. congressional support. Okay, in terms of U.S. congressional support, this is very important to take note of. Okay, in 2015, 50 Democrats in Congress boycotted Netanyahu's speech to Congress. Today, it was 136 Democrats. Okay. Isn't the left protesting anti-Semitic if they against Zionists too? I don't know. No, dude. No, it is not. It is not anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. Okay? I think that things are changing. That's why I feel a little bit hopeful. And when I look at all the death and destruction that is happening in Gaza, I still maintain a shred of optimism.
Wrong statements that you could possibly make in a case like this. It is very clear, even though when you look at the statistics from Gaza, the Palestinians...
97% of Jews are Zionists. That's also not true.
Do not differentiate between combatants and civilians. It is still very clear that thousands of women and children have been killed in these Israeli actions. And as a result of this, anytime you do something like that as a military force, you are definitely putting yourself at risk to be sanctioned by international legal organizations such as the International Criminal Courts or the International Court of Justice.
You losers don't know what Zionism is? Trump is God. That's right. Hell yeah, baby.
In this case, the IDF. And it is really essential, I think, Jim, that
you're right, brother.
understand that everything that is being talked about here there's a real problem with some of the things that have been said, because the facts on the ground are quite simply these, that the Israelis have killed civilians, and there have been numerous casualties on the civilian side, not just a few, not just 24, as he mentioned in his
That was crazy. He said 24 civilians. That's crazy.
Military officers that he spoke to, but we're talking thousands here, and that is a serious, serious problem.
Before we go, Ambassador Deredjian, the Israeli Prime Minister suggested the possibility of a broader regional alliance against Iran. He suggested the title, the Abraham Alliance, building on the Abraham Accords negotiated under President Trump. Now, there has been some tension in those diplomatic relationships in the months and years since, particularly since October 7th, given the conduct of the war. Do you see a basis for the kind of alliance that he was suggesting there?
I think it's sheer empty rhetoric on the part of Netanyahu, because what Hamas did brutally on October 7th was to raise the price of normalization of Arab countries with Israel to the point where the top Saudi officials have said that normalization with Israel will now have to be predicated on, quote unquote, irreversible steps toward the creation and establishment of an independent Palestinian state. You cannot build a so-called Abraham coalition on sand. It has to be built on dealing with the critical land for peace issues between Israel and Palestine. And that's why this is empty rhetoric on Netanyahu.
Well, you speak from experience,
also, Jim,
certainly.
May I say, Jim, also, we all know this, but one of the reasons Netanyahu cannot utter these words in terms of possible agreements with the Palestinians for a state or anything of that nature is because of his coalition, his extremist coalition. If he utters that, he risks his coalition falling apart and his losing power. And we know that one of the reasons of this trip is for him to continue to stay in power.
This is kind of good. They're panning it. They're panning it kind of hard. Like,
Ambassador Deredjian, Alan Pincus, Cedric Layton, thanks so much for helping
like
us digest.
Dude, these are like Israeli, like these are ambassadors to Israel, okay? Like, that is... Yeah, dude, hit it on partisan grounds at the most. Initial reaction from a foreign policy-minded Dem, Chris Murphy. As you guys know, Chris Murphy is famous for saying, we tried to do a coup in Venezuela and Trump fucked it up. He said, a setback for U.S.-Israel relationships. Very clearly playing the Trump. Pretty extraordinary to show up to the U.S. and put yourself in the middle of an American political contest. Is that extraordinary? Is that surprising? Or is that just so perfect? Just so perfect and so normal for Benjamin Netanyahu and for Israel to do so. Okay? Like, what did you think was going to happen? That's why it was a massive misstep that this decision was bipartisan. Like Chuck Schumer, who a month prior to capitulating to the right, literally fucking said, Chuck Schumer literally said, Benjamin Netanyahu is awful. Benny Gantz is our guy. Okay? And then a month later, he was like, yeah, no, he's awful. And that's why I welcome him to address the United States Congress. He put his fucking name out there alongside Hakeem Jeffries. Okay? What an unimaginably idiotic thing to do. What a silly, stupid fucking thing to do. So stupid. So stupid. But like I said, the possible upside of this, maybe I'm on too much hopium, is that this will cause people to pay attention. This will, one, cause Democrats, I hope, to at least react and get negatively polarized from a partisan manner. Okay? That's number one. And number two, this will cause Americans to literally pay attention to Gaza again, which will force the Democratic Party's hand into making a distinction between their unconditional support and loyalty to Israel and the Republican Party's unconditional support and loyalty to Israel. Okay? Him dismissing, denying that war crimes happen in Rafah and Gaza as a whole.
Yes, the other thing that the prime minister did here was speak to all factions of the political system here in the United States. He thanked, of course, President Biden for his continued support of Israel, saying that he is a proud
They're
Zionist.
burning him on an effigy.
But he also, at the end of the speech, made a point to thank former President Trump for all that President Trump did for him when he was in office.
Congrats on everyone who
Notably, the
facilitated
Prime
this
Minister is
disgraceful
going to be
campaign
meeting
rally
with
speech from Netanyahu. I
both
hope they're
of
proud to
those
watch him attack
leaders,
American college
over the
students and
course
freedom
of
of
the
speech and
next few
assembly
days
from
here
Congress.
while he is in the United States. So he is a very deft political actor, and he took this stage to make sure that he could speak to both of those.
This is correct.
And we should note that his praise for Biden wasn't exactly effusive. He thanked him, but then he also went on in this
Shapiro
speech,
changing views after the
notably,
speech.
to
Governor Josh Shapiro
request
called Prime
that
Minister
US
Netanyahu one of the worst
military
leaders of all time, saying the leader is
to
steering Israel in the
is
wrong direction.
expedited at this time.
Yeah, he's angling
He
for a
said,
VP
"Give us the
slot. That's
tools
why he's saying
faster,
that.
and we'll finish the job." Of course, quoting Winston Churchill in World War II, making that plea to the United States at the time
This
for
is from
weapons.
January.
So that was a notable remark that he made. We'll have to.
Never mind. He's not. He was saying that from January. That's when Chuck Schumer was shitting on him too. I think that's literally that. By the way, that's from January. So that's before he also came out and popped off against the college protesters in his own state. So, you know, I'll take that with a grain of salt. Don't know where his current opinion is. Bibi's speech described a reality that doesn't exist, lying about cutting off access to food, lying about civilian casualties, avoiding responsibility for 10/7 security failure and diplomatic failure to bring hostages home, seeking applause for unachievable military objectives. Just imagine what this speech looks like to the rest of the world. A leader who could never even get this kind of reception in Israel given a platform to gaslight in Congress. Absolutely correct. Also, Dems should not be giving a platform to someone who uses it to attack all protesters, compares them to Hamas, mocks them. We should be building up a diverse coalition with energized young voters, not attacking and alienating them. Over 70% of Israelis want to move on from Netanyahu. He's a diminished figure with no answers for the current crisis, using his ability to interfere in American politics to cling to power. And yeah, here's that wacko anti-Semitic framing you rightfully predicted. To everyone watching Netanyahu's speech to Congress, now you know who controls the United States and owns your politicians. There you go. Everyone is going to chirp like this. Every alternative media platform is going to be like, see, it's the Jews. It's the Jews over and over and over again. And I don't think people are thinking about this. I don't think the Democratic Party is thinking about this. I know that Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't give a shit if anti-Semitism rises in the United States of America, because that benefits him. That way, he can harden his position. That way, he can reiterate the position that like Israel has to be a Jewish majority ethno-state that can only be maintained through an apartheid, and that all Jews in the Western world must come back to Israel. That's his ultimate position. That's why he has, throughout his entire career that spans across multiple decades, has found himself aligning with overt anti-Semitic politicians like Viktor Orban, for example, who ran on a campaign of anti-Semitism. Okay? You need to understand. Gideon Lee, this is the most shameful session of American Congress ever. My fucking goat, Gideon.
What do you think your Prime Minister is hoping to achieve by this speech in Congress back home?
What monstrous evil for Israel.
It's all about domestic politics. It's all about...
I bet 70% of Americans don't know the difference between Jews and Zionists. Yes, those lines have been purposely blurred in an effort to control the narrative on Israel, in an effort to cynically deploy defense mechanisms of Israel. Oh, you're criticizing the Jewish state. You must be an anti-Jew, Jew hater. Okay. But now the situation is dramatically different. Since 2021, when all of the human rights organizations, from Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem to global American human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, when they called Israel what it actually is, an apartheid state, something shifted. Okay. Something in the world changed a little bit. And ever since 2021, ever since the month of April in 2021, when those decisions came out from global NGOs, okay, Hasan hates this one ethno-state. No, I'm a hater of all ethno-states. If you have an ethno-state, you are a fucking fascist. If you want to maintain an ethno-state, you are a fucking fascist. How dare you say such a stupid fucking thing when, as an American political commentator, I speak out against white supremacy on a daily fucking basis. I speak out against America's virulent white nativist sentiment expressed towards immigrants coming over the fucking border because some Americans want to maintain a white demographic majority. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Following since 2022, you probably have fucking heard me say it a million different times, but you just want to cynically also deploy the, ooh, it seems like you just hate the Jewish ethno-state bullshit. Anyway, there are a lot of lines that are blurred when it comes to what Zionism is. Okay? Zionism in its modern application does not mean, oh, like the Jews that are living in Israel can continue living there. Okay? That is people either cynically or who are oblivious, okay? Genuinely muddying the distinction. Zionism means Israel has to be a ethnic majority, religious majority Jewish ethno-state. Okay? That's what it is. And Israel has to maintain that through an apartheid structure. And that apartheid structure is not just my designation. I've been calling Israel an apartheid for quite some time. Okay? Because it is an apartheid. Okay? It is. But it's not just my assessment. It's not just my application of the word to Israel. Okay? It is the entire international community, including the international organs of justice at this point. Okay? Zionists, from liberal Zionists to ultra Zionists to the most rabid ultra nationalists, want Israel to continue being a majority Jewish ethno-state. As John Kerry once famously said, I was kicked out of my Upper West Side Facebook group for pro-Palestinian anti-Semitism, Jew-on-Jew crime, in my opinion. Yeah, that is happening all around the country, as a matter of fact, for the record, where young American Jews are looking at Israel in an entirely different way than older American Jews are. That's why I always say, like, when people go, oh, 90% of Jews are Zionists, it's like there is a muddy distinction on Zionism as a term. But if you were to ask young American Jews, they are significantly more openly anti-Zionist than any other demographic. Okay, the way they fall on the Zionism, anti-Zionism distinction is identical to the rest of the country, okay? And that is in spite of 75, not 76, because we're on the 76 years of Israel's apartheid, but 75 years of Israeli apartheid and the calculated attempts to cover for Israel's apartheid for 75 fucking years has obviously rotted the minds of a lot of boomers, okay? And I'm not just talking about like Jewish boomers who are Zionists. I'm talking about all Americans. Okay? I remember a decade ago when I used to talk about stuff like this, it was considered unconscionable. You're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. Now that the tides are changing a little bit in the other direction, now that people are actually recognizing the inhumane actions of Israel against Palestinian civilians specifically, okay? Now, the tide is shifting in the other direction, and all of the Zionism is just Judaism, you're anti-Semitic if you're anti-Zionist narratives are actually causing anti-Semitism to skyrocket, okay? What was once a defense, a cynical defense, a cynical application of shrouding Israel's fascist sentiment and fascist and violent actions under the auspices of Judaism, is now allowing Nazis, charlatans, opportunists to create a narrative by using that exact same sentiment. I've been warning against this for quite some time. Okay? It's terrifying. It is a very dangerous gamble.
About regaining his image as an international statesman. It's all about the Congress cheering and applauding.
I've been to Israel and seen the apartheid firsthand. It only made me more radically anti-Zionist. I have had arguments with family members and eventually stopped going to my Reform temple, which was super progressive except for Israel, of course. I hate what this is doing to the Jewish people, where in order to be considered a Jew, you have to support a genocide. Yeah, there's a lot of people got to remember simply saying I was Palestinian was broadly considered anti-Semitic. Yeah. If you said Palestinians are human, you were declared anti-Semitic for a very long time. It sounds like really weird with today's eyes. Okay. It sounds really fucking weird with today's eyes. When you look at it now, you're like, well, come on, you're fucking out of your mind. But like, no, that literally is a thing. But now when Israel tries that shit, people obviously have a negative reaction to it. And that's why I said, this is not 2014. This is not 2015. When you come to U.S. Congress right now and try that same message, try that same method, thinking that you're going to get that same reception from the American public, you are wrong. I think that this will cause a lot of voters to be like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay? What the fuck are we doing right now? Note, had observed Senator John Ossoff walking out on Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to Congress. I'm told Ossoff thought the Prime Minister had concluded his remarks and left the vote before going to a meeting. Coward. Come on, Ossoff. You popped off. You popped off way before everybody else on Israel's actions. Have some fucking backbone. I've had the 90% of Jews are Zionists used against me. Where the fuck does that idea even come from? There are a couple different reasons for why that number flies around. Because some people cynically, and some people cynically, and some people in a way that is oblivious, say Zionism means this, Zionism means that. There is a lot of purposeful muddying of the waters in terms of what Zionism means. Okay? That's it. That's where that comes from. So some people who are very critical and even consider Israel to be an apartheid state will say that. Right? They'll be like, oh, well, everyone's a Zionist in my circle, or all Jews I know are Zionists, or all Jews are Zionists. Some of those studies are deployed in an effort to try and cynically weaponize the anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism narrative. Okay? And the reality is, one, and I've reiterated this position a lot. Even if 100% of American Jews were anti-Zionist, okay, America would still be firmly committed to the defend Israel at all costs narrative, okay? Both politically and as a mechanism for America's State Department agenda. Do you understand? Even if in a world where 100% of American Jews were like anti-Zionist, it still wouldn't change the equation from the American government's perspective. Why? Because Israel is a vassal state for the West. Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, with its own surveillance technology. Israel is one mechanism to control the Suez Canal. Do you understand? It's very important. It's a destabilizing factor in a resource-rich region. That's why it's so fucking important for America and was important for the UK before the United States of America. Okay? From a political perspective, in terms of domestic policy, why would America still continue defending Israel unconditionally, even if all Jews were anti-Zionist, like rabidly anti-Zionist, okay? Protesting in the streets every day. Because there are far more ultra-Zionists in the South. Evangelical Christianity believes in the rapture. And evangelical Christians, those mega churches that you see in the South, filled to the fucking brim with people who are themselves very anti-Semitic, believe that all the Jews need to go to Israel so that Jesus Christ can come back down to earth and fight the devil in Megiddo. It sounds like fucking anime when I explain it like this, but this is a very real thing that tens of millions of Americans believe. Do you understand? Not even tens of millions, more than 10 million Americans, significantly larger numbers. It's so nutty. But the biggest constituency for pro-Israel sentiment in this country are not Jews. It's actually evangelical Christians, okay? They are the largest donators to the settlement, to the 501c3s that actually facilitate the sales and the death and destruction of Palestinians in the West Bank and occupied territories. Do you understand? It's Christians. Christians who believe in this cultish, psychopathic, biblical interpretation that the rapture can only happen if Israel only is given to the Jews. Okay? Yeah, here is our 95% of Jews really Zionists. 2 weeks ago, the writer Barry Weiss published an essay in Tablet. Fuck Barry Weiss, by the way. Another fucking rabid freak. To support her point, she noted that 95% of Jews support the Jewish state. This statistic is commonly repeated in Jewish and mainstream media. This year, it's been cited in several opinion pieces. This is from 2020, by the way, remember, from Jewish Currents, phenomenal magazine. Couple of my friends right there, as you guys know. Anyway, fuck Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss is a donkey. This year, it's been cited in several opinion pieces and peer-reviewed academic article. Last year, among various appearances, it showed in the Wall Street Journal, a New York Times letter to editor, and a JTA op-ed. The statistic originates from a 2019 article by Gallup senior scientist Frank Newport. In response to Donald Trump's controversial comments that American Jewish Democrats are being disloyal to Israel, Newport set out to examine Jews' political views. Drawing on polling data from Gallup and other news organizations, he contended that Jews generally have more favorable views of Israel than the broader American public, but nonetheless concluded that Trump's actions, have done little to shift Jews' largely Democratic political allegiance to support the former point. He included an estimate that 95% of Jews have favorable views of Israel. However, as Newport noted in his article, the estimate was not based on a representative survey of American Jews. Not only is this old at this point, not only is this old at this point, this data is old at this point because it's like pre-October 7, It's pre so many Americans, especially young American Jews, changing their opinions on Israel and recalculating their relationship to what they have actually seen and heard now versus what they were taught early on. In an email to Jewish Currents, the Newport confirmed his methodology for reaching the 95% figure. He identified 128 people who described their religion as Jewish in broader studies and used that subsample for his calculation. He estimated that the margin of error for his calculation was between 7 and 10%, explaining, with small sample size, there's a significant margin of error. Yet the statistic is rarely described in its context as Newport's back-of-the-envelope estimate, based on only 128 Jewish by religion respondents over 5 years. Instead, it's regularly repeated as a truism. You want to know why? Because previous calculations would allow this, would reinforce the narrative that Israel is a Jewish state. That's why. There needs to be new studies conducted on the matter. And some have been conducted on the matter. Some studies have been conducted on the matter that show that, especially in the 18 to 35 demographic of American Jews, their loyalty to Israel or their criticisms of Israel are damn near identical to the rest of the country. With every other demographic in the nation. But why? Why does this get so much fucking coverage? Because it provides ample cover to the sentiment that if you're anti-Zionist, that means you're going up against 95% of Jews. That means you're anti-Semitic. Okay? Explain that to Ethan. He's spreading it. I don't care. I don't know why you guys keep doing this. Like, Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7. Okay? Like, match your expectations. I don't know why you, like, of course Ethan is going to feel this way or repeat this without examining the fucking data when, like, everyone fucking from anti-Semites to pro-Israel anti-Semites and Jewish people alike use this as a fucking way to be like, well, I guess you're anti-Semitic if you're anti-Zionist. Okay? You have to remember, people have the capacity to be duped by numbers. That's the reason why this shit works so well. That's the reason why people spend a fuck ton of money on this. Okay? I don't know why everybody always comes in here and is like, address this person's comments on the matter. Like, I don't know. I don't know what his actual opinions are. I haven't kept up. But it's like, it's so obvious to me that you only care about this from the angle of like trying to create drama and not necessarily like the actual issue on the hand when I'm talking about something and you just bring up something entirely unrelated. Please stop.
The Israeli Prime Minister, it's all about his polished English. It's all about impressing the Israelis that he is what he used to be.
This is old too.
A prime minister that would be banned almost in any other capital in.
Yeah, this is also old. This is from 2021. U.S. Jews have widely differing views on Israel. And this in and of itself shows that the 18 to 35 demographic of Jewish adults also have differing opinions. I think it's like 48% or something. Where is it? 60% of Jews overall say they have a lot or something in common with Jews in Israel. Orthodox Jews, 91%, are more likely than conservative Jews. Reform Jews, 61%. And those who don't identify with any branch, 39% express this feeling. Where is it? Press briefing is live.
Television to make your first comments about that decision
Yeah.
rather than make.
No,
make
I
this from the
appreciate that.
briefing.
We've always had a protocol here. When the president's not here, we don't do a briefing.
Anyway. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, Jewish Americans look at age gaps. While Orthodox Jews tend to be relatively young and feel a strong attachment to Israel, younger Jews as a whole are less attached to Israel than their older counterparts. 2/3 of Jews aged 65 and older say they are very or somewhat emotionally attached to Israel, compared to 48% of those aged 18 to 29. And you have to remember, they also mentioned this, Orthodox Jews tend to be relatively young. And in spite of that, and I'm willing to bet that like the majority, the overwhelming majority of that 48% is Orthodox Jews that say they feel a strong attachment to Israel. And for the record, a strong emotional attachment to the state of Israel does not necessarily mean that they're like fucking pro-Israel's actions in Gaza or even pro-Israel being an ethno-state. So you have to remember that as well. So there is no like good, decent, recent polling on the matter. I'm a Zoomer Jew and I'm not a Zionist. Guess that's how I ended up here. Yeah, there are plenty. I talked about Chris Murphy already. Yes, Chris Murphy said it was a setback for Israeli-U.S. relations, Israel-U.S. relations. A lot of people are very critical of Benjamin Netanyahu's speech, understandably, and I do hope that they push this. They push this on partisan lines at the very least. U.S. Jews aged 18 to 34 divided over whether Israel's response to Hamas' October 7 attack is acceptable. Percentage of Jewish Americans who say the way Hamas carried out his attack on October 7 unacceptable. Percentage of Jewish Americans who say Israel's carrying out his response to attack is unacceptable. 42% to 52%. Wait, where is the rest of this? I want to see like the actual data broke down. Oh, 18 to 34. Ages 18 to 34, 42% say unacceptable, 52% say acceptable. This is in April. Boomers were forced to grow up protecting their values no matter what, giving them more reason to hate the other side and fuel the fire. Why won't the majority condemn this shit, especially young people? You have to remember, a lot of young Jews are Orthodox Jews that are significantly more conservative. With the exception of Neturei Karta, which is like an ultra-Orthodox Jewish sect, there are a lot of very far-right Orthodox Jews in the United States of America, and they're very young. So the 18 to 35 numbers are muddied by that. And even then, it's still 42%, which is, again... This is in February. It was published in April. Yeah, it's fine. Remember, this is my point overall is that this is almost identical to every other fucking demographic split. And it's correct. Southern evangelical Baptists often import Israelis to preach in their churches, all for rapturism. I live in the Deep South in a town with 70K with over 100 evangelical Baptist churches. It's scary as fuck to be Palestinian here. Yeah. Neturei Karta are good on being anti-Zionist Jews and nothing else. It's true. Yeah. My fam is Orthodox, and if they knew I was anti-Zionist, they'd most likely shun me. And I know I'm not the only one in this situation. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of HasanAbi heads in here as well that feel this way. So something you have to remember, something you have to fucking remember, once again, is that people that say this is monolithic in their interpretation are wrong. Okay? They're completely wrong. And this is happening with like a groundswell of media defense. So the fact that 42% of young American Jews under the age of 35 consider Israel's actions post October 7th to be bad in the month of February is an insane number. Okay? Because that's in spite of the programming and just that's in spite of the programming and social conditioning that you get from every aspect of your development. Okay? Like the amount of propaganda on that front is unimaginable. You cannot understand it. Like most Americans don't think about this shit. It's an afterthought. But if you're growing up in a Jewish community, it's not an afterthought. It's every part of your existence. It is carefully crafted. It is carefully crafted propaganda. Fucking birthright is like one of the most significant aspects of this process. It's every day. That's why so many members in this community have talked about. So many members in this community have talked about, like Jewish HasanAbi heads have talked about, like the alienation that they feel from their fucking friends and family members because of their opinion on Israel. Like they just treat you like you're a former Mormon at that point. They just like break you. They just break off from all sense of community that you've experienced when you're growing up. It's wild. I'm part of a Reformed Jewish congregation who does volunteer work with other Christian groups, and they're always writing for Israel way harder than any of the Jewish people in my congregation are. It's honestly kind of weird. Yeah. I've been called a terrorist by other Jews for calling for a ceasefire. Yeah. I went to Jewish summer camps type thing, and they made us talk to IDF soldiers. It's in every aspect. It's in every aspect. Abi Türkçeyi nereden öğrendin? Türkiye'de öğrendim abi. Türkiye'de büyüdüm. 18 yaşına kadar. This guy asked me where I learned Turkish. I feel so isolated as an anti-Zionist Israeli. Seeing all my friends join the IDF is fucked. I lucked out, so I'm disabled and didn't have to. Yeah, there's also a big constituency of anti-Zionist Jewish Israeli HasanAbi heads as well. Like pretty much every single one. But you know, to be fair to them, I don't think they can get a lot of anti-Zionist coverage inside of Israel at this point, considering that fucking Al Jazeera was banned too. So this is the only way that Israeli Jews can ever watch Al Jazeera coverage. By my count, roughly 100 of the 2012 House Democrats and 27 of the 51 Senate Democrats and Dem caucusing independents are in the chamber for Netanyahu's speech. That's around half of each caucus absent. Okay? I'm willing to bet if BIBI tried to pull this shit off on like October 10, I mean, it would have been wild, obviously. But if he tried to pull this shit off on October 10, that would be 100%, right? Everyone will be there. But 9 months in, 10 months in to Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, look at those fucking numbers. And yeah, Talib went just to protest with the sign as well. Terrified of being the only pro-Palestinian Jew in my extremely Zionist family, and I have a wedding to go to this year where my cousin in the IDF will be there. My family treats me like I'm disowning them. Genuinely, what do I do? Just remember that you have support here. You have support in other communities. Like there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews. There are plenty of anti-Zionists in general. You can maintain solidarity that way. You know. So, isn't it disheartening that Kamala will still meet with him behind closed doors? Yes. We shall see. We shall see what she says to him.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
But more importantly than what she says to him privately, I want to know what she says publicly. If she comes out of the gates swinging against Israel, I think that's a phenomenal thing. Okay? I don't know if she'll do it, but I do want to. I'm holding out hope. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to see what she does. But I do think that, one, it's a good thing to do, obviously, from a morality perspective, from my own personal biases in the matter. But it's also a good thing to do electorally, okay? So please, hitting the Israel issue on and turning it into a partisan issue is genuinely a good thing for the Democrats. They have to do it. This is a layup. This is a fucking layup for the Democrats. You will pick up even more support from the youth if you continue this. Okay? You have a lot of momentum. You have a lot of young door knockers that have signed on to the campaign immediately after the revelation that Biden is no longer running and that Kamala Harris is going to be the candidate. Keep up this fucking momentum. Do not cut it down. Do not cut down this fucking momentum.
History has become a nominee of his party based on the primary process that went forward, and is declining to accept the nomination of his party when the party convenes next month in Chicago. So that's a big difference. We've never seen something like that in history.
It is politically savvy to do so.
Bow out this late in a presidential cycle. So that makes this a very different moment from 1968. And we hear this all the time, this term Jim, but an unprecedented moment in American history after that determinative performance that was proved disastrous to Biden's reelection efforts. That's another unprecedented moment that we have seen.
And that is one of the differences
What is
here,
this?
right? In that LBJ.
Genuine question, like no harm meant by this. I'm genuinely wondering what you think. Where do you think if Israel as a state is abolished and if Palestinian state is fully established as it should be, Israeli citizens will be asked to go? I think this is a concern a lot of people have about a state solution. I'm curious what you think. I believe that Israel is currently, as it stands, a singular state. It is simply an apartheid state, right? No, don't get mad at this person saying genuinely curious. I believe that they are genuinely curious, okay? Israel, as it stands, is one state, okay? It's simply an apartheid state. I advocate to abolish said apartheid, okay? I advocate to abolish said apartheid. This does not mean that like all Jews will be purged from this land, okay? That's not what this means at all. As a matter of fact, the Israeli settlements have made it impossible not to advocate for a one-state solution. If there was a point for a two-state solution, it is long gone. As a consequence of the so-called peace process that was supposed to achieve benefits for Palestinian sovereignty, and instead of doing that, all it did was basically create an opportunity for Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government to continue rapidly accelerating settlements and creating even a more diminished Palestinian state in occupied West Bank. So ultimately, my solution is having a goal where Palestinians, Israelis, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter, live side by side with equal rights and equal representation in that land. Okay? Some Palestinians might not be in favor of this. So many Israelis are certainly not in favor of this. But ultimately, that is the right thing to do. And that is, in my opinion, the only way to create permanent security for everyone living in that region. Because the alternative in a two-state solution for 1967 borders, as was declared just by the ICJ this past week, didn't get a lot of coverage in the media because we were all hyper-focused on the obvious domestic clown show that was occurring. But the way to create two states on 67 boundaries would imply the expulsion of 750,000 Jews from the West Bank. Okay? Children, men, women. That, in and of itself, is also going to be a very violent process. Okay? Now, you might say, tough titties. You know, you shouldn't have fucking built there. You shouldn't have settled there. But I'm thinking about this as a realistic solution. That will never happen. Do you understand? In spite of the illegality of said settlement process, it still doesn't change the calculation in terms of 750,000 people being moved from one location to the next. That can only happen in uniquely brutal ways. Israel did it in 1968. Or not in 1968, sorry, in 1948. Did you get Iranian money? Yeah, you know me. I'm the IRGC's. We can't do to them. Caprice on Poppy, who is Palestinian, says we can't do to them what they did to us. It would be extremely cruel. Now, in terms of what I look at, it's history, right? Like what has happened in these situations in the past. You had the Reconstruction, which was a failed project, and the abolition of slavery that came in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery, right? And that led to, wait, hold on. Oh, Felix is going to be here soon. Felix is coming up today. Yeah. Felix Biederman, not XUC. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to some Kamala Harris stuff that's going on as well. Do you think Israel would ever give up land to create a contiguous Palestinian state and make up for the West Bank land stolen? No, absolutely not. Anyway, these are all issues that I've addressed a million times over. Just go to my YouTube and search Israel, Palestine, or Gaza, okay? And you will find hundreds of videos on the matter. I have covered it so many times with academics, with journalists, with activists, with members of the Israeli Knesset, with conscientious objectors to the Israeli Defense Force, the Israeli occupying force. Oh, wait, I didn't know you work for Air Wars. Air Wars investigation documents where and how 3,000 civilians were killed in the first weeks of the war in Gaza. The findings show the initial Palestinian Ministry of Health death toll to be largely reliable. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Air Wars used open source monitoring to independently identify nearly 3,000 full names of civilians killed in the first 17 days of the war. The article lists all of these victims from the first time, each linked to individual reports detailing where and how they were killed. In the largest public analysis of date of the reliability of the data from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, Air Wars researchers compared the 3,000 victims' names to those on the official Ministry of Health list of victims. In total, they found that 75% of all publicly identified names also appeared on the MOH list of victims. Civilian harm expert Michael Spagat said this showed clearly both documentation efforts were rigorous. This painstaking research provides strong validation for both the first Ministry of Health list of the dead and the reliability of social media posts from Palestinians. Now, did this need to happen? Not necessarily. I mean, yes, for all of the genocidaires and all the genocide deniers, but this is something that I have said time and time again. This is just further proof of the reliability of the Ministry of Health in this, in terms of the death toll, and specifically because the death toll, the official death toll from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, is not just used by Hamas or whatever. It's actually also used by Israel. Israel has the population registry and 24/7 surveillance over the Gaza Strip. If they wanted to actually cut through the supposed Hamas propaganda in terms of the death toll, they could do so. If the death toll wasn't accurate, they could so easily be like, here is one of the people, here is 100 of the people that you said were dead, and they're walking around in the Gaza Strip today. Do you understand? Yeah. And a big reminder to the deteriorating, diminished capabilities of our fucking dumbass genocidal president, Joseph Robinette Biden. He, in his demented sentiment, expressed serious, not even, I wouldn't even say serious condemnation. He just straight up said they're lies. Like, he didn't believe the Hamas-backed Ministry of Health. And the fucking dog shit media ran with that narrative for months. And still to this day, they always say Hamas-backed Palestinian Health Ministry. There was never a moment in the history of the Palestinian Health Ministry where the U.S. State Department, the Israeli government, and numerous international organizations of justice have looked at the Palestinian Health Ministry death toll and said, this death toll is inaccurate by our own estimation. As a matter of fact, time and time again, they go back and check those numbers and repeat the reality that they are reliable in spite of the fact that they're constantly under siege. That paired up with the lies about like setting babies on fire with kerosene, babies and mothers on fire with kerosene, have caused irreparable harm.
Conciliatory language, right, to the criticism of civilian casualties. He spoke about the conduct of operations in Gaza, claiming that there were virtually no civilian casualties there. There have been consistent questions about the amount of food, humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. He says it is not Israel's fault, that it is entirely Hamas's fault. So deflecting that criticism, and then, as you say, this is a country right now that is quite publicly debating its relationship with Israel and the conduct of the war, most visibly with those public protests that we're seeing taking place just outside the Capitol here today. But he goes all in and accuses all of those protesters who, we should note, having spent time among those protesters that are quite a diverse group, but saying all of them are Hamas supporters and all of them, in effect, are doing Iran's bidding. So that is his reaction to it.
That's me.
Paula, you and I have
He's
covered
talking
him
about
for-
me, backed by the IRGC. You know what I'm saying? That way I can gift subs at the top of the hour to everyone that wants to experience an uninterrupted broadcast experience. You know what I mean? Yeah, anytime somebody's gifting subs in here, know that it's probably backed by a mullah. It's probably a mullah themselves. You know? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. King Leopold Blotto Deal IV, gifting 20 gifted subs from the IRGC. Penzias with 5 gifted subs from the IRGC. Use a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Pray to Allah if you want to get an Iranian mullah to gift you a sub. Spitting Nichols, Lifey, thank you for the 5 gifted. Not exactly KB, thank you for the 5 gifted as well.
The Israeli side, with some doubts expressed about how invested the Israeli prime minister is in those talks. So it is expected that President Biden will give him a push to get that deal finished before the end of Biden's term. Kamala Harris, perhaps, I don't want to say a difficult meeting, but Kamala Harris, one of the first senior officials in this country, Democratic Party leaders, to come out publicly and criticize the conduct of the war in Gaza for the large number of civilian casualties. So you can expect that that won't be entirely a warm embrace. And then Donald Trump. They've had their personal differences, but they have also, and as you heard from Netanyahu,
Cunt Cubine, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
relationship. Netanyahu praising Trump for instance, moving the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, overturning a long-held U.S. policy, and also for his steadfast support for Israel. So I think you could see the potential there for them perhaps burying the hatchet and moving forward. But it also shows the difficulty for an Israeli leader. There's a quite contested U.S. election coming up. And based on the results of that election, you would have a different approach to Israel. Not an end of the relationship, certainly not an end of the alliance, but perhaps with a Democratic president, more of a willingness to criticize Israeli policy.
Yeah, we will see how he fares in the next few days, as you said, especially as he gears up for those meetings. Jim Shudo, really appreciate you having on board there as we parse the
This
reaction.
is once again a unique opportunity for Kamala to when there is so much interest in what she is going to do, when there's so much momentum, so much youth mobilization, okay, it is very important for Kamala Harris not to fuck this up, okay? This is a perfect opportunity to even talk about it from a partisan framework. The fact that she did not attend this meeting is good. Okay, the fact that she did not go to the speech is good. It's bullshit. Like, oh, she had to go to a fraternity meeting or whatever. That's silly. That's like somewhat of a cowardly way to boycott it while still boycotting the speech, right? Well, not boycotting, but like refusing to attend the speech. No way she's saying like free Palestine though. No, I'm not. That's not my expectation. Once again, I'm always setting my expectations to what like the position is by the broader American Congress.
Has unfolded, trying to not only just defend the conduct of Israeli forces in Gaza, but really going beyond that, not even acknowledging some of the errors, mistakes that the Israeli military itself has acknowledged. And doing so, we should note, to overwhelming applause from U.S. lawmakers. The Israeli prime minister, at several points, tried to push back on key criticism
You're
of
grading
Israel.
on a curve in Israel? Yes, I am. I am grading on a curve when it comes to like support or criticism of Israel. Yes.
Arrest warrants for the Israeli prime minister, accusing the Israeli government of starving people in Gaza. And while the Israeli prime minister threw out a bunch of numbers about the number of aid trucks that have gotten into Gaza, what he didn't talk about is the clear and convincing evidence that humanitarian aid organizations talk about on the ground, which is that Israel simply has not allowed enough aid in, hasn't done enough to provide safe routes for those aid trucks to actually get in, to deconflict those routes with Israeli military activities. And we've also seen the ways in which Israel can turn on and off the spigot of aid depending on the political moment in which it finds itself. He also tried to claim that Israel is effectively has one of the best civilian to combatant ratios in the world, citing this expert, the only expert that he's ever cited on this issue, a man named John Spencer at West Point. I can tell you I've talked to a number of military experts in terms of civilian casualties in warfare, and they all say that it's very clear that that Israel simply does not do as much as most modern militaries do to reduce the number of civilian casualties, that the number of civilians killed per strike in Gaza is far higher than when you compare it, for example, to the U.S.'s bombing campaign in Syria, which was not viewed as a positive from a U.S. military point of view. Now, beyond these kind of individual fact checks, I think overall what was clear is that the Israeli prime minister was trying to strike a very bipartisan tone as he tried to defend Israel, tried to prop up support for Israel, and he tried to really bring the United States in, trying to make the case that Israel's fight in Gaza, Israel's fight against Hamas, which he then broadened out to Israel's fight against Iran, is really not only an Israeli fight, but an American fight, saying this is your fight too. And as he was doing so, what he focused on more than anything, at a time when these negotiations are still ongoing, U.S. and Israeli officials indicating that a deal might be within reach, he didn't really focus on that potential ceasefire agreement. He focused far, far more on this notion of defeating Hamas, vowing multiple times that Israel will continue to fight until...
Here's Chris Murphy. Once again, he's like a pretty fucking aggressive foreign policy hawk. Just left Netanyahu's speech. I've spent my career fighting for a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. I want Hamas defeated. That speech was, as I expected, a setback for both the U.S.-Israel relationship and the fight against Hamas. The speech was more a commentary of U.S. politics rather than a path forward for Israeli and U.S. security. The suggestion that any American who objects to the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is a Hamas sympathizer was way out of bounds. The downplaying of the humanitarian crisis was astonishing to hear. The truth is that the civilian deaths in Gaza will be a bulletin board recruiting material for terrorists for years. That hurts Israel and the U.S. It was a speech designed to bolster Netanyahu's political standing and U.S. Republican messaging. Netanyahu would have been better off spending this time finalizing a deal to bring the hostages home and end the war instead of coming here to comment on U.S. politics. I'm actually stunned the coverage is not total shit. I mean, like I said, it's a very different time, man. It's a very different time.
To be with you, Paula. I think that there are two main themes here. On one, it is conciliatory, and that is that that Netanyahu was extremely careful to stay out of the American political context right now.
Bullshit.
He was equally positive, equally thankful to both Republicans and Democrats, very carefully.
Come on, bro. He hyped up Donald Trump. Get out of here.
So that that he avoided the pitfall of getting dragged into this American presidential election period. But beyond that, and I think that both of your correspondents were quite accurate in the way they characterized his comments. Not a word about the Palestinian, innocent Palestinian civilians, not a word about any positive image, not only of the current conflict, but of what comes afterwards. His only talk was about a Gaza that's disarmed and de-radicalized, he said, but still under constant Israeli security control, nothing about what happens afterwards, nothing about anything that's positive. Some of the things that he said were clearly not true. And of course, he smeared just about everybody, no matter how sincere they were, smeared everybody who has expressed concern about the situation in Gaza, calling them pro-Hamas or Iranian useful idiots. This is not a way to build up support, nor is it a way that he's going to bring Americans together in support of where Israel is right now.
Yeah, and notable, in fact, that some of those protesters are not just Jewish. Many of them are just peace activists who want Hamas to release the hostages and equally would like the suffering to end for those in Gaza. I want to ask you, though, as regards to U.S. Middle East policy, where does someone like President Biden go now with this? Because he is going to be in a room behind closed doors. Do you believe that the president now, the fact that he is not running again, do you believe this makes him a little bit more free to perhaps be a bit tougher with Netanyahu and get him to that ceasefire deal?
Well, I think that there's no question that the president is going to continue to press Netanyahu to be more forward-leaning, more cooperative in trying to end the Gaza conflict, end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Think a little bit more about what comes afterwards. For the president, it's not only a question of his own legacy, but it's also understanding that, particularly within the Democratic base, he needs to bring people along because their willingness to vote for Kamala Harris is going to depend an awful lot on whether they think that he's doing what he needs to do, not only to protect Israel, but also to do something favorable for the Palestinians. So he's going to continue to press. Whether or not he's ready to really put his foot down with Netanyahu, and whether that means anything to Netanyahu is an open question.
And what do you believe will come of the meeting with Donald Trump? I mean, at this point in time, this is, I have to remind anyone, a very close election that is upcoming. He definitely went out of his way, Netanyahu, to praise the Trump administration and the former president himself. What do you believe will be the contours of that meeting on Friday?
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see because, as your correspondent pointed out, even though Donald Trump was probably willing to go much farther.
Biden is addressing the nation tonight. All right, we're going to move on from this. Let's get to Lindsey Graham talking about Kamala flunking the first test of being president.
Here with reaction, Senator Lindsey Graham, the great state of South Carolina. I have a question for Kamala Harris and other Democrats like Patty Murray and many of your colleagues, Senator, and idiots like George Clooney and his wife. What part of murder, rape, kidnapping, torture, beheadings, do they not understand? Because this terror attack, if you extrapolate out Israel's population compared to ours, that...
Dude, I mean, there's something really... I will say this once again. There's something very funny about the way that, Fox News talks about Israel, about the way that, right-wingers talk about Israel. Like, there's a lot of content creators online who try to be as edgy as they physically possibly can be, including content creators who are basically Nazi adjacent. But when it comes down to it, in terms of my sentiment against Israel, those guys who are literally aligned with Nazis, who hype up Nazis, will turn around and be like, HasanAbi, I can't believe how anti-Semitic HasanAbi is because he said Israel is doing a genocide. It's like, bro, you can't posture like a 68-year-old neocon while simultaneously every other thing you're doing is so edgy and, ooh, you're being attacked for your free speech. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You see that from so many dudes online that try to present themselves as free speech advocates that are constantly under attack by trans activists or whatever the fuck, who then turn around and posture like the most hysterical social justice warrior when it comes to the issue of Israel, right? It is so unimaginably inconsistent where they just immediately turn around and go, oh, dude, what are you saying? What are you saying? This level of anti-Semitism cannot go on. What the fuck? It's so hilarious to watch. Personally, I think it's very funny to watch because, once again, it is a clear-cut demonstration that like absolutely zero people have like full-blown free speech principles, with the exception of like maybe, 5 people. Nazis on Twitter think that this doesn't go hard. What? Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, edgelords crumble when you reveal them as snowflakes. But yeah, literally, there's like all these people. Like I remember there was that one like alcoholic dude who was like constantly on the verge of offing himself. What's his fucking name? He's like Mutant Monster Groiper or something. I was reminded of his account's existence by Ed and Germentum the other day, who posted specifically about like Kamala Harris getting owned by Donald Trump. Like, it'll be so exciting to watch like a black woman get fucking destroyed or whatever. Like, just, repugnant racist shit, right? But like that guy, including like the Red Scare people and whatever, like that guy, including like the Red Scare people, are always such pussies. Like, they try to present themselves as like edgy contrarians when it comes to white supremacist nonsense. But then immediately on the issue of Israel, they turn into like the biggest fucking soy social justice warriors. It's so funny. It's hilarious to watch, in my opinion. I think it's like, just, watch them fucking chirp about how scary the sentiment is that you're saying that like Israel can't be an ethno state.
That would be the equivalent of 40,000 dead Americans in a day. What part of that is this wing of her party missing?
That's a really good question. Here's my view on this. Everybody who wants to kill the state of Israel and all the Jews and wipe it off the map.
Dude, Lindsey Graham is my favorite Israel dick rider because he is so ferocious, okay? Like, he loves bouncing on that dick up and down. He loves contorting himself. It's not even blowing bubbles at this point. It's far beyond blowing bubbles. Like, we're not even talking about guzzling. Remember, Lindsey Graham famously said that he trusts the Israeli Defense Force more than he trusts the American military. Like, that level of dick riding, that level of dick eating, the throat goat himself. And no, I am not being homophobic because Lindsey Graham is a secretly in the closet gay man. I'm just simply using this as a term of reference in terms of his defense of Israel. Okay? Yeah. Lindsey Graham still can't get married in Israel. Okay? Israel. Am Israel high.
Map wants to kill us too. We're the great Satan. So I don't understand why we would pick a group of people who would actually want to kill us. Now, she's the de facto nominee for the Democratic Party in 2024. This is an astounding bad decision not to appear behind BIBI as Vice President of the United States.
I can't believe that Kamala Harris is not participating in the most democratic speech ever made. The most moral nation on the country, Israel. Israel's the most moral nation, the absolute best nation on the country. Okay? Am Israel high. I wish, with all my heart, I wish I was Israeli. Okay? I think about it every day. Now, of course, I'd have to go to Cyprus real quick for a trip if I wanted to live La Vida Loca in Israel, if I wanted to get married to my life partner. And then maybe I'd be fine. Okay? And of course, if I visit the West Bank, you got teenagers spitting on me because I'm Christian. But, we could fix that. I love Israel. I love Israel more than I love America. Okay? That's right.
This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we literally do not have BB's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F. She's so worried about the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party, she cannot sit behind the Prime Minister of Israel, our best ally in the region, one of the best in the world. It's not only despicable, is really a bad decision. She's thrown gasoline on the cause of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran by doing this.
I take it a step further. In my view, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, when they would not support Israel's right to win their war against radical Islamic terrorists.
Dude, just substitute Israel with like Saudi Arabia, okay? That's my favorite thing. It's like substitute Israel with like Lithuania, any country, Estonia. It's like, I cannot believe how unconscionable it is that these guys, these disgusting cretins, are not offering full-throated support to the nation state of Estonia. Okay? It's just like, what are you saying? What are you fucking saying right now? Like, why should they? Like, why is that already like beyond the pale? Like, we've moved on. Like that, it's a given that we have to do it, right? We have to do it. And that premise is never even addressed. You know what I mean? That premise is never addressed. Like, why the fuck? Why should the American president and the American vice president offer the most unimaginable amounts of support to a foreign nation like this? Why? Like, what do you mean?
Hamas attacked them. Hamas killed their citizens.
For the record, this also doesn't even go with fucking Ukraine, okay? Ukraine is in a defensive posture against a larger nation that has invaded it, okay? So on the morality front, obviously an allegiance with Ukraine is very different from a moral calculation. An allegiance with Ukraine is very different than an allegiance with Israel, right? Having said that, however, even if they did this for Ukraine, which they do the exact opposite for Ukraine, by the way, maybe not Lindsey Graham, but like Fox News on the regular is like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? Why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? Why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? And then they fucking literally turn around and they're like, if you do not say Am Israel Chai 4 times when you first wake up in the morning and then commit to giving $4 billion of weapons to Israel, then you are an anti-Semite and I want to put you in jail. I want to execute you for treason. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Who's the fucking junior partner in this coalition? Who? Like, are we... why do they get to dog walk us? Like, what do you mean? You're Fox News. Like, what are we talking about, man? It's so weird.
Citizens, raped their citizens, beheaded their citizens, kidnapped their citizens. That, to me, is a complete surrender. Joe and Kamala surrendered in the war on terrorism, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they surrendered to the radical left. Now, this is what you need to...
Yeah, no, totally, dude. God, I wish. Yeah. Joe Biden has basically done everything but execute a Palestinian child on television, okay? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Joe Biden has done everything, okay? Like, there is not a single thing that Joe Biden is not... There's not a single moment where Joe Biden hasn't been, like, unconditionally Israel's most loyal soldier. And it's not even just, like, this iteration of Israel's brutal campaign in Gaza. It's, like, throughout the history of Israel. Joe Biden was alive when Israel wasn't a thing, okay? And he has always kept up this energy in terms of his relentless dick riding of Israel.
Understand. I wish everybody in America could watch her show. She's the most liberal senator I've known since I've been in the Senate. She's the most liberal person in the history of America to ever receive a party's nomination for President of the United States. She signed up for the Green New Deal, Medicare for all. There's no liberal horse that she won't ride. So she's picked the radical left Hamas wing of the party. She's afraid to offend them. She's more afraid of them than standing up for our friends in Israel. This is a chillingly chillingly bad decision. It empowers the enemies of Israel. It makes America weaker in the eyes of our allies. I cannot tell you, she flunked.
Yeah, this argument is so funny because it's like, yeah, what do you think makes America look weaker? Okay? Not being able to fucking rein in their goddamn attack dog as the most arrogant, entitled piece of shit on the fucking planet gets to come to America in the eve of an ICC decision that has declared him under the Rome Statute countries a war criminal that must be apprehended instantly. Like, he couldn't give that speech in Germany right now. You understand? Germany loves dick riding Israel too, but he would not be able to give that speech in Germany. He would not be able to, once the ICC application is processed, he will not be able to go to any European country. Okay? And he's so comfortable fucking dog walking American leadership while Israel as a nation would cease to exist without unconditional American support. My tax dollars are funding Israel's security, man. What are we talking about? As an American citizen, I find that abhorrent and unconscionable, okay? It's ridiculous. And every American has a right to say, nah, fuck that. We're not invested in this. What are we doing here?
The first test of trying to be president of the United States by picking the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party, pleasing them more than standing behind the Prime Minister of Israel. This is a chillingly bad decision.
Let me ask you this. I know that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be making his way down to Palm Beach and meeting with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. There's never been a president more supportive of Israel than Donald J. Trump. You know, he moved, obviously, the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It's proper home. On every single level, he supported them. And I'll even go a step further. I don't think Hamas ever would have attacked Israel. I don't think Iran would have fired missiles into Israel had Donald Trump been president. One thing I can tell you is that, you know, I don't care if it's China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, they never feared Joe Biden. They did fear Donald Trump. They won't fear Kamala Harris. They'll laugh at Kamala Harris because that's what she does half the time anyway. She giggles away, you know, her time. I don't think they'll take her seriously because I don't think she's a serious person.
Well, this decision she made not to...
I just wish with all my heart that this would be a change in the Democratic Party, a new chapter in the Democratic Party, where instead of capitulating to Republican framing, they just fight back and they go, yeah, suck my dick. Like, that's so much copium. I know it's so much copium, but like, imagine a world where they did do that. Like Andy Bashar talking about LGBTQ rights in the state of Kentucky. Okay? Just think about that. Now, Nancy Pelosi said this. Benjamin Netanyahu's presentation in the House chamber today was by far the worst presentation of any foreign dignitary invited and honored with the privilege of addressing the Congress in the United States. Many of us who love Israel spent time today listening to Israeli citizens whose families have suffered in the wake of the October 7th Hamas attack and kidnappings. These families are asking for a ceasefire deal that will bring the hostages home, and we hope the Prime Minister would spend his time achieving that goal. Like, these are fucking relentless Israel dick riders saying this shit, okay? This is political posturing in the good. This is political posturing in a good way. Yeah, this is Bernie-style anti-BIBI liberal Zionism. I know. But it was wild that they hadn't even done this. There was a brief moment when Chuck Schumer did this a couple months ago, and then immediately turned around and invited Benjamin Netanyahu. Just like such a... Oh, God, I can't even get over that. I can't get over that. Nancy Pelosi coming out and saying this is like decent, though, it means that like, you know, you'll see more people in the Democratic caucuses chirping against Israel. Was this bait for Netanyahu to push Israel beyond the pale for support? I think that ultimately Israel has won fucking speed, and through 76 years of sheer arrogance and unconditional support that they've gotten from the Western world, they just don't have any way of stopping themselves and like really reconsidering their actions and how those actions are being seen by the rest of the world. Okay? Like, that's it. It's like the Republicans, right? Which, you know, you could obviously make a argument that the Republican Party and the Israeli government are aligned on a lot of ideals, specifically fascism. Okay? The thing is, it's just like the Republican Party having a hard time changing their narrative around Kamala Harris. Okay? The Republican Party keeps calling her like a black woman, an inferior, and a whore, or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, Mike Johnson's like, please stop saying that. Okay? Please stop saying that. Please just stop. We can't keep fucking saying Kamala Harris is an inferior black woman and a whore, because that's going to make us look really bad. There's a general election coming up, and the Republicans are like, nah, fuck that. I'm going to say it extra hard. Okay? That's kind of what's going on with Israel, where like there are some liberal Zionists who are like, maybe we should dial back the fucking ethnic cleansing stuff. Like, I don't know, we're going to like lose all the support from the Western world at this rate. And everyone in Israel is like, nah, fuck that. Nope. Because that's all they know. That's all they know. They've lost the plot entirely, and they don't recognize that they're being cast aside as like a pariah state, okay, where the calculation is very different. Can you explain how the Republicans are fascist? I mean, easily. If you personally believe in a project, of going in to brown people's communities and their homes and utilizing like a militarized police force in the form of BORTAC, in the form of CBP, and doing dragnet operations and ripping away tens of millions of people from their homes, only to process them swiftly and then engage in like mass encampments, concentrating a certain subsect of the population into camps, into detention facilities, and then purging them from the country. I mean, that's pretty Hitlerian. That's like, you know, it's literally the most Hitlerian thing you can do. The Republican Party just had a convention this past week. People had mass deportation signs. Like, what do you think is going on?
Appear as vice president behind BIBI when he addresses a joint session of Congress is a very poor decision, reinforcing to the world that she does not have Israel's back. If you give in to aggression, you'll get more of it. The choice between Trump, Vance, and Harris and somebody yet to be named on Israel is clear as night and day. It's also clear on the border, on inflation, on taxes. This is a right track, wrong track election. 70% of Americans believe we're on the wrong track. If you believe that, you're right. If you think Harris is going to get us back on the right track, you're very wrong. She is the face of wrong.
I guess it's almost no different than the Mexican repatriation of the 1930s. No, it's not. And ironically enough, the continuation of that program that extended into Eisenhower, the Bracero program's second deportation that occurred with an operation called Operation Slur, Operation, I won't say it, is exactly what Donald Trump has promoted. Operation W word, okay? That literally is what Trump is hyping up. He keeps saying it was awesome when we deported 1.3 million Mexicans, some of which were Mexican American citizens, by the way. Okay? Like he keeps saying it's awesome and it's great and we should do that. Like that's what he keeps repeating. And the worst part about it, yeah, the opposite of Operation Dry Front, opposite of those words, Dry Front, would be the name of the operation. Okay? Anyway, he keeps fucking repeating that, and it's wild that like no one in the media or no one in the Democratic Party has been like, hey, I don't know if you know that, but like that was a dark part of American history. Like that's actually like pretty wildly racist that you're trying to do that again. It's basically in line with just being like, we should put all the Asians in concentration camps again type shit. You know what I mean? Like if someone was like looking at FDR's legacy and saying, I love internment camps for every Asian in this country, we should do that again. It was so sick. We should repeat it. Like that's what it is.
Wrong track policy in America. She is not ready for this job. She's been wrong at every turn about things that matter to you and your family. And what she is about to do tomorrow by not showing up is going to make life much harder for our friends in Israel.
What does it say about the D.C. elites, the Pelosi, the Schumers of the world, the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, D.C. elites, the Nantucket elites, that would be the Obamas, the Hollywood elites, the money elites, the George Clooney's of the world? They have more power over the Democratic Party and the voters that went to the polls during these.
Yeah. You really care about democracy. Dude. This is such an idiotic fucking narrative. I'm skipping the rest of this. Like it's just, I've addressed this so many times, but like it's such a stupid narrative, especially because one, the democratic process will take place in spite of the Republican attempts to abolish it time and time again in the month of November. That's number one. Number two, 83% of Democratic Party voters polled said that they actually agree with this swap out. And on top of that, Kamala Harris raised $80+ million in a span of 24 hours through small donations, 60% of which were first-time donations. Okay? When this decision came down, before she even said a single goddamn thing. Like, it's very popular. If anything, it is one of the first times where I've seen in my lifetime where the Democratic Party responded to the wishes of the demographic majority, the Democratic Party's base of support. Anyway, we're continuing. VP Harris ripped for ditching Netanyahu's address. Okay. One thing I want to say about the ditching Netanyahu's address that she was ripped for is this unimaginably racist thing that I saw this morning from the brilliant, bold, beautiful mind of Brian Kill Myself. Okay, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on, let's scroll down. Wait, what? They deleted it? What happened? Or did I get blocked by this person or something?
Compare him to President Biden, who was muddling his way through speeches. People know he couldn't go more than
better, right?
Yep, couldn't go more than 15 minutes. She's very good on the prompter. No one even doubted that. She had 3,000 people there. Why are they there? A lot of them have to do with, hey, I'm a Democrat. I thought we were going to go down in flames. Now we have a shot. But the problem with Kamala Harris, number one, she has not had her record exploited heavily.
Let's see. Some people are saying he said colored. Some people are saying he said college. Maybe he said college. I'm open-minded. As you know, As you know, I'm a big fan of Brian Kilmeade. I say his name all the time on this broadcast. Okay. I routinely bring up his name on this broadcast because, you know, it's a very fun way to say something while avoiding the terms of service violations.
Because people thought and marginalized her. Even in the Democratic Party, they said, man, what a bad choice Joe Biden made. Number two is she hasn't sat down for an interview. When she sits down in an interview and says, do you want to fund ICE? Where do you stand on Medicare for all? Why didn't you show up?
JW Grimy, thank you for the 75 gifted subs. God damn, son. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The most recent decision, already you got a question. She will not show up for the Prime Minister's joint session of Congress today. She'd rather address in the summer a sorority, a college sorority, like she can't get out of that. So that's her decision, and that's her decision.
I mean, it's too close. He might have said college. I think he's saying college sorority.
She'd rather address in the summer a sorority, a college sorority, like she.
Yeah, I think he's saying college. It is ironic to claim that the Bracero program wasn't fascist when Hitler showed up, took inspiration from his predecessors with the U.S. treatment of Mexicans from 1917 onwards, with the gasoline disinfection plants on the U.S. border that spread immigrants with gasoline and insecticides, most notably in El Paso. Like, come on, yes, that is fascist shit. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think he said college sorority. But I'm happy with either interpretation from chat. You know, I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit. But I do think he actually said college sorority. For fuck's sake. Fox News guest, the MAGA influencer Alex Lace calls Kamala the original Hawk-Tuah girl. Oh, that's awesome.
And there's the DEI press secretary telling you that the DEI vice president is the future of the party here. And so the future.
Bro, just substituting the N-word for DEI is so obvious. Come on, dog. The DEI press secretary for the DEI vice president. Yeah. The DEI, like, it's like weirdly woke. It's weirdly woke that they just like have to self-censor and not say the N-word while simultaneously very obviously saying the N-word. Come on, man. Just say what you truly mean.
Future looks kind of dim for the Democrats here, but this is no shocker either. Kamala Harris, she's the original Hawk-Tuah girl. That's the way she got where she is, and the party's going downhill if it's in her hands.
That was tough. That was.
Yeah, no, they need to keep up this momentum. This is great. Like I said, I suspect this kind of narrative is going to, once again, make normal voters feel gross. You know? Yeah. What about DEI on DEI violence? We must ensure that these schools do not have DEI students in these white schools. American Hogs might be the worst people in the world. Yes, dude. They're just bully ball, okay? They got no other move. They got so comfortable just like being disgusting, gross little freak vermin bullies that they just keep doing that over and over again. Okay? And there is just one speed, I'm telling you. With like no opposition, they just keep running the same fucking narrative over and over again and just only end up coming across like awful people. As you guys know, in this community we joke about like you, yes, like me. As you guys know, in this community, we like to joke about the notion of like virtue signaling. because everyone always is like, dude, oh, fuck. If you're saying like you're pro-trans people or whatever, you must be virtue signaling. And it's like, thank you for recognizing that that's a virtuous thing to say. Except all Republicans do is vice signaling. And the reality is, like, virtue signaling and moral posturing can get annoying to the average person, for sure. Especially when you go above and beyond. Especially when you're, like, trying to clean up every aspect of society and sanitize certain things that don't deserve to be sanitized, because that's just not a reflection of reality, right? Like movies and the like. Having said that, however, the opposite of that is fucking vice signaling, and it just makes you look like a piece of shit. If you're consistently not trying to shelter your gross point of view, okay? If you're consistently not trying to shelter your, or hide your gross point of view, you're just going to look like a fucking asshole. People can't get enough of vice signaling. It's crazy. They love that shit. No, dude. No, that's online. I'm telling you right now, that's just online, brother. Okay? We are so brain broken from Twitter and from like our content creators also vice signaling on a regular fucking basis that you forget that like the average person, even a fucking Klansman, doesn't like to be called racist. A Nazi doesn't like to be called a Nazi, because everyone understands that those are bad things. Whether it's a strategic decision to hide your actual opinions, or whether it's just because you genuinely don't think that that's a good association, everybody understands that those are bad values to be associated with. The only place where people actually cast that aside entirely is online, where you have this veil of anonymity that allows you to fucking chirp in the most insane ways possible. Okay? I disagree, bro. There are genuinely people IRL living with their Nazi racist bubbles being proud of being called that. The representation of people like that online are significantly more overrepresented than the representation of people like that in the real world. Okay? You're so wrong if you think that like normal Republicans that live in like the fucking Pennsylvania suburbs, okay, are just actively going, we need to do skull measurements on Kamala Harris to figure out how fucking inferior she is. Okay? No, they don't want that. Okay? They just want to think about it. They're the type of people who absolutely fucking lock their doors when they see a black person walking near their car. Okay? But they don't like the idea, they don't like the association with like old forms of virulent racism that they know is a bad thing. Okay? They want to say the N-word? No, not even. No, that's another fucking aspect of this conversation. Like here, I'll give you the greatest example. Something that happened to me personally, right? On Reddit, on certain subreddits, the notion that me, a white guy, saying cracker was like the most racist thing that anyone could ever do was prominently displayed. So much so that like this AstroTurf mobilization caused Twitch to take action, right? And they banned me for like 7 days. Okay? That's not a real thing in the real world. Like absolutely zero people would look at that and go, yeah, it's really fucked up. Your anti-white racism is out of control. That's not a thing. Like in Florida, race people call themselves the Florida crackers. Like, what are we talking about? But if you're trapped in this echo chamber, or if you're trapped in a certain part of the internet, and you never really have a lot of interactions with real people in the real fucking world, okay, you might be left with this false notion that like, no, people are actually very upset about anti-white racism, specifically a content creator getting fucking banned. Why double down on this? See, he's doing it again. There are still people who do this, okay? Like, this person unironically thinks that in the fucking real world, There are people who would be upset with the notion of being called a white person calling other white people crackers. Okay? Like, this is the most not outside person on the planet. If you legitimately think that this is doubling down and not me obviously fucking reiterating something so unimaginably stupid as an example, you have to literally go outside and touch grass immediately. Okay? I'm prescribing you a grass touching session. I mentioned this to my normie friends that play tennis with, and they collectively started laughing their asses off. Yeah, the thing is, the greatest. Yeah, I know. Asmongold chatters are coming in here right now to chirp. But the proof that this was such a, like, non-issue in the real world is that a fucking Nabisco company, Wheat Thins, literally sent me a cracker pass. Okay? Like, it is so a non-issue that it is something that, like, a company could use to market their product. Okay? That is how trapped in your own bubble you are if you legitimately think that that is a real point of contention or a severe infraction. Okay? What's this got to do with it? Oh, I'm trying to explain how people can be captured in their own little bubbles and have a false narrative be presented as, like, reality. Okay? Yeah, Ludwig said it in Connor stream several times and no one gave a fuck about it. Yeah, it's also most people who were, like, trying to claim that this was, like, a horrifying act of racism against white people also simultaneously are advocates for white people saying the N-word. And it's about the hypocrisy of the two. That's it. Anyway. Meanwhile, the absolute greatest racism that I put in display is at the top of the hour when I do an unimaginable act of racism towards the chatters who are not subscribed. Okay? Non-subscribed. A word that terrifies those who do not have $6 or a free Prime subscription to use here at the top of the hour to avoid seeing 3 minutes of ads. Mano Flick, thank you for the 5 get the subs, turning 5 non-subscribers to subscribers. Perhaps it's socially acceptable, but it's still slightly discriminatory as it's directed towards one race. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Just like the word Karen. Just like the word redneck. It's like the term hillbilly, yokel, honky. Anyway, HasanAbi trying to speedrun a ban here. Oh my god, dude. Yes, I am. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, I'm trying to get banned here for anti-white racism again.
Yeah. Let's bring in Dove Hyken, founder of Americans Against Anti-Semitism. Dove, good morning to you. These protests obviously raise massive security concerns, and they are expecting tens of thousands of more people to show up today. What do you think about this?
Look,
longer
it's
list than
amazing.
expected.
These protesters are being applauded today by Hezbollah, by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Iran, Sinwar. That's really what they're accomplishing. Sinwar is thrilled to see what's going on in America.
Yeah, I can't listen to this, man. I just, oh God, fuck this guy. All right.
Well,
here's Harris improves on Biden's performance against Trump. Okay. Here it is. New polls are coming out since the swap out, and it's been looking pretty good momentum wise. Tim Walz pro ceasefire.
Vote going to uncommitted, and we've seen that already in about 40,000 votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted, and we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden? And what do you want to see President Biden do?
This is all too this is from the actual Super Tuesday coverage where they had Minnesota Governor
in response.
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable. And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard. And that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get.
Damn, it seems like Tim Walz is very aware of what the uncommitted voting campaign, especially those margins for the uncommitted voter campaign, spells for Biden's reelection. You made a great point earlier or yesterday that uncommitted is a material undercount because non-voters aren't represented. Yes. It's a point that I made on this day as well. And a lot of people tried to not talk about that or just avoid examining that reality because they were hopped up on fucking copium. Whenever I talk about Israel-Palestine, people immediately assume that it is because of my own personal biases such as seeing Palestinians as human beings and not just collateral damage or rabid barbaric terrorists. But it's not just the biases that I have, okay? There is also an electoral consequence. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are 3 must-win key states for the Democratic Party beyond Pennsylvania is the most must-win state. But these 3 states have shown significant numbers of active Democratic Party voters participating in the primary process to demonstrate their distaste with the Biden administration's actions in terms of in terms of our allegiance with Israel. Okay. He's my governor, and I've been involved in organizing here for Black Lives Matter in Palestine. He has routinely ignored us and canceled meetings with us last minute, like every time. Listen, I'm not saying he's fucking waving the Hamas banner or some shit, okay? Yeah, I saw the Twitter leak, the protected users leaked API. I saw. The uncommitted voting campaign was phenomenally successful. It was. Please don't whitewash Harris. She isn't any better than Biden. Oh, dude, this is not a whitewashing of Kamala Harris. This is me urging the Democratic Party to do the right thing, both in terms of what I believe is the right thing to do morally, and also the smart thing to do electorally. Okay? Please calm the fuck down. It's not me saying Kamala Harris is going to be like, oh, one state solution tomorrow. That's not whitewashing. It's not. What are we talking about? Oh, here, let's see what the possible paths to victory are.
Victory over Donald Trump. The path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. Saying they will, quote, play offense in the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania that Biden was able to flip in 2020, and the Sun Belt states of North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, where the campaign argues the vice president's advantages with young voters, black voters, and Latino voters offer multiple pathways to
literally these two, Palestine, these specifically the ones in the West Coast, immigration. I'm not fucking Harry Enton, but I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. Okay?
For the president, including women, younger voters, black voters, and Hispanic voters. Those groups critical to Biden's victory in 2020.
I've been saying this for fucking months, okay? For months. When Biden was at the top of the ticket, I've been saying this for months. Horrible instincts to just like go with a right-wing reactionary framing on immigration if you want to capture any of the youth vote, any of the Hispanic vote in Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. These are places where you have to take a different approach, okay? Not one that is just like a lighter version of the Republican Party sentiment against immigrants.
Speaking today about capping the cost of insulin at $35, passing the child tax credit, addressing student loans, among other policy issues. Jake?
All right, Eva McCann in Indianapolis, thanks so much. Let's bring in former Democratic presidential candidate and former DNC chair and former Vermont governor, Howard Dean. Governor, good to see you. I first want to ask you about President Biden and his address to the nation this evening. What do you expect him to say about leaving the 2024 presidential race and about Vice President Harris's presidential run?
I expect him to explain what his thinking is, which I think is fairly clear. And I expect him to thank the American people. And I expect him to explain why Vice President Kamala Harris is the right person for the job. And I think that's pretty straightforward.
The Democratic National Convention is less than a month away. Do you think President Biden will give a primetime speech?
I suspect so, but I have no inside knowledge of that at all. But don't forget that we're going to nominate Kamala Harris probably sometime in the next 10 days because of the chicanery that's going on in Ohio, insisting that we have the nomination settled.
Are you live until Biden's address? Yeah, it's in 3 hours, dude. Yes, I will be live at 5 p.m. Pacific when Biden speaks to the nation.
Real grassroots campaign in 2004. Given that and given your time as the chairman of the DNC, what do you say to the Democratic voters out there who voted for Biden in the primary and are disappointed that the party is picking the nominee through delegates and not through direct votes?
Well, as far as I've seen, there's almost no disappointment whatsoever. Our delegation here in Vermont, which is a pretty liberal state, voted unanimously in favor of Kamala Harris after the president withdrew. So if there's disappointment, I haven't heard any of it, except the stuff that Trump says, and who obviously doesn't care about democracy anyway.
A new CNN poll gives an early glimpse into a likely Harris-Trump race. There's no clear winner between them. He's up a few points, but it's within the margin of error, 49 for Trump, 46 for Harris. That's closer than it was in a poll last month between Biden and Trump, when Biden was behind Trump by 6 percentage points outside the margin of error. When a Harris-Trump race is broken down by political party in this new poll, independents, 43% for Harris, 46% for Trump. She needs to improve those numbers significantly among independent voters. How do you think she can do so? Already, there's a lot of criticism of her record, saying that she's a San Francisco progressive, out of touch with the American voter.
Well, that sounds like Republican talking points. I don't think anybody gives a damn what the Republicans say. The real key to this, your reporters previously was pretty clear about, is young voters. Joe was not able to rally young voters. He should. He had a great record. Kamala Harris is the excitement of Kamala Harris for young people is extraordinary. I would predict now that third-party candidate RFK Jr. is going to actually take more in this atmosphere. Is going to take more votes away from Trump than, which is probably why they're talking about RFK endorsing Trump and him getting a job. I think that's unlikely. But I think this changes everything. It now gives Democrats a real alternative. And Trump becomes the old codger who probably has some cognitive issues.
Trump has cognitive issues, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear. You get up and make a speech and lie 73 times in 10 minutes. You got some problems there.
This new CNN poll also shows Vice President Harris doing better than President Biden when it comes to...
You got to be so mad if you're Howard Dean and your campaign imploded because you fucking yelled weird, and now Donald Trump gets to do like motions of coming at every fucking campaign rally. Like every campaign rally, Donald Trump does the whole like transgender athlete bit that he does where he's like, and it's like people love that shit. Okay? That is a million Howard Dean screams. Do you understand? So much fucking worse.
You know something? You know something? And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Like, it feels like it's from a different... It doesn't even feel like this was 20 years ago. It feels like this is a different dimension, okay? Like... Like, think about that. When this could cook you, when this could fucking cook you, it unironically feels like we are not living on the same, like, we are not living in the same reality. Okay? Like, Republicans literally post the Donald Trump going, at every fucking campaign rally. Like it's an own, like it's awesome. Okay? Yeah, Dean was one of the better candidates that cycle too. Yeah, I mean, I guess like he was also definitely significantly more progressive. That didn't help him for sure in the media landscape. He was one of the OGs in the blogosphere. Had like a lot of independent media backing him. That probably didn't play a big role. That probably didn't play well in terms of the media coverage on him. But it's like people asking like, why did this doom him? It's like, dude, because it was a different time, okay? When, guys, we're talking about Joseph Robinette Biden ran for president, okay, in 1984. That was the first time he ran for president. And when he ran for president, he had to resign from his campaign in disgrace because it came out that he had plagiarized one of his own personal speeches about his own personal life directly from a UK politician. Okay? Did I say 1894? No, I said 1984 or 1988. Yeah, he plagiarized Neil Kinnock's speech about being the first Kinnock to ever go to college. Like, think about how different of a time we live in where, you know, flash forward to 2020 when Joe Biden is plagiarizing experiences that he hasn't had, like getting arrested because he went to meet Nelson Mandela. Like, he's imagining different realities and none of that is hurting him. Okay? Or even on the the Republican front, the 74 lies that Trump told this last debate. Okay? It's just a very different reality that we exist in now. Very, very different reality. it genuinely feels like we are just not in the same reality now as we once were. But on that note, let's get back to Mamala.
Well, this is a wildly different presidential race than just a few days ago. We've heard a lot from politicians about Vice President Harris taking over for Joe Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket. But the crucial question is, what do voters think? And today we're going to get the first snapshot of how they view Kamala Harris, who used her first rally as the presumptive presidential nominee to go after Donald Trump head on.
He and his extreme Project 2025 agenda will weaken the middle class. Like, we know we got to take this seriously. Can you believe they put that thing in writing? When you read it, you will see Donald Trump intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and make working families foot the bill. America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back.
And I'm here with CNN's David Chalian to break down what we're learning in this important new poll. Take it away.
Well, we got our first look at a Harris-Trump race that is no longer hypothetical. And what you see here is there's no clear leader in the top line of the horse race here. A 3-point margin. That's within the margin of error, Dana. Donald Trump at 49% support. Kamala Harris at 46% support. That's about half the margin that we saw in the Biden versus Trump matchup the last couple of months that we polled. That was a 6-point race. This one now is a 3-point race. And if you look here, broken out by party, you see near total consolidation among Democrats for Harris, similar, more than 9 in 10 Republicans for Trump. Take a look here at the independents. Trump has 46%, Harris has 43%. Biden was losing independents to Trump in the last couple of months, according to our polling, by roughly 10 points. Now Harris is just losing them by 3, though remember, Biden won them by 13 points in 2020 when he won that election.
Now let's talk about the coalition. What the president, now former candidate for re-election, Joe Biden, really struggled with was holding the Democratic coalition together. Where is Kamala Harris on that?
She's definitely making up ground with some of these key core constituencies. If you look here, this is a poll that we did with SSRS, contacting people we had polled in April and June, right? So you can actually track the movement. And you see here, young voters, it was a 7-point advantage for Trump in the spring over Biden. Now Kamala Harris has a 4-point advantage among young voters. Black voters, Joe Biden had a 47-point advantage in the spring. Kamala Harris has increased that to a 63 percentage point advantage there. Hispanic voters, Harris narrows Trump's advantage, but I just want to note again, Donald Trump numerically ahead among Hispanic voters within the margin of error. That was a key group in 2020 that Biden won overwhelmingly, so still work there to do for the Democrats. And among female voters, you see that Harris has increased the lead where they were tied among women when it was Biden on the ticket.
These numbers are fascinating, especially given that important piece of information you just gave us, which is that these our polling company, our colleagues, went back and talked to the exact same people that they talked to earlier. Okay, let's talk about what voters want from their presumptive new nominee.
One of the numbers that just jumped off the page when the poll came back, Dana, was this is among Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents. Do you want the next Democratic nominee, her name is Kamala Harris, we know, to continue Biden's policies or take the United States in a new direction? 53% say continue Biden's policies. 47% say take in a new direction. And
for the record, this doesn't fucking mean, like, this, I suspect, means exactly what I've been saying, perhaps because I'm biased. Okay. But it means do something different in terms of the least popular aspects of Biden's election chances, Gaza, and immigration, and continue the most popular aspects of Biden's policies, which is social progress, defending, and championing abortion, ensuring that women have bodily autonomy, and also at least like the advocacy for socially or fiscally progressive policies as well. Okay. like the litany of many economic policies that Biden has unveiled that are objectively popular and well received.
A near even split among Democrats looking for a new direction here. I think that is very interesting to watch forward how Kamala Harris campaigns on that. And then we've talked a lot about this all cycle long. Are you voting for a candidate or against a candidate? Take a look at what a difference a couple days make. For Harris, now it splits evenly. 50% of Harris supporters say they are casting their vote for her. 50% say they're doing it against Trump. Look at what that was when Biden was the nominee.
Yo!
2/3 of his votes were.
Yo! This has not been a thing since 26. Not even. This has not been a thing since before 2016. Last time Democrats had percentages like this was Obama, dude. That's crazy. It's been damn near 20 fucking years since Democrats have actually said they're not voting against insert Republican, usually Trump. Unfortunately, it's been Trump the last 3 times. That's crazy.
Against Trump, only about a third, 37% were for him. Harris changes that equation. Donald Trump, by the way, gets more affirmative support after the assassination attempt, after his convention. He's now up to 74% of his voters who say they are voting to cast their ballot for him. Only a quarter say they're casting their ballot to be opposed to Kamala Harris, Dana.
So interesting. So much to dig in on. I'm over at the table now, as you can see, and David's going to be here in just a moment, joining us here already. Excuse me, our CNN's Phil Mattingly and Sung Min Kim of the Associated Press. Hello. What is, Phil, I'm going to start with you.
Yep.
Excuse me, what's your takeaway?
So Biden dead enders kept trying to say the polls are actually going in a good direction. They were lying. This is polls moving in a good direction. Just so you understand. Okay? This is exactly what it looks like when polls are moving in a positive direction. Okay?
Of what David just laid out.
That last data point is the one I'm most fascinated by. Nerding out on some level, probably going a few layers deeper than maybe most people will be at this point in time. But I think what that shows is what I think a lot of us have picked up over the course of the last 36 hours, 48 hours, which is if you want to know what a collective exhale of an entire political party looks like, look into these numbers, both in the affirmative support of the vice president, 50%, where I think Joe Biden was at 37%, as David was just showing through. They are excited about a candidate when they weren't prior to now. Because of that, you are seeing many of the groups that form up their coalition, as David was running through, start to come back home, which was always the pitch from the Biden team. They'll come back home eventually. They'll have to come back home eventually. They weren't coming back home. They may have, but they weren't up until the last couple of days. They are starting to now in the key demographic groups. I think that's critical. I think the big question right now is, I don't know that this changes what we would have assumed would have been the dynamics of what we knew was going to be a very, very close race. At all on that front. It's just a matter of, can the coalition continue to come home in its entirety? And most importantly, those kind of 100 to 150,000 voters in those 7 critical states, where are they? And I think that's always going to be the question now that things seem to be aligning how Democrats and Republicans expected them to.
Yeah, and that's obviously, this is a national snapshot. It's important for us to see this. It's going to be those battleground states, wherever they are at this point, that will tell us who is going to ultimately become president next time around. But just on that question of coming home, a phrase that you just used, let's look at another way to approach our new numbers that we're just getting out. The question, the choice for president, basic question. Right now, Trump is still up 3. Again, this is a margin of error situation. But back just a couple months ago, if you look from April through June, up 6. So
football's coming out.
There is a slight shift in the direction of the Democrats.
And a slight shift because of the numbers that David pointed out, that so much of the key parts of that Biden-Harris coalition in 2020 are energized and excited for their Democratic nominee again. And, just going back to Phil's point, when, the Biden campaign's whole theory of the case is that once you put Joe Biden up against Donald Trump, people are going to remember what they didn't like about the Trump White House and then come home to the Democratic Party. But kind of politics 101 is you do have to be excited for your party's candidate. And it's just this level of enthusiasm that we're seeing for the Democratic Party is nothing that we saw on the scale of what we saw on Joe Biden's behalf for so much of the last year and a half. And another number that I was just so struck by in the poll, where it said 90% of Democrats approved of Biden's decision to end his candidacy. I mean, we knew that that tells you his staying in the race was going to be an unsustainable situation. And just whether that energy of the Democratic Party right now, bleeds into those independent voters that are so critical that President Biden won in 2020, that, former President Trump is doing better with right now, yet to be seen clearly. But I think that, I don't know if Democrats could have had a better 48 hours.
The latest on the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala.
We've been talking a lot about Biden's progressive economic policy, but the material conditions where most Americans aren't getting much better. Biden has almost done nothing to mitigate this, and according to a lot of people, has only made the issue worse. To me, defending Biden only makes us fools and idiots and will cost us in the long run. Could you point me to some sources to support your claims? Everything that I'm talking about is what Biden is campaigning on in terms of like a rent cap. As far as like what Biden has done in terms of like the infrastructure bill, that's good. Those are objectively good bills that he passed that have opened up new facilities that are unionizing. The IRA was good. I mean, it was obviously not as good as what it was supposed to be, but it was still good. In terms of Biden's advocacy, why are people saying drill tweet? What is this? Why are you sending me this shit? Anyway. How the IRA was a mixed bag at best. He gutted the COVID era social safety net, though, and kicked tens of millions off Medicaid. Ultimately, infrastructure spending is broadly popular and a good thing. It is absolutely what was necessary at the time. They didn't pass it because they're fucking progressive champions of economic justice. They passed it because there was no other way. I do not like you. Fuck yourself. Oh, I'm sorry.
Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, ramping up her campaign after her first rally in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. Let's go to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, for the details. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. Well, I can tell you the energy in that room at that rally was palpable. The crowd was fired up and energized. It was the largest crowd the Democrats have seen in this race so far. And from the moment Kamala Harris stepped onto that stage, it was clear this is now a whole new race. This morning, Kamala Harris is hitting the ground running. Her first campaign rally in battleground Wisconsin, electrifying a crowd of 3,000 supporters.
We have doors to knock on, we have phone calls to make, we have voters to register, and we have an election to win.
Harris already now the presumptive Democratic nominee, as President Biden prepares to address the nation about his historic decision to bow out of the race. With a little over 100 days until the election, the vice president pitting her record against Donald Trump's. Arguing as the former Attorney General of California, she's uniquely qualified to prosecute the case against him. And she's wasting no time getting at the issues that will determine this race.
We who believe in reproductive freedom will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
But also leaning into the economic issues at the top of mind for so many voters.
America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back.
This morning, the first poll since Biden withdrew showing Harris has a slight lead over.
I think one aspect that she has to fucking hammer that I think is like good messaging is Trump's tax cuts, right? I would just say, like, look, this guy fucking lied to you, okay? This guy lied to every American that's making less than the top marginal tax rate every year. He turned around and he said he was going to cut everybody's taxes, and all he did was make permanent tax cuts for the mega wealthy in this country, permanent tax cuts for corporations in this country, and then your tax cuts were slated to sunset. Okay? I want to restore that. Like, I want to restore that process. I want to, like Joe Biden said, no tax cuts for those no tax increases for anyone making less than $400,000 a year, but tax increases for those making more than $400,000 a year. What does sunsetting mean? It means like it goes away. So all the tax cuts that the poor people saw, which was already marginal to begin with, is completely gone. They expire. We have to make sure that Americans that are high earners participate in the American process. Like, it's the most patriotic thing you can do. Fixing the fucking roads, funding public education, making this a better country. Donald Trump also lied and said he was going to increase capital gains tax and then, of course, didn't do it, for the record. No, Hassan. No, but Hassan, you're rich. You have to vote for Trump's tax cuts. Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot as a class trader, I guess. Well, not even technically bourgeois, but still wealthy. Well, you were on the floor, house floor sobbing, "Oh, Netanyahu, sir, kill me next." I was checked into the Ritz-Carlton sampling exotic Oreo flavors. Delegate preferences on VP are out. Not shocking, but the first pick is Shapiro. Fuck. I mean, Shapiro is the safety pick. Shapiro is to make sure that you win Pennsylvania. That's why a lot of people are doing that. My favorite tweet in regards to taxing the wealthy. Boo-hoo, imagine being one of the richest people in the richest state in the richest country in all of human history and complaining about giving back to the common good that made that high income possible in the first place. Yeah, it's a great way to talk about this. For the record, the tax cuts for the wealthy, the top marginal tax cuts stay. Those are permanent. The only ones that expire are for the working class. Anyway, let's continue.
Over Trump, a lead that doubles if third-party candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in the mix. But this race will come down to a handful of battleground states where Trump has been leading for weeks. And that's where Harris's pick for a running mate could come into play. Sources tell ABC News vetting has already begun. For now, at least 4 names on the list. Josh Shapiro, the popular governor of must-win Pennsylvania. Senator Mark Kelly of critical Arizona, an astronaut and the husband of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Andy Beshear, the young governor who just won re-election in deep red Kentucky. And Governor Roy Cooper, elected twice in North Carolina, a state Democrats have been investing in heavily, hoping to flip blue. Now, a senior administration official tells us that right now Kelly and Shapiro are the leading candidates. But of course, this list could change in the coming weeks. And Harris doesn't just have the ability to focus on the race for now. She also has to.
It sucks that out of that list, those are the 2 more conservative ones. It's just like kind of lame.
Balance this new role with her official duties. And today that includes a speech in Indiana. And tomorrow, a meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu back in Washington. Robin.
That's right, Mary. Thanks to you.
When it comes to Harris herself, a few years ago, you were running in the Democratic primary against Harris. You believed that you were best positioned to beat Donald Trump. Why do you think Vice President Harris is the best candidate to beat Donald Trump now?
Well, I think we've seen it even just in the last 48 hours, the speed with which she has brought the party together and the energy with which she has not just, as she sometimes says, prosecuted the case against Donald Trump, but also begun to lay out the kind of vision that is going to make Americans better off. It's a phenomenal contrast between President Trump, who is consumed by his own past, and Kamala Harris, who is talking about our future. I also really admired the focus on freedom. That was a really big part of her comments today and yesterday, because I think that's a big part of what is at stake. I'm old enough to remember.
Why does chat not like him? He's a careerist. He's dangerous. He's a dangerously neoliberal individual who is literally like the classic bicoastal elitist archetype. I mean, he worked at fucking McKinsey. You're just homophobic? Yeah, I'm homophobic. That too. It's not my fault that the 2 prospects from the Democratic Party that happen to be gay are fucking rugged neoliberals. Okay, Jared Polis and Pete Buttigieg. Both of them are gay. Both of them are unironic, like r/neoliberalism mods. Okay, maybe not Pete, but apparently Jared Polis literally is. He's easily the best orator in the Democratic Party. Stop hating Hassan. Bro, what are you talking about? Look at Donald Trump, man. What are we talking about? Oh, he's the best orator. Like, that shit's not enough. He reads this fucking phony. Okay? He is super captivating for everyone with a globe emoji on Twitter, everyone with a Ukrainian flag in their bio on Twitter. And that's like 150 total people, okay? He's a great orator in the same way that J.D. Vance is a good orator. They're both like utilizing this TED Talk style of speaking. It matters not how you feel about it. It matters how everyone else reads his fucking, everyone else reads his character.
When freedom was something you usually heard talked about on the Republican side and among conservatives. But right now, I think we have many, many examples why Americans will experience more secure freedom under a Kamala Harris presidency than under a return to the chaos of Donald Trump and the systematic reduction of freedom, starting, of course, with Donald Trump following through on his promise to end a woman's freedom to choose and access abortion rights in this country.
Well, and Donald Trump said today that he does want to debate Vice President Harris, maybe more so than once. One of the issues that
only after backing out of the debate he already agreed to, though, right? Somehow
today
citing
he has an issue with doing it with ABC.
Right, but he didn't when he agreed to it in the
Fox.
first place, right? I mean, I think the interesting thing about this is what changed from when he said he was ready to do an ABC debate and when he now says he's not. ABC didn't change. Donald Trump didn't change. But there's a new candidate, and clearly he hesitates to debate her on the exact same terms that he thought
So you think
would
he's
be okay. Afraid.
scared to debate her?
Yeah.
Why do you think so?
Because I think she is going to be so effective, and she's going to lay bare his inability to talk about anything but himself and his past. I think what you'll see is two things that I'm excited for Americans to see. Yes, the contrast, the way, as she laid out very powerfully, she, as a prosecutor who has defended people from people like Donald Trump, is going to remind everybody about that record, but also a contrast in governing records. She's going to be, I think, very effective in reminding Americans that on issue after issue, they already agree with us. They already agree with her and Democrats. Americans agree with Democrats and disagree with Donald Trump on taxes and his agenda of tax cuts for the rich. They agree with Kamala Harris, Democrats, and disagree with Donald Trump on his removal of the right to choose in this country. And gun violence, marriage, you can go on down the list.
Former Mayor of South Bend is literally the most hilarious qualification for a presidential candidate. The fact that he was handed the transportation job is ridiculous. Is it, though? I think they are straight up propping him up to be the most CIA adjacent president that the Democratic Party could ever put forward. He speaks 8 languages. I don't care. I don't. What do you mean? Okay, cool. Great. He's a fucking nerd, okay? Shut up. I hate how fucking corporate he is. Listen, man, Mitt Romney is also this like brilliant corporate guy. Okay, look at the way the American public perceived him. They're posting him up to give him a higher profile. He can't win a single seat in his state. Yeah. Like Xiaoma, New York City, speaks like 16 languages. You don't see me advocating for him to fucking run for president, okay? What a ridiculous qualification. Obama just said Kamala can't beat Trump. Dude, what's up with these fucking weirdos, dude? You're reminded that Andy Bashar's children go to public school and have for years. Don't get Kentucky facts from this Ron DeSantis fanboy. Yeah, he's so pro-public education that he sends his kids to private school. Yeah, Andy Bashar is not only a fucking massive advocate for public schools, he's anti-charter school, and his kids literally go to public school. Like, no, he's so solid on that front. That's like one of his strong suits, in my opinion. Where is this? Is this New York Post? Obama doesn't believe Kamala Harris can beat Trump, which is why he hasn't endorsed their sources. I like to think that all of the former presidential hopefuls that have dominated, or the presidents that have dominated the Democratic Party, personally have like unimaginably selfish reasons. Joe Biden selfishly didn't want to drop out because he was like, it's my time. Hillary Clinton selfishly did not want Kamala Harris because he didn't want first female president next to Kamala Harris. Obama is looking at it and being like, well, it's a step up from first black president, be a first black woman president. And now I suspect, now I don't trust the New York Post, but in my head canon, I like to think that that's the real reason why. It's their ego. Okay? It's their personal ego. The same Obama who forced the Pod Jones to apologize to Joe Biden for speaking the truth. Anyway, Hillary Clinton, of course, endorsed Kamala Harris. I know. Obama's very upset because he knows she can't win. The Biden family source told the Post. Oh, okay, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. God damn it. Sure. Like, even if he thinks that, there's no fucking world in which he would say that out loud, okay? I already think it's annoying that he hasn't endorsed her, but
I think she's very well positioned to remind Americans of that fact.
Well, and Trump also has a record on immigration. We saw what he did with the bill that was negotiated by some Republicans, a bipartisan group on Capitol Hill earlier. But there's also a record for the Biden administration, and it's been one of the lower points where they have polled, and it is also a top concern for voters. So what does that look like for Harris as, you know, how she defends how the Biden administration has handled immigration, but also maybe trying to separate herself from some of those decisions?
Well, I think she's going to be able to, again, remind Americans of the difference between somebody who's focused on solutions and somebody who is focused on anything that can divide us. This bipartisan immigration bill that Donald Trump helped to kill would have made a difference at the border. And it was negotiated, by the way, with very conservative Republicans as well as Democrats. Why did Donald Trump kill that? Well, because he actually needs things to be terrible at the border. He's not interested.
that's crazy. That's crazy that she thought, like, what are you doing? Okay, come here. Come. God damn it. So fucking cute. It's crazy how cute she is. Adorable. She just got up and stood by my side like I wouldn't notice. I can't resist her. She's the best. Yeah, I hate this narrative surrounding the fucking right-wing immigration bill that we're considering a bipartisan immigration bill. It's just a right-wing immigration bill. It's just being passed by Democrats with the worst instincts possible. Like, hypocrisy baiting on this front is so unimaginably brain dead. Okay? It's so unimaginably stupid. It's just like you are gift wrapping fascism, both in terms of policy and politics, to the right.
Interested in the immigration issue or the border issue becoming less chaotic. Chaos is his oxygen. He is for anything that will make it more chaotic in this country, which is why, again, he went out of his way to intervene in a congressional process and block that compromise from happening.
Yeah, but if she's pressed on, after that was sunk, you saw President Biden sign an executive order cracking down on asylum seekers at the border and what those limits look like depending on how many people are crossing the border each day. If she's pressed on an issue like that, does she defend it? Does she say that it was the right move at the right time? Or is there room for her to stake new ground on something like that?
Well, you know, we'll see how she speaks to that and how she wants to lead the conversation on that. But she will already be in a position to talk about an administration, the Biden-Harris administration, that made tough choices to help with this issue. And someone like Donald Trump, who has gone out of his way to make this issue worse, because the worse it is for America, the better it is for him.
There's a new Marist poll out today as we're in this search for a running mate. It actually is you at the top of it. Also, Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, both are on 21%. That's among Democrats and Democratic-leaning voters. We've heard a lot of governors being on this list. Do you believe that a cabinet secretary with a residence in Michigan who's from Indiana should be on that list?
You know, it's day 2 since President Biden made his decision. What I know is that, you know, nobody's more of an expert, other than maybe Joe Biden, nobody's more of an expert on the vice presidency and on how that process should work than somebody like Kamala Harris. I know she's going to have a process and make a decision that makes sense for her, for the party, and for the country.
Yeah. Have you had any conversations about it, though, or?
I've had one conversation with her, and it was on Sunday, and it was about how excited I am for her to lead this party and the fact that I was going to support her. The ticket did not come up.
Okay, so nothing on the ticket there. Donald Trump said today that he doesn't regret picking J.D. Vance as his vice presidential nominee in this process, despite the fact that it happened before he knew that Harris was going to be at the top of the ticket, as we believe. Do you think that there's someone she could pick as her vice president that would make him regret that choice?
Well, again, that's going to be her call, her process. But what I will say is that the choice of J.D. Vance is a regrettable choice because he's somebody who was at his most convincing and effective when he talked about how unfit for office Donald Trump is. And he is not.
God, Pete is such a fucking piece of shit. He's so good. Yeah, the most effective counter to J.D. Vance is literally fucking Waltz or Bashar, right? Especially Bashar. He knows that. Ain't nobody fucking likes him in the Rust Belt. They hate him in the Rust Belt, actually, because he's the type of guy who comes in. When he's the type of guy that you see outside of the fucking Motel 6 in your hometown, you know there's mass layoffs coming, okay? And I mean that literally and figuratively, okay? Pete Buttigieg, the only time when a guy like him comes into your fucking town, you're about to watch a facility close down, okay? That's it. That's precisely what he did when he was at McKinsey, and that's precisely how he carries himself. Or there's a chemical spill, and he's haphazardly trying to do PR for the administration. Neither of which are good things, okay? He is like a plague rat. His presence is unsettling. Bashir, on the other hand, and Waltz, on the other hand, are fairly popular, if not very popular, governors with a long track record, well, not long, but like a decent track record of fighting and winning good progressive policies and good progressive legislation for their constituents, not even just their constituents, but everyone in their states. Okay? So those would be the two perfect foils. I mean, one's Kentucky. Both could claim Appalachia to a certain degree. Both can claim Rust Belt to a certain degree. They're good. They're popular. And those would be the perfect foil to J.D. Vance. If anything, I suspect Pete Buttigieg would be the worst possible pick for J.D. Vance because him and J.D. Vance are cut from the same cloth. For example, they're both gay. Just kidding. Only J.D. Vance is gay. He wears guy liner. No, that's a joke. No, they're cut from the same cloth in the sense that they're both like corpo rats, okay? And they read as corpo rats in a way that is very unsettling to, like, you know, regular Americans. So there are normies in here, dog. I know, but God damn it, I will not be censoring myself because there are normies in this chat. I never have, and I never will, damn it. 1.5. 13. Okay. My real truth, my real feelings come out. Don't care. Anyway, there's a lot of talent in the Democratic Party. Pete Buttigieg is not one of them.
Not explained any reason, other than, of course, his obvious interest in power, why he would have changed his mind on that. Remember, J.D. Vance's whole identity is that he is connected to Appalachia, a place that is being hurt so profoundly by the opioid crisis. So the fact that he didn't just refer to Donald Trump as an idiot, though he did, didn't just say all kinds of things about how he was terrible, but compared Donald Trump to opioids, that is literally the darkest, most negative thing someone connected to Appalachia could possibly say about a politician. And that was in public, right? In private, he was comparing him to Hitler, reportedly. He has yet to explain why his opinion would be any different other than his own search for power.
So when he says, I watched Donald Trump in office, that's what changed my mind, you're not buying that.
That doesn't make any sense, especially coming from the Midwest. He's from Ohio. I grew up in Indiana and live in Michigan. I have seen how the industrial Midwest went into a manufacturing recession under Donald Trump and has experienced a manufacturing renaissance under the Biden-Harris administration. Why is that? Because the Biden-Harris administration has led on policies that have factories rising out of the ground of places, including places like near where I grew up, that haven't seen this kind of investment in a generation. How could J.D. Vance or anybody else initially think that Donald Trump is a disaster? Watch him lead the country into a manufacturing recession. This is, by the way, before COVID, let alone everything that happened through the mismanagement of COVID, and then say, oh, now I've seen the light. He's a great leader, and I want to be on his.
There's absolutely no delay in his response. He's really conversational. It doesn't feel scripted like other candidates. Fucking hate this community, dog. Y'all are literally going to neoliberal prison. Okay? Under the Pete regime, every single one of you are going to prison. Okay? I hope, and you deserve it. They're going to send you to prison for being gay. Make him press secretary. Keep that man away from power. Okay?
His team. I think we all know why J.D. Vance changed his mind.
Do you think Harris will be able to appeal to those, skeptical working class voters in a Michigan, in a Wisconsin, in a Pennsylvania? Those are voters that Biden had real crossover appeal with them in 2020. Do you think Harris will be able to have that outreach to them?
Yes, and I think the reason is, again, that most voters where I come from agree with her on most issues. We talked about taxes, right? The Republican Party, whether we're talking about Donald Trump or J.D. Vance, despite the kind of faux populism, they are about tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. One of the few promises that Donald Trump actually kept was the one to cut taxes for the rich. That's what they're about. And by the way, they're also against things like the minimum wage, against labor unions. J.D. Vance got, I think, a 0% rating from the AFL-CIO. You compare that with Kamala Harris, who is a distinct leader in her own right, but also part of an administration that is the most pro-union in modern American history.
He's a very good communicator. Yeah. Keep him the fuck away from power, dude. He is genuinely a terrifying sociopathic figure, okay? I don't think people understand. He is very good on paper. He has a great resume. And I think he would lead America into like a second Thatcher style neoliberal regime like Ronald Reagan.
History. There are so many issues, bread and butter issues, like questions on the cost of childcare that Donald Trump was literally, it seemed, incapable of even hearing during the first debate, certainly incapable of responding to, versus something that Kamala Harris has been very focused on, making it easier and more affordable to raise a family in this country.
That childcare answer in the debate from both candidates was, I think, kind of confounding to everyone. But I'm glad you brought up children, because there's actually this answer that J.D. Vance gave a few years ago, and he name-dropped you in it about people who don't have children working in the government. This is what he said.
It's just a basic fact. You look at common. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Now, I should note you have 2 children. They were born before he gave that answer. Harris is also a stepmom to children as well. But what's your response to that?
I mean, the really sad thing is he said that after Chasten and I had been through a fairly heartbreaking setback in our adoption journey. He couldn't have known that, but maybe that's why you shouldn't be talking about other people's children. And it's not about his kids or my kids or the vice president's family. It's about your family, people's families whose well-being will depend on whether we go into a future led by somebody like Kamala Harris, who is focused on expanding the prosperity, the freedom, the well-being of our families. And by the way, especially if you have kids and you're worried about climate, choosing between a party that has a plan on climate that creates jobs and a party.
He's literally so Patrick Bateman coded. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's very clean. It's very calculated. There's not a single fucking emotion beyond anger behind those eyes. He is a perfect consultant. Nothing more dangerous than a balding gay man. This is what Mitch McConnell sounded like as a young man, probably. I don't know. I mean, Mitch McConnell was a young man in like 1930s, so. Is Mayor Pete having a hand in the Canadian bread price fixing scandal just a meme or actually true? No, that is actually true. Like, the top of the hour ad break is actually true. You might not see it because you're subscribed, but like, it is a real thing that happened. He's a great attack dog for the Democrats. Put him as press secretary. I'm perfectly fine with that. He probably wouldn't take that position because he has higher aspirations, but anyway, top of the hour ad break is still here. What is this? Mayor Pete reminds me of? I can't. There's no audio, or am I? Why is there no audio?
Anyway. That still calls it a hoax, even as we went through the hottest day in world history. Or do you want your children to grow up in a country defined by a return to the chaos and recrimination and cruelty that was the hallmark of the Trump era?
We're going to talk about Donald Trump stepping up his attacks on Kamala Harris as he hits the campaign trail for the first time since President Biden dropped out of the race. Rachel Scott is covering the Trump.
Hi, I'm Clint Webb, and I'm running for Senate. I have a short cropped haircut, a pretty enough yet accessible looking wife, and a newborn baby that I've dressed in a suit to prove to you that I mean business. For the last 15 years, I've lived my life in such a bland, uncontroversial, and repressed manner that it's almost unnatural.
I still don't really see what your issue with him is, other than his highs elected position so far as mayor. Have you ever heard of the term, like, we should never make someone who really wants to be king the king? Like, it's not a term, but like the statement that, like, you should never get someone who really wants to be president to be president. Colloquialism. That's a pretty solid warning about Mayor Pete. Okay, Mayor Pete has been angling the presidential position since he was like 12 years old. Okay, absolutely. He is basically an empty vessel filled to the brim with neoliberalism, but he will hide those worse elements of his policy prescriptions by trying to dance around the issues. He is hard to pin down on policy prescriptions. Oftentimes, I tracked his campaign very closely in 2019. His record as the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, was abysmal in terms of like refusing to refusing to do something about the white supremacy that was going on in his police force at a time when Black Lives Matter was in the forefront of the conversation. So obviously that played a pretty major role against Pete Buttigieg. I believe you when you say we need to be wary of someone. Yes. In South Bend, Indiana, his revitalization attempts were also utterly abysmal, very much neoliberal. It's the classic, like, let's turn South Bend, Indiana into Silicon Valley type shit. That's your metric? Someone wants to be president equals bad? You can't be serious? Dude, do you just, like, turn off the fucking computer after you type something? Like, you just... Why are you responding to something that I said 5 minutes ago as I'm in the process of explaining exactly why I don't like Mayor Pete in terms of his, like, in terms of his policy prescriptions for the next 5 minutes? See you in 5 minutes when you go, oh, sorry, my bad. I'm on a fucking mobile phone. Anyway. When it's time to eat the rich and I get us on.
37. 38. I'm sucking on it and I realize, look at my arm compared to this. This thing is as thick as my hand, dude. Jesus Christ. 68. Or 69.
Can I have some?
There's not enough. No. Nice.
Is he rich? Be for real, Rod. I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with it. I don't get that vibe from him at all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, you cannot be for real right now. Okay, give me the fucking bread prices clip. Give it to me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Where's the clip? What is happening with Twitter clips? I can't hear shit. Twitter is so broken, dude. What is happening? What is happening with Twitter? It's you? No, the tab is obviously not muted, man. Look.
Why? Because I've been...
Did you mute the tab or something? No, I did not. What is it? That's only
You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry.
No, we need like the OG one, man.
Organization needs to cut costs, then that can involve layoffs.
Another of your clients, Loblaws, the grocery chain, has since said that it was involved in the price fixing of bread during the time that you were analyzing grocery prices for them. I'm curious first, just did you analyze the price of bread for them? Was that part of your remit?
Not in any detail. So basically the way my job worked was they have about 50,000 items that they sold, and I was creating and then crunching a database. And what we would do is we would figure out, based on a year's worth of sales, if they tried to cut a certain percent off their prices across a certain number of hundreds of stores, what would the impact of that be? So bread was probably one of the UPC codes in there, but I didn't pay attention to one product over another.
Mm-hmm. When you were working at McKinsey, did you understand the company's purpose to be exclusively maximizing its own profitability? Did you understand the purpose of the companies you worked for to be exclusively to maximize their profitability?
Well, many of my clients, as you know, were public sector and nonprofit, so obviously their function was not about profitability.
Yeah.
But yes, I worked for a company,
a for-profit company.
Do you think that that should be the sole mission of a corporation, though, to maximize profitability?
Well, I think that there's something to be said for the dialogue that's happening with, for example, what's going on in the Business Roundtable. But also, this is where policy needs to come in. We can't expect corporate America to spontaneously change what.
Damn, by the way, he lost so much hair. Big dog, you got to get on minoxidil pronto. Hey, yo. That New York Times journalist owned him so hard, he started looking like him.
It is about without imposing different kinds of left and right boundaries. And to me, where the public sector and the function of regulation meets what private companies do is precisely to set up those kinds of boundaries. So I welcome any time a company undertakes, what is called corporate social responsibility, charitable activity.
Dude, come on. Dude, look at this. Look at what he's doing. He's a PR man, dude. Just no real fucking answer. All word salads. But if it actually plays so well to like a very specific kind of liberal who fancies themselves to be an intellectual, who wants a guy to just say the right things, okay?
Or other factors in what they care about. I've been very interested to see the development of things like B Corp.
Like, obviously, because of his background, he can't turn around and be like, no, I don't think that is the only thing that corporations care about. And I think it's actually utterly repugnant that that kind of attitude and that kind of sentiment is exactly why we have water supply being poisoned all around the fucking country. We have forever chemicals that are destroying the next generation and the previous generation that was destroyed by lead poisoning. Okay? He can't do that because he worked at fucking McKinsey fixing bread prices. Do you understand? But a lot of you look at this guy and go, ooh, he's fancy. He uses fancy words, big man.
Which has been a big conversation, especially around South Bend, actually, because one of the pioneering ones was a company called Better World Books that grew kind of up and around Notre Dame. But I also don't think we should be naive about how corporations...
I'm serious. He worked for a corp. What's his responsibility? Exactly that. He's doing the best he can. Yeah, dude, I don't fucking want... Hey, guess what, dude? I don't want a guy who worked at McKinsey to be president ever. Do you understand? Ever. That is literally a reality that even Republicans came to terms with respect to Mitt Romney. Do you understand me? And Mitt Romney was a significantly more fucking progressive figure in terms of the rest of the Republican Party than Pete Buttigieg is. Okay? He's a corpo rat. That's the whole point. Mitt Romney was at Bain. He's at McKinsey. These are consulting firms. Their entire job is to eliminate redundancy, which is to engage in mass layoffs, okay? Cut corners at the behest of the corporate bottom line, at the behest of increasing shareholder value. That is all these guys do. They're fucking mercenaries. They go from company to company. That's why I said jokingly, when that rat shows up in your town, the coal mine's shutting down. When that rat shows up in town, nurses are getting fucking laid off, okay? His face is one that only spells doom and gloom for the middle of America, okay? Oh.
Behave unless they are regulated to ensure that their profit-seeking activities don't cause harm.
And in your view, if a company engages in criminal conduct, are the employees responsible for that conduct?
Well, obviously, there's a whole theory in law about how liability works. But yeah, if somebody undertakes illegal behavior, they are, as a general rule, liable and should be.
But bring that down to the practical level then. If you're working for a consultant to a company that's engaged in a massive price-fixing scheme, what's your responsibility?
Well, if you have anything to do with any wrongdoing, then you're responsible.
You have criticized some of McKinsey's more recent...
This is my favorite part. Is coming right now. He's locked in. He's locked in. He's like, I'm going to kill you. after this interview is over, I am going to assassinate you by drone strike.
Engagements with clients. Do you think that something fundamental has changed about the company since you left?
It's difficult from the outside looking in to gauge whether they have, whether this reflects some kind of systemic shift or whether they just have a failure in terms of their guardrails. When I was there was a lot of talk about values, firm values. Now, a lot of that was around impact and making sure that you put the client's interest first. There's one story that they were proud of that I remember was part of our training where they had gotten some big contract to decide to help a large multinational move into China, and it was going to lead to tons of work. But in the initial analysis, while they were doing their first round of work, the conclusion they reached was that
God, where's the company that you work for? A company
work with the Saudi work, where you just some of those objectives are reassess.
So, analyst point presentation consultant and tell us.
I think first to choose, speaking of whistle and non-divulge classified information,
Is between 40 and 70%.
Oops. Fuck.
For downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures.
I'm sorry,
of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No, I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal. I was not aware of the Canadian bread pricing scandal until last night.
But do you feel the anger that many young people feel about the state of?
Yeah, of course, because it destroyed my city. I grew up surrounded by crumbling factories.
Dude, it's like, it's so ominous. The switch up is so ominous. This is why I'm saying, like, pure bloodless sociopath. Only emotion you will ever get out of him is anger, okay, and resentment. Just like, it's phenomenal. This is one of the best clips to perfectly demonstrate. This is one of the best clips to perfectly demonstrate how he operates.
And
I thought, what do I need to put on my resume to?
My city lost 30,000 of its 130,000 people, largely before I was born. So I'm under no illusions about the problems that are present in American capitalism generally, and were unleashed beginning with the Reagan era specifically. And while I may not be as emotive sometimes about my sense of anger or frustration or injustice, I would not be doing any of this if I were not propelled by a level of passion.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, it's obviously, I'm obviously passionate. I'm trying to be president. He said the same shit when babies were being poisoned by formula. Pete Buttigieg, hungry babies regrettably are just the price of free market. Wait, what? Where? Sitting down on CBS's Face the Nation this week, Transportation Secretary and billionaire darling Pete Buttigieg addressed the infant formula shortage that sent parents around the United States scrambling to find ways to feed their babies. Asked about the sluggish federal response to a crisis regulators were informed about as far as back in October, Buttigieg absolved the Biden admin through a little bit of neoliberal sleight of hand. Let's be very clear. This is a capitalist country. The government does not make baby formula, nor should it. Companies make formula. It was the company that screwed up, Buttigieg insisted, and now it's the government's job to get the contaminated plant that helped lead to the shortage back up and running quickly and safely. At heart, this is just a lazy bit of political ass covering. In reality, the Biden admin had a great deal of responsibility for what happened. This is true. Okay? This is literally true. Months prior, they should have figured out that there was like contamination occurring. What? You responded earlier. Can you not work in a consulting and be a proper good citizen, though? You can't control the whole system. Brother, if you are working at a consulting agency, that's fine, okay? Get your fucking money up, not your funny up. But I don't want you anywhere near the fucking presidency, okay? That's it. That's it, okay? Like, I feel like you're having some issues here. Perhaps maybe because you work for a consulting firm, okay? And, you know, people do jobs that absolutely suck. People do jobs that actually harm people. As long as you're not a cop and you're like directly participating in the in an individualized way with the violence that you are subjecting people to, it's you know, we got to do what we all got to do, okay? Having said that, however, I do not think that you should be the president.
Who will destroy our country. If she ever gets the chance to get into office, we're not going to let that happen. You know, I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice.
No one said that. They were saying maybe you'll be like that.
And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice.
Sorry that we not all can be streamers. Brother, if you think I think a Twitch streamer should be president, you are more delusional than most Twitch streamers, myself included, okay? I never said a Twitch streamer should be fucking president. I don't know why you literally just heard me say, listen, we all got to do what we got to do to make bread, okay? You're out of your goddamn mind. I never said anything about like everyone should be a Twitch streamer.
She's absolutely terrible. She's, as you know, more liberal than Bernie Sanders. Can you believe it? She's rated far more liberal than Bernie Sanders. And she's now trying to get rid of her record, but she can't. She's going out and saying things that she doesn't believe. And if she ever got in, she'd destroy this country so fast. So she was the border czar, but she never went to the border, right? She was appointed by this horrible president.
So you can never work for a company and then run for president? All right, everybody shut up.
This guy got to be president in his basement.
I love and I welcome all the new people into this community, but that doesn't mean that we're going to do the classic Twitter dynamic of like, I said I like pancakes, so I meant everyone who eats waffles should be murdered. Shit, we're not doing that, okay? The classic like, so you mean you want to kill everyone that eats waffles? That's kind of fucked up. Stop putting words in my mouth. Shut the fuck up. We're listening to the goat speak, okay?
1 million illegal aliens to stampede
Put some fucking respect on his name.
From all over the world.
The goat is speaking.
As vice president, she cast the tie-breaking votes that created the worst inflation in a half a century, decimating middle-class families and hurting very badly, as you know, all people in North Carolina. And by the way, Laura says hello. Laura, do we love Laura? How good is Laura? She is terrific. She has done a tremendous job.
You need a new hat for 2024? Nah, I'm good.
They'll say he's
I'm good.
cognitively challenged. I don't want to be cognitively, no, but I want to thank her because she's unbelievable. She loves it. I'll introduce Michael in a couple of minutes, but I want to remember to introduce Laura. She's been a fantastic daughter.
Back to blue signs are pretty funny because it's like I said, you know, cop versus convict race. But cognitive
and she
dissonance.
happened to name her one beautiful daughter, you know what? Carolina. Carolina. I said, which one? Which Carolina? She said, well, North, of course. No. Let's call them both. Do you mind if I call them both?
Boo.
Both been great, frankly. And when Kamala Harris was sent to Europe to deter Russia, what a joke that was, from attacking Ukraine, how did that work out? Russia answered by launching the invasion just 5 days after she left. Putin laughed at her like she was nothing. She is nothing. She's so bad for us. Everything Kamala touches turns into a total disaster. She's destroyed San Francisco with her policies. Check out San Francisco. 20 years ago, it was the greatest city in our country. Today, it's not a livable city. She'll destroy our country if she's elected, so we won't let her be elected. We can't let that happen. Unbelievably, despite all of the damage she's caused, radical liberal Kamala Harris now wants a promotion to deliver 4 more years of chaos. We've had the worst 4 years. You know, I say about Biden, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, added them up, they won't have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done. But this November, the American people are going to tell her, no thanks, Kamala. You've done a terrible job. You've been terrible at everything you've done. You're ultra-liberal, and we don't want you here. We don't want you anywhere. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Yeah! He said the line. He said the line. He's my favorite
and yet
president.
The fake news, which a month ago said
I
she
love
was
him.
incompetent.
I love
said
him
she
so
was
much.
Stiff, just
He's my
dopey,
favorite.
Stiff, the worst. Nobody talked to her. She was firing her
I
staff.
can't wait for him to give all these large companies more tax breaks. Is my favorite thing. I hate BlackRock except for when he's deregulating at the behest of BlackRock. I love when he deregulate companies. That's my president. He's my favorite.
Lying Kamala as if she's the savior of our country. That she's so brave. I've never seen a turnaround like this. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, she was the worst politician in America. Now they say, isn't it amazing? Look at her. She's so beautiful. She's so magnificent. She has a crowd of 1,000 people the other day. And the fake news, and they worked hard to get that crowd. We have crowds of 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000.
Oh, he saw the crowds. Oh, he's not happy. He saw the news coverage of the massive fucking room that Kamala packed. He's not happy
He
about
said,
that.
oh, her crowd was amazing. It was amazing. You see it? The other day, she had maybe 1,000 people. I doubt it. They worked their asses off to get those people to go, and I wonder what they gave up. They said, oh, this is such a big crowd. She's got such momentum. I don't think she's going to have a lot of momentum after this speech, because I'm telling you about her, right? We're telling you the facts. I'm just giving you the facts.
This is his,
but they
like,
said it was such a big crowd. Such
he's
a
opening up
crowd.
the line of fire.
They
Like he's
never
going to show us
mention our crowds.
what he's
Like
going to
this
be
crowd,
attacking
look at
her
this
on.
crowd. You can multiply her crowds times 20 and 30, and she
Still
wouldn't get
talking
what
about
we
the
get.
crowds. Oh, you know he doesn't like that. Oh no, that's danger for him. Oh no.
We're up in New Jersey. 82,000 in South Carolina. 82,000. And by the way, we would have had a number here that would have been through the roof. But, you know, we are confined. As beautiful as this arena is, I just met the owner. He said it's an all-time record. Because, you know, they have basketball, hockey, but with basketball, hockey, you can't fill up the floors, right? So we set the all-time record, and he's a very nice gentleman, great family. But we set the all-time record. And if this thing were twice as large, it would be filled up with the people outside. 68,000 people in the great state of Alabama, 68,000. And then we did one in the South Bronx, and that can be a rough place. But we did one, and it was like a love fest. This was an amazing thing.
Like a love
25,000
fest.
people in the South
We
Bronx.
brought every cop from Staten Island to the Bronx. They had to leave early because they're afraid of the dark.
Crowd like Kamala, assuming she had 2,000 people, which I don't think she did. But if I ever had a crowd, they'd do headline stories.
Bro, he's still, oh my God, the amount of time he's spending on Kamala Harris's crowds is so funny. Oh my God, dude.
Cameras back there. Look. And I always say, but they never do it, turn the cameras around to show them the crowd, but they never do it. They never do it. They never want to do it. They just don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. I don't know why. Even the semi-friendly cameras, they don't turn. You know, I used to think it was a physical thing with the camera. You know, the steel, you can't turn, you can't turn. And in 2015, it started right from the beginning, these big crowds. But now I have to tell you, there's more spirit now. We won in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but it was rigged. It was rigged. But this is bigger than 2020. This is bigger than 2016. And I think the reason is you like me a lot, but you know what you really like? When you look at the incompetent administration that we have with the inflation, with the Afghanistan, with all. Front row Joes. Front row Joes. You know, front row Joes, they've been to 201. I hate to tell you that, North Carolina. They've beat you 201, and they were to a rough one last week. That was a rough one. I saw them. They were sitting in the front row, and things were happening that weren't too nice, right? Amazing, right? But they were there, and they didn't move. You know, amazing. Nobody moved. When a bullet goes off, this is a freak thing, but a bullet goes off, crowds always run, they call it a stampede. Nobody ran. And we had 55,000 people. Nobody ran.
What? Bro said 55,000 people in a town that's population is 13,000.
And
there were not, bro, we can see the crowds, man. It's one of the most televised speeches that you've ever given because he got shot at. There was barely 5,000 people there.
They were like this. How about the guy right behind me in the black with the green hat? And he's looking like this.
At least this happened to him so he could fucking change his like type 5 a little bit. He's reworking it.
They've only played that clip about 5,000 times. They see it every day. It's over and over. But you see how brave. Normally when something like that happens, everybody but Richard will leave. Richard will stay. He's a tough cookie. But no, everybody scrambles. They run. Nobody ran. Same thing with the group out front. The group out front was the big group. Thousands and thousands of people. Nobody left. They just stood there watching because they saw that I was in trouble. Either I was in trouble or something was happening because I had a lot of blood on my hand. I checked out. I said, oh, gee, what's this? But no, they saw that. And when I went down, they saw that, and nobody left. It was like, the whole thing is like a big love fest, let's face it. It's a whole big love fest. It's amazing. We love you, man. We love you. We love you. We love you. That was a horrible thing. That was a rough thing. And say what you want, the Secret Service, the ones on this day, on the dais, these guys right here, the tough cookies, they ran. Bullets were flying. Bullets were flying, and they were running right at me. And it was a rough, horrible, horrible time. And they said, sir, we have a stretcher for you. I said, you're not putting me, I'm not getting on a stretcher. They had a stretcher. I said, that's not going to look very good if I get carried out on a stretcher. Hello, everybody. Thank you, everybody. They said, I'm not getting, where are my shoes? My shoes got knocked off. They tackled me so damn hard. But it was a terrible thing in so many ways. And as you know, we lost somebody who was fantastic, Corey, fantastic. His family is fantastic. And two other great people. These are great people. I got to know their families a little bit. And, you know, the public has really been generous to them, too. They opened up their hearts. I won't even tell you, the numbers are so incredible. But they opened up their hearts to the three of them. And these two were hurt very badly, but they're both now in pretty good shape. They'll soon be in very good shape. So, but I just looked down here at Front Row Joe's, and it just reminded me of that incident a week and a half ago, right? You were right there watching it. You saw it. And you guys, by the way, weren't moving either. I saw you. You didn't move. You were just, they were standing just like they're standing right now. They were standing. They're great. They're great. And
yeah, as someone who believed Donald Trump when he said he's never going to tell this story ever again because it's too emotional to tell, I'm personally shocked that he has retold the story at every single media opportunity he's gotten since the shooting. Let me tell you, I'm flabbergasted. I'm a little shocked. It's confusing because how could he lie to me like that at the RNC?
show that clip, which will be as soon as you get home. They'll show it about 30 times. They show it every day over and over. But watch the people behind. They always stampede. If a bullet goes off or something happens at a soccer stadium or a stadium, and we had more people than most of those stadiums would have, everyone runs. Nobody ran. They stayed, and you have to look. The one guy, he just was so angry. He's looking. I gotta meet him. There's something about brave people that I love, right? People that love our country. He's out there. He's like up there. No, they're great. They're great people. And we had a great convention. We had a convention that broke all television ratings. How good was the Hulkster, right? Oh. And Kid Rock called. He wanted to be a part. He was fantastic. But they were all fantastic. It was the greatest. It was just a flawless convention. It was great. And the television ratings were record-setting ratings. You all read that. They were record-setting ratings, and it was just an honor. The stadium was beautiful. Milwaukee was beautiful. Wisconsin's promised me they're all going to vote for me now because we put $250 million into their economy. So we're going to win the great state of Wisconsin. But Milwaukee was great. They did a great job. The stadium is new. They built it for the basketball team, which is excellent. You know the Greek, right? The Greek. He's a good player. But they built it for the team, and it was like new. And it was one of the most, I think it was the greatest. I really believe it. It couldn't have been better. It was the greatest convention that anyone's seen thus far, Republican or Democrat. But getting back to a subject called Kamala, who's the worst?
Whoa.
You know, I ask you this question because this has never happened before. So Biden's running. I wouldn't say his debate performance was one of the best, right? Do you agree? That's where it all started, with the debate. The downfall started that night with the debate. The debate was like, that was a rough debate. He said, yeah, I had a bad night. No, he had a bad night. He had a bad everything. He had a very bad night. But it started really with the debate. It was all, you know, the game was up. They say the jig was up. And it was indeed up. But it started with that. And then it only got worse. And we were leading him by 11, 12, 14, 15 points. And then he decides to get out because the bosses said, we're not going to have you. He didn't want to get out, but they told him, you're getting out. They said, you're getting out. You're getting killed in the polls. You can't win. You saw that. You can't win. You're getting killed. So now they bring in this one who's worse than him. She's worse than him because he's a fake liberal. You know, he wasn't that liberal. He was fake. She's a real liberal. She really is a real liberal. She's much worse than him. Now, if we start beating her in the polls by 10 or 15 points, are they going to bring in a third candidate? It's like, you know, Trump is killing this guy. All right, out. Let's bring in a new one. Out, out. And then maybe at some point they get one right, but when will that stop? And you know, the guy had 14 million votes. So much for democracy. You know, they talk about democracy.
Yeah.
He had 14 million votes, and they said, we're going to give it to somebody with no votes. She had no votes. In addition to her horrendous record as vice president, Kamala Harris has also been caught red-handed perpetrating the biggest scandal in American political history. For 3.5 years, Harris shamelessly lied to the public to cover up Joe Biden's mental unfitness, claiming that Crooked Joe was at the absolute top of his game. I don't think so. I don't think so. I wish him well, but I don't like him. He's not a nice person. I mean, he's not a nice person. He's trying to put me in jail. Why would I like him, right? That's the first time. No, first time. And she's the one behind it. And she's got a new line, you know. She's going, I'm the prosecutor. She's one of the worst prosecutors in history. She destroyed San Francisco. I'm the prosecutor, and he's the convicted felon or something. A radical left judge in an area where every one of these cases, every one of them is brought by them. So think of it. They get me to that position, and then their campaign says, I'm the prosecutor, and he is the convicted felon. That's their campaign. I don't think people are going to buy it. And we won our big case. You know, we won the case in Florida. That was a big one. We won that one. And I got out by beating their Justice Department. And he got out of the same case, except his was far different because he had 50 years of documents, right? He got out by being incompetent. The prosecutor said he had no memory. He basically said he's incompetent, so he shouldn't stand trial. Can you imagine? He can be president, but he can't stand trial. What's that about? But it was all headed up by her because she's a prosecutor, a really bad one. If Kamala will lie to you so brazenly about Joe Biden.
He's trying so hard to slap Joe Biden and Kamala Harris together. It's just not going to work.
She can never, ever be trusted. She can't be trusted.
It's tough. To be fair, it's tough.
And
it's
just
tough
like
to do.
crooked Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is unfit to lead. She's unfit to lead. She'll destroy our country. In a year, this country will be destroyed. A vote for Kamala is a vote for 4 more years of dishonesty, incompetence, weakness, and failure. Other than that, she's doing an excellent job. A vote for Trump Vance. How do you like? How do you like it? J.D. Vance. How do you like him? A vote for Trump Vance administration.
Yes, he's going to keep saying her name wrong, and I don't think Kamala Harris should ever fucking turn around and be like, wow, that's really fucked up that you're doing that. You're sexist and racist. I think the greatest thing that the Democrats could do is just like let them be weird about that shit and not just like invoke identity unless it directs back to policy. Okay, just ignore it. Run a good campaign, because that type of shit will relitigate culture war back and forth over and over again. And it's just not like a fun argument for a lot of people. I think it's like very depressive. Just let them be weird on their own. Just make them look weird. Be like, yeah, that's weird. Okay.
By comparison. Here's just some of her crazy liberal record. Kamala Harris co-sponsored Bernie Sanders' $32 trillion plan for a socialist takeover of the entire U.S. health system, which will be a disaster and will bankrupt Medicare and Social Security. They're gone.
My favorite is like
Social Security is
a
going
group of fucking North Carolinians who are like, you know, from a diverse background, but like there's still plenty of working poor there being like, yeah, I hate socialized medicine. I hate that. That's crazy.
And we all have a big heart, but some of those people are tough, from prisons, from mental institutions.
Yeah. Bring up how close Kamala Harris is to Bernie Sanders. That's a good idea.
Outlaw private health insurance.
Bring up how close Kamala Harris is in policy to Bernie Sanders. That is certainly going to be a really bad idea to do. I mean, I'm sorry, a really good idea to do. I love that. Literally, like on the one front, you have Joe Biden that you're trying to haphazardly slap back on Kamala Harris with. And on the other hand, you have one of the most historically consistently popular congresspersons in the United States of America. Okay?
We're going to give you all of these things. They're going to come, even if they're fine in their country. And people are being killed in the caravans, especially women. They're dying on the way up. It's horrible. It's horrible. You have to see the real numbers. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New scam with the goal of completely abolishing the oil, coal, and natural gas industries, which would reduce the United States to a third world country. No more oil.
Do you plan
no
on
more
listening to this speech, or are you going to yap over the
Good luck
entire
with the
thing?
electric car that goes for about
No, I plan on yapping over the entire thing. I don't know if you know this, but like, you know, I'm a political commentator, and the entire reason why we're listening to this old man fucking drone on and on about the exact same shit that he said a million times over is specifically so we can analyze it and do some commentary over it. You know, you have the opportunity to go and watch it on your own, right? Like, I hope you are aware of this. Like, I'm not holding you at fucking gunpoint here. Like, just go watch it on your own then, dumbass. What do you mean? Like,
We're going to charge up. It would cost $5
do you think I'm the only
trillion.
channel
That's
showing
more
this right
money than
now?
We would have to file for bankruptcy. And they don't care. They say, let's do it anyway. She said that a 70 to 80% tax hike is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed. She wants an 80%. You know, I gave you the largest tax cuts in history. She wants to take them away and increase your taxes. I don't think you're going to be too happy. Kamala publicly boasted, quote, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. She wants no fracking. Now, that pertains to Pennsylvania, Texas. It pertains to Oklahoma. It pertains to a lot of other places, more so than you. But it pertains to you where your wallet, because you're going to be paying a lot of money. You're going to be paying so much. You're going to say, bring back Trump, please, please, please bring back Trump. We want Trump. We want some common sense, please. She supports mandatory gun confiscation to rip firearms out of the hands of millions of law-abiding gun owners. She wants to take away your Second Amendment, which we need. Lion Kamala is also a total radical on a word called, do you know this, right? A word called what? Abortion. She's a radical, crazy person. When you compare my position on abortion to that of Kamala Harris, my position is 8 points higher in the polls, and that's because she is so radical. She wants abortions in the
That's awesome. This framing is not going to work, dude.
right up until birth.
This framing is not going to work.
The execution
Nope.
of a baby, because that's not abortion, that's the execution of a baby. You
I love
remember
that he's talking about this in North Carolina, though. Was it Virginia? It was Virginia, right? The one that, the one where the governor, everyone kept saying the governor, who's a doctor, wanted to like execute babies post-birth. He also, I think, had like some blackface controversy, like North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm mixing it up.
legislation that would require medical providers to give care to babies born alive after.
How the fuck is post-birth landing to anyone? Dude, they're Republicans. Like 90% of their policy is born out of hysteria. Okay? The Republican Party does not have any policy prescriptions for genuine problems that people are facing. It is almost all propped up. It is almost all propped the fuck up by Republican panic, Republican hysteria. That's it.
After 52 years, they allowed it, but everybody wanted
Every policy, like think about it, immigration. Undocumented migrants are invading the country to do like mass rapes and mass violence. Hundreds of thousands of Americans dead. Just completely made up, right? That's not a real thing at all. It's the exact opposite, right? Virginia governor is Republican. No, I'm talking about former governor. Anyway, completely fucking made up. Yeah, he'll say like illegals are stealing jobs, but they're also stealing the jobs of criminals, and they're also eating away at our fucking social safety nets. All of it is made up. Democrats want to do abortion after a child is born. Completely made up. They just keep repeating it over and over again. And these guys also keep repeating those fucking lies over and over again until they genuinely believe it. Until they genuinely believe it. And then they're like, yeah, only the Republicans. Why don't you listen? You just talk. Dude, what is happening right now? I'm a political commentator. I'm going to repeat myself again, I think.
for that. 3 exceptions.
Like Donald Trump is literally live right now on this platform. You can go watch him directly if you want to hear his beautiful words.
Vote to cut, as you know, Medicare by $273 billion. She cast a vote to cut Medicare. Nobody knows that. She doesn't want people to know that. Now what she's doing is she's running away from Israel. She refuses to go to BIBI Netanyahu is in Washington. She refuses to do that.
Boo!
Even if you're against Israel or you're against the Jewish people, show up and listen to
the Jewish
concept.
people.
But she's totally against the Jewish people. And it amazes me how Jewish people will vote for the Democrats when they're being treated so disrespectfully and badly. It amazes me. It's shocking. I don't get it. I don't get it. Kamala even wants to pass.
I think that line, that narrative is like utter poison, utter electoral poison for any Jewish person that's even remotely contemplating voting for the Republican Party. Like when you just keep saying like, oh, you're such a dumbass, dude. Imagine like being such a dumb Jew to vote for the Democrats. Like there should be like, yeah, we're not voting for you.
The death of American energy and a lying radical left liberal San Francisco extremist is your commander-in-chief, then Kamala Harris is your candidate. She's the one for you. Just like she destroyed San Francisco, she will destroy our entire country. And let me tell you, it's in pretty bad shape right now anyway. What they've done in 3.5 years, especially, I mean, think of Afghanistan, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. We got out of weakness. We were going to get out, but we were going to get out of strength and dignity. We were going to get out. They left, $85 billion worth of brand new equipment, brand new beautiful military equipment. I rebuilt the military. They got equipment that I bought, and they left it in Afghanistan. And you know that Afghanistan now, the Taliban, Afghanistan is the second or third largest seller of military equipment in the world. They're taking this gorgeous stuff and they're selling it, and they're making a fortune because they don't need 700,000 rifles and guns. They don't need 77,000 trucks and cars. Many of them are
his plan, by the way.
Steel bottoms. They're all guarded up for the horrible bombs that they had to endure. They're all
his plan, by the way, even though it is politically courageous that Joe Biden followed through on it.
Because they just need a tiny fraction of what they were left. We were going to take it all out. We were going to keep Bagram, the big air base. We had 13 soldiers killed. We had 47 soldiers horribly, horribly hurt. No legs, no arms. Nobody ever talks about them. They talk about the 13 dead. They never talk about the 47.
No one talks about the 13 dead. You're just owning Republicans now.
I mean, just, it's so bad.
Only the Republicans talk about the 13 of our best
47
soldiers.
is an important number. Maybe there's something to it. 47, that's an important number. And basically, she's a very bad person, and she shouldn't be running for president. She is a threat to democracy, a true threat to democracy. She'll destroy our nation. But if you want no inflation, low gas prices, how about $1.87? And we had it actually lower than that. If you want energy independence, and even now energy dominance, we're going to be dominant. You have to see the chart. And my favorite chart of all, of course, some of you would understand what I mean, was the immigration chart. Because I looked over and I said, look at that chart. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's my all-time favorite chart. Man, am I lucky to show that chart? I said, let me see that chart. Let me see that chart. Pull it down.
Such a fake friend to China if he's talking about gas prices. It's like, it's bullshit.
It showed how great we did on immigration. My last week in office, we had the lowest number of illegal aliens that we ever had coming across our border. I was very proud of the chart. You see it go like this, and then it goes like a skyrocket. But forget that. I like it for other reasons, too. I will sleep with that chart for the rest of my life. But if you want the greatest economy in history again, and freedom, if you want freedom, real freedom, because we're going in a very bad direction, then you must vote for a gentleman named, perhaps you've heard of him, Donald J. Trump. Perhaps you've heard of him. Gotta get out there. Kamala Harris's California socialism would kill the American dream forever. You know, you don't hear about the American dream anymore. We're going to bring back the American dream for our children. Under Trump-Vance administration, and he's
The American dream for our children is to lower the loosen up the law so that, like, loosen up child labor restrictions like we did in Arkansas, so that our beautiful children can work in the coal mines as well. Okay, the children yearn for the mines, and they must work there. They must learn the value of a dollar and the value of hard work.
You get into Yale without any connections, that's pretty good. And he was a great student. Then he met his beautiful wife at Yale, two smart people. It's really an amazing story. Amazing. Became a senator from the great state of Ohio. Ohio loves him. So
She's locked in, bro.
He's exactly what we want. And he's a very common sense guy. But we'll bring back that American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Bigger, better, and stronger. And
We're gonna
remember,
make the
there's no
children
issue
work.
on which Kamala has
We're going to
been
make the
more
children
unhinged
work.
than her
No more
wild
expansion
pursuit
of the
open
child
doors.
tax credits. We're not doing that. Children need to learn the value of a dollar so they can subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast with their own hard-earned labor at the top of the hour, folks. There's a 3-minute ad break. Used to be 1 minute. Now it's 3. Brand inflation, folks. Made the subscription $6. But we'll do it. The children will work hard and long hours, get black lung, strengthen those lungs. Don't fight uphill, me boys. Top of the hour ad break is upon us. Here it is.
And she was a top player. She said, I've never seen a ball come at me like that. I played volleyball for a long time since I'm a little girl. I've never seen a ball, Richard. Richard, as she said, I've never seen a ball come. What about race car drivers? Do you want to have a couple of transitioned race car drivers? Maybe that's okay. Actually, that could work. That could work. I have a good one for you I'd like to recommend. That could work, maybe. But she said, I've never seen a ball come. Or the weightlifting records. You see what's happening there?
Yeah, do a little bit of
For
transphobia.
18
Come on.
years, they had a record. 18 years. A quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on the barbells, right? A quarter of an ounce. Little tiny thing. And she goes, Olympic tryouts. Mom and Dad are in the front. And I hate to do it. You know, my wife says it's so unprecedented when you do that. Can you believe it? So I'm embarrassed. I used to give it a big push, but now I'm embarrassed. You know, I know I'm embarrassed to do it. She said, darling, your speech was wonderful, but please do stop with the weightlifting and the swimming. It's so unprecedented. You know, she's a class act. But I said, but people like it. People like it.
That's his type 5. Remember, we were
She
just
looked good
talking
2
about
weeks
it?
ago coming into.
We were just talking about it with the Howard Dean scream. Remember? Oh, he's just going to do it. He's going to do it.
Yeah, turn off your cameras for a second, okay? Boy, that's a lot of cameras. Man. No, they get it up and they can't quite do it. Oh. Mom, I'm sorry, Mom.
Oh, he already
And
did.
the
I
guy
missed
comes
it.
out for the tryouts. He comes out. Have you lifted before? No, I haven't really tried it. Oh. Well, give it a shot.
Also, the trans panic on athlete. Oh, fuck, I missed it. Wait,
Right? How crazy is it?
I'm going to run it back.
Or the swim.
I'm going to run it back.
Well, give it a shot. Bing, bong. 12 years. And she's beautiful, beautiful, strong. And she looks left and she sees all the girls.
The trans athlete panic is also just completely made up. Like the Olympic lifter literally lost.
More than anything else. But he didn't quite have the courage to put that pedal to the floor like a couple of your competitors that we know so well, right? So instead he said, hell, I'm going to own the cars and I'm going to make a lot of money. This is too much for me, right? He had Dale Earnhardt. These guys were going around the track and Richard's driving. He said, I don't know. I can't do that. I understand. That's the way it is. But he became the best at what he did. And some others, too, that I know that are friends. It's a great, by the way, that's a great sport. That whole thing is great. How you do it is amazing. It's so amazing. We should send you into, I've always said, get some of these guys. I have a lot of friends in that world. I don't know. I think.
Are you that dumb or you just don't see how unfair it is? Where's the guy that said that? I missed it. No, I'm that dumb, dude.
Talent. I said, let me use these
It's the
guys.
most, dude, hey, listen. Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, doesn't matter, okay? Life is going to be unaffordable for you for the rest of your life. You will never achieve the American dream. You will never be able to own a house, okay? But guess what, dude? Keep up the momentum against like random trans athletes, which represent a whopping 0.0000001% of athletic competition happening in the United States of America and around the globe. And, you know, if you keep thinking about that over and over again, maybe one day you will be able to afford a home. You won't be. Nothing will change materially in your life, but you'll be just an angry and resentful person for no fucking particular reason. We're watching my goat right now.
Is he live?
Yeah, he is. But he's actually not that good. He's tried his like new stuff on Kamala. He's talked about being shot.
He's in the swimming
Have you ever
contest.
had Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream? It's pretty good.
I've
had the strawberry one.
And she's a little nervous, but she's going to break that record. And they say,
He's
on your
really
mark,
feeling
set,
bad about
go.
Vance. He's
And she
really
goes,
like,
and she
I
goes, and
fucked
she goes,
up.
but she got, as you know, very badly injured.
This is what it's like when you commit to a
Windburn.
like a three stack
burned
with
by the
people
wind.
who
He
aren't
went
that
so
good.
fast by her.
And you're like, it'll go by
She
quick.
suffered massive
No, it won't.
windburn. We had to take her out of the pool. Massive windburn. No, it's so crazy. Men playing
Where is
in
he?
women's sports.
I'm trying to
It's
judge by
demeaning.
the people in
Who
the
could
audience.
want this? Who could want open borders?
I wouldn't
Who
have
could
guessed
want
that.
high
I would've-
taxes?
That
Who
woman
could
has a
want
very
high
Pennsylvanian look to me.
Who wants this? They have so many things. You know, we're the party of common sense because we're conservative with it, but we're the party of common sense.
Oh, he's trying to do the.
We
He's
have
trying
to
to
get
do the
back to
fucking
common sense.
tax cuts. We're the tax cut party shit.
Forget about all the top surgery stuff.
I mean, he just did the trans stuff, but
You
She
can't do
compared
both.
ICE agents to members of the KKK. Can you believe it? It's so disrespectful.
wait, what?
And these guys, these people are great. I've seen them, and I've seen tapes of them, and they go into a pack of MS-13 killers out on Long Island, and they walk into that pack, and all you see is fists are flying left and right.
He said
2
they
minutes
compared
later,
ICE
they walk out,
agents
and they've
to
got them by the
KKK.
legs, and they throw
Oh.
them into a paddy wagon, and we take them the hell out of our country. And she wants to get rid of them.
Thank you, Dijon.
Kamala
Dickler.
voted in favor of deadly sanctuary cities. She supports decriminalizing illegal border crossings, and she supports amnesty for all illegals. Think of that. Everybody coming in right now.
Okay.
And many of these people
that's
are
my
coming
guy
out of
right
the prisons
there.
and the
Which
mental
is that?
institutions.
The blue
They're
guy?
going to get amnesty.
This guy?
She wants
Yeah.
everybody to have amnesty.
I don't know if they have
Then
gas station
Joe
ketamine
Biden made
yet,
her the
but
border
that's
czar,
what he
and that's
seems
when it
like
really
he's
got
on.
bad. She launched a colossal
I think he's a
illegal
cop.
alien invasion
I
of a
was
country.
thinking
She
that
thought-
he's
she said, "Come on in."
probably like undercover Secret Service.
He's like too in shape to be
Yeah, he
like a
doesn't have-
regular cop,
He
though.
doesn't have like the real Jug Hooter look.
Yeah.
Don't. Remember, don't.
He heard us.
On my
He's
very
trying to
first
blend
day
in.
back in the White House, I will terminate every single open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. And we will seal the border and we will stop Kamala Harris invasion without delay. It'll happen immediately. Right?
Oh man, you know what I realized was the problem with the Trump campaign even before they scared the Democrats into like just baseline competence? There was like an...
You mean an undemocratic coup, according to Barstool's very own Dave Portnoy.
Dave Portnoy. Why wasn't Dave Portnoy at the Netanyahu speech? That's his
Elon
guy.
was. Elon was,
but Dave wasn't.
Wait, Dave Portnoy's like another one of those like weirdo fucking Israel supporters?
Oh, yeah, no, I got into an argument with Dave Portnoy because he remember when that like
put my hat on.
rabbi in Rashida Tlaib's district got killed, and Dave Portnoy was like, "Look, she hasn't said anything.
Oh, yeah.
I bet she likes this." And I was like, "What are you? What?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "What is this? Your first day on the internet? She hasn't even said anything on Facebook."
And it was like actually Rashida Tlaib's like friend.
Yeah, it was literally her friend. I don't know what he was suggesting, like she did it or she liked it. But I was the thing that I think turned people off, even like the reason that Trump never pulled out like, 9 points ahead of Joe, right? Even when people are fucking sick of Joe, is the inevitability aura of Trump 2024. It's the same thing that cursed Hillary 2016. Just the presumptive inevitability of like, well, it's so we're gonna get it. It really annoys people. It deeply pisses people off.
And it also like blunts your otherwise like sound instincts. Like when you listen to Donald Trump Jr. and make your vice presidential pick JD Vance, who according to CNN last night, did you see the poll?
Yeah.
That was like
worst ever, -6.
Like we're historically unpopular. They're like, we've never had a VP pick be underwater in popularity.
The little thumbnail of JD Vance with worst ever, that's replaced my previous favorite screenshot. David Perdue, totally exonerated, no wrongdoing.
Oh, yeah, no wrongdoing.
Those are my two favorites now.
Yeah.
Now we have hundreds and thousands of terrorists coming into our country, coming in from all over the world. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, despite the fact that they like to say it's not. Come on.
Oh,
well, crime statistics.
It's a lot. Yeah, the FBI is woke and gay. That's why they're lying about the crime stats.
Are taking their criminal elements and they're bringing them into the United States of America, and they're dumping them in our. We're a dumping ground. We're a stupid country that's run by stupid people. And we're going to make this country
This
so
is
great
like
again,
his
but we
C
have
material. He so does not want to be in fucking North Carolina. He's probably going to win North Carolina, but he
in
just does not
Venezuela,
want to be here.
which was ridden with crime.
That's kind of crazy. He's like shitting on, he shits on Bukele too. That was actually kind of surprising.
Yeah.
I thought these guys loved how based and Bitcoin pilled he was, and how he was like locking up everyone who's ever sold a banana to like an MS-13 person.
Well, I mean, like, Bukele's weird, right? Like, he's, mostly a lot of bad stuff, but like there's some like kind of interesting things he did with like agriculture, with agribusiness stuff, like that whole like farmers market idea he had. And like, do you remember the first Trump transition team back in 2017?
I don't.
His transition team was headed by Ed Meese, one of the Iran-Contra goons. And I wonder if there are people like deep in Trump world, like 90-year-old Iran-Contra veterans who just any sign of any like pro-worker policy in Latin America, they're like, kill that guy.
Yeah.
That's what they tell him.
He used to be woke, so that's why they're still operating on that boundary.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Kamala Harris could not pass her bar exams, but she's going to be a great president, right?
Wait, he gave money to Kamala Harris when she was running for AG, like
Not
twice.
even that long ago.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like when he's like, "Oh, she's a bad AG." Wait, so why'd you give her $6 grand? Like,
I would be worse than any of them.
He just seems so like
some of them actually
deflated
have half
and
of their
resigned
prison
to it.
population
Like it
still.
wasn't like,
I
oh,
wouldn't
she
have any.
didn't pass the
Richard
bar.
wouldn't have any. You and I would, our
What a
country
shitty
would be
vice
the
president. She's like,
safest
oh yeah,
country.
she'll be a
Every
great
criminal
president.
Would be in the United States of America. I can tell.
You guys are gonna be really happy when I lose.
Criminal would already be here. Every jail would be empty. Every mental institution, insane asylum would be empty. they'd all be in the United States. And in a short period of time, that's what's going to happen. We're going to have all of their criminals. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like very nice people by comparison. These are serious criminals. These are rough killers. But under Border Czar Harris, can you believe it? Our communities are being ravaged by migrant crime. I call it migrant crime. I used to call it Biden migrant crime, but now I'll probably change it to Harris or Kamala. You know, it took him about, 4 years
That doesn't
to
even
pronounce
work.
it
Oh
right,
my
and then
God.
she
The
did it.
last one didn't work either. I call it Biden migrant crime. Like, it just doesn't work. He's lost the sauce a little
Earlier
bit.
this year, a 15-year-old girl in
President, can you
Massachusetts
jack
was
off
raped
or something?
by
Come
a
back to this
migrant
later.
who Biden and Harris flew into the United States against all orders. In upstate New York 2 months ago, another 15-year-old girl was attacked by an illegal alien that just walked into our country, assaulted with a metal pipe, abducted, driven to an isolated area, raped and killed. And in Texas last month, 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari was tied up, sexually
We only
assaulted.
want it when white Americans do that. That's fine.
When was the last time you saw him phone it in like this?
What kind of a vice
He's like-
president
you
and
can
what
tell
kind
he's
of a
reading from the
border czar
teleprompter,
allows
too.
these monsters to come into our country? And this is just a small portion. These people are here now by the hundreds of thousands. And remember this, it's like
But the
anything
crime
else.
rate is going down, so I guess like they're better for the crime
No,
rate.
but the crime rate is lying. The FBI is lying.
Come on! Wait, come on! Come on! Come on!
Getting used to being
Yeah.
there. They don't
seeing
know
him
about the
like
words
this.
politically correct yet. When you catch them and you do nothing, and then you catch them again and do nothing, they don't know. The only time they do something, if it happens to be Trump, because he talks about how the rigged election was a disgrace. Oh, he should get the electric chair because he said the election was rigged. But if you rape and kill somebody and strangle them and dump them in a creek, that's okay with these people because they're crazy.
Yeah, no, that's what
And
they're
we
doing.
don't want these people running our country
That's what
anymore.
the Democrat DAs are doing. They're letting rapists. They're letting rapists get off because
What
they're like,
kind of
are-
person-
Are you an undocumented immigrant? Oh, sorry, we can't prosecute you for the crime of rape and murder. But the problem is like these guys literally believe it. Like they are hallucinating in a completely different reality.
But you know that, Brandon, they said they passed some nonsense so that they could have we're having a news conference. It actually made it worse. It actually, look at me saying it did. It made it worse. It's horrible. Kamala's deadly destruction of America's borders is completely and totally disqualifying. She shouldn't even be allowed to run for president. What she's done, she's committing crimes. No person who deliberately lets these kind of savage criminals into America should ever be trusted with power again, should ever be trusted to be the president of our country. If Border Czar Harris stays in charge, every week will bring a never-ending
Okay,
stream
so
of
he's
illegal
saying
alien
Border
rapists,
Czar
bloodthirsty
Harris?
killers,
Yeah.
and child predators to go after
I think
our
that's a
sons
good
and
line of
our daughters.
attack, to be fair, because like they're already so invested in like immigrants are doing unimaginable amounts of rapes and violence. Hundreds of thousands of Americans dead every day in the hands of an undocumented immigrant. That like associating that with Kamala Harris is like fine in terms of like a successful avenue of attack, because Joe Biden did put her in charge of like the least popular aspects of his presidency deliberately.
Yeah, he made her do that weird "do not come"
Yeah,
speech.
like he was like, go tell the Guatemalans not to come here in Guatemala.
We will ship them back to the country from which they came. We're gonna get them out of here.
Out of like a field of sort of like stymied and bad attacks.
You know, when I first came here, I don't tell this
it's like
much,
the
but
least
you couldn't get them back. I
ineffective
said, well,
one.
we're going to get them out. MS-13 in particular, the most savage, vicious gang. They killed two 16-year-old girls walking to school. They killed them with a knife. They sliced up their body. They didn't want to use a gun because that's too quick. They didn't want to use a gun. They sliced them up. They sliced them up into pieces. They killed them. And Nancy Pelosi said they should stand trial. You know, nice fair trial.
Do you think that people will have like a negative reaction to this like crime panic narrative over and over again in a similar way that they did to like the trans stuff, where it was like, dude, why are you constantly talking about the children's genitals? Like it's weird and gross. I feel like Americans are far too fashy and far too like far too draconian when it comes to criminal justice to ever let loose on this, like ever get negatively polarized against this kind of narrative.
I mean, it's hard. Like, it's hard to say because like immigration is one of the few things in like the GOP social policy toolkit that it's not as much of a double-edged sword as other social issues, right? You don't get quite as much blowback.
Ironically, because they can't vote.
Right.
Like, literally, despite the fact that that's the #1 thing that Republicans claim, they can't vote, so they have no say in the matter.
Right, and it's like, who knows how you could even quantify this, right? But I think that like it upsets people. Like, I still think like on the whole, you're probably taking away from your electorate when you like 3 times in 5 minutes are talking about like a brutal rape or abduction in your campaign speech. I still think that probably does more harm than good if I had to guess, but I don't think it quite turns people off as much in the same way as like hyper focusing on like, the one like trans collegiate swimmer in America or whatever, right?
Riley Gaines.
Like it's weird.
She was robbed, folks. She got 5th place.
Americans are just so weird on immigration.
How much money? 750. Inform them that
dude, they're so fucked on immigration. I always go back to the same thing, but like, amnesty for DACA recipients is like 90% approval rating. So much so that even Trump couldn't like actually get himself to fully like abort or fully deport these people. Beyond that, though, historically, we are at the highest level that we've ever seen in terms of like crowd reception to like majority reception to like mass deportation.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's at like 60%. But also the very same people I remember during the early Trump years, you would ask Trump voters directly, what do you think about like amnesty for people that have like lived here, conditional amnesty for migrants that have lived here for an extended period of time? And that was like a broadly popular policy. So Americans literally on the issue of immigration, because they live around undocumented migrants, because like every American knows like at least one undocumented migrant, no matter how sheltered they are, no matter how like segregated their communities are, they have met an undocumented migrant. There's like 10 million plus undocumented migrants in this country, right? They're not all just like living in trailer parks and working at the chicken factory. Like they're barbacks. They're working at restaurants. They're working all around us. So for that reason, Americans also simultaneously have this attitude where they are very receptive to amnesty for undocumented migrants in the same breath while they advocate to deport all of them.
Right. No, yeah, that's what I mean. Like on some ways since like 2012 or 2014, the average American view on immigration has drifted more. It's become more like the average like EU view on it, like a bit more restrictive. But at the same time, certain individual policies or sets of actions are so far beyond, like so far to the left of even what like the center left position in like an EU country or the UK.
Yeah, that's the one aspect of like American society that has like been fairly I guess quote unquote progressive woke in comparison to Europe.
Yeah, no. It's weird. I mean, do you remember like the day that the night that the Muslim ban like went into effect, right? In 2017.
Yeah.
I felt like that was kind of like that kind of set the tone for the Trump presidency of like not being able to do a lot of things, because it was like out of the people that had like any response to it, like I never felt like his base had like that strong of a positive response to it, but there was such a strong negative response to it, and there was such like instant mobilization, whether it was like I was at JFK the night that happened. It was like an insane crush of people like I've never seen before, like at the almost instantly.
And it only added on with the DACA one as well, or even with like even with Obamacare. Like like it was a weird moment where I think the Republicans, even like Republican voters, were not all too hot on like destroying you know, certain aspects of Obamacare, because like it was objectively good, like being able to be under your parents' insurance until 26, and like and the insurance companies not the insurance company restrictions, like not being able to give you health care if you have some kind of condition.
It's one of those things that, like, there's a lot of things with policies, I feel like, that polls cannot tell the entire story, right? Because at the end of the day, it's mostly like a binary choice, or sometimes like a set of choices, like strongly agree, very strongly agree, no particular feeling, etc. But you can't really qualify, you know, you could get like the balance would be like 55 are in favor of this thing, like the Muslim ban or something like that, and like 45% are like there's a coalition of like against to no opinion. But the 45% are so much like the strength of their opposition is so much higher than the strength of like the passive approval of it, that it's kind of like it's a wash. You get such little benefit from doing it and get such a dramatic blowback from doing it. And the poll really didn't tell the full story of that. I think a lot of immigration things are kind of like that in one way or another.
Yeah. Well, I think like that what you're describing is literally what happened with abortion. Even though it was like a 40-year project for the Republican Party, like them finally following through on that was like a major misstep, because it was much easier it was much more politically sound for them to continue dangling in front of the evangelical base, instead of like actually fully committing to it, because there are far more people in this country, like objectively far more people in this country that are going to be upset and have their lives disrupted by this policy change, that like they're always going to be reminded of it anytime they see something about it anytime they see something like that on screen in like in the media, like they're going to be reminded that like the Republicans did that. And I think that is a legitimate problem with the Republican Party now, is that they just kind of won so much for so long that they believe that they are more popular than they actually are. Like they believe that, you know, talking about how Kamala Harris doesn't have a child and therefore is not invested in this nation's future is like a good narrative to run on, because they think like, oh, well, people on Twitter think that that's a good narrative.
Wait, what I've been so fascinated by is, you know, in a lot of ways, this both 2022 and now 2024 have been replays, like mirrored replays of classic Democratic fuck ups, right? And with 2024, what I think is so amazing is they went through all the trouble of like acquiring Twitter, of Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, something he ultimately did not really want to do.
Yeah.
And going through all that trouble, and their ultimate upside for that, right, is that they can finally make like the timeline like reflective of their views. You know, whether it's very surface level or not is a different thing, but generally making like probably like the on balance, like the you know, whatever algorithm runs Twitter, on balance from like 2014 to I don't know 2020 was probably like more liberal, like a broader Silicon Valley type of liberalism, and now it's more conservative. Like if you click on your For You tab, I get some manuals. I get some Manual accounts, but I mostly get, you know, like, you know, Patriot Deborah. And she's like, Kamala's the Hawk 2 candidate.
You want to know something crazy though? Like actually not being on Twitter all that much and not having it be on my, like only looking at Twitter when I'm live and not having it on my phone has greatly reduced the number of like blue check mark, you know, Twitter farmers. I still get the occasional Ben Shapiro tweet crying, as you can see here, about like the American flag being burned or whatever. But beyond that, it's just mostly people that I interact with. because the doom scrolling, I think, is like greatly boosting.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean. Is like for hyperactive users, the like For You or trending, you know, before For You existed, that trended more like Silicon Valley liberal. Now it's like weirdo Silicon Valley right winger mixed with 100 other things. If you're like a very active user on the mobile app. But what I think is so interesting about that is they literally, one of the big problems with Hillary 2016 and the Kamala 2020 primary campaign was this, or Warren especially, Warren 2020 especially, was this problem that left liberals had where they thought the timeline was broadly reflective of reality. And they would go out there and realize no one had any fucking clue what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Conservatives went through the trouble of buying Twitter to make the timeline reflect their thoughts and then forgot that they did that. And we're like, well, everyone on fucking Twitter agrees. I bet everyone will love it when we talk about how this stupid bitch doesn't have any kids and she blew everyone and if you get an abortion, you're a murderer. Everyone will love it. It gets a lot of retweets.
That is also so like unappealing to broad swaths of the population that they unironically are not even they are like, people are leaving the platform. You know what I mean? Like people are like, Twitter has lost 74% of its revenue since Elon's takeover. Like a shit ton of users, shit ton of active users. The entire platform is like botted to oblivion. And like it's less reflective of reality than even before. And it certainly wasn't reflective of reality even back then. Right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's great. They're like, they're huffing their own farts in this hug box that they've created for themselves. But it's, I think, causing them to forget their original instincts and forget that like you have to lie if you're a Republican about your actual policy positions or like what kind of bigotry is motivating you to like push for certain policies. Like they forgot the Lee Atwater quote, which was at the heart of like Republican strategy, which is like, yeah, you can't say the N-word no more, so you got to say welfare queens. You know what I mean?
And now you go on Twitter and it's just like
the
N-word. Most racist shit, like openly.
Bro, there was a tweet. There was a tweet on
the one about the
Mr. Beast with the N-word. Did you see that one?
Yeah. No, I think. Wait,
hold on. It was like, dude. There was a tweet with like 60,000 likes that I saw. One of the accounts that I follow posted it. Yeah, no, literally. There was a tweet with 60,000 likes where it was just a gif of Mr. Beast like doing a live stream, and it said like millions N-word with a heart are dead. And they were like, oh, dude, this is if Mr. Beast was based.
Yeah.
And it had 60,000 likes. It was like fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, no.
Is this the one? Hold on, let me see. That account violated the rules.
I've noticed they've been moderating a lot more lately. Do you think? I don't know. I feel like he's getting scared. Like the thing he said about giving Trump $45 million a month, that was crazy because usually, like, I expected him to, walk it back because he has a long history of like committing to things and not doing them. But like he said that like a week ago. Like he usually waits a little bit to totally walk it back.
Oh, the post went away. They deleted the post.
Yeah, no,
because this tweet was going crazy for some weird reason, and then they like finally banned it. But it was an account that straight up, it was an account that had a GIF of Mr. Beast, like a fake. It was a GIF from like a fake live stream of like Mr. Beast celebrating like 100 million, I think, subscriptions, and it said like 100 million dead N-words with a hard ER, and it had 60,000 likes.
MasterCard is coming back any day now.
Yeah.
To Twitter. What can you say? Like,
yeah, it said if Mr. Beast, if he was good, that was the tweet.
Yeah, what can you say? Like, when the Twitter algorithm had like a more like weird, initially like 2012 liberalism bias, and then I don't even think it had like a bias towards like crazy, stupid impulse stuff. I think like you said, there's a special algorithm that happens for people who are hyper engaged, and it just, yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, it's
today,
like
and
this
it's
shit.
Like, yeah,
it's like, dude, this has 30,000 likes. Like, it is literally, this is directly making fun of the recent body camera footage that just came out of someone who was murdered by the police. Wait, they follow me? Of course they fucking follow me. I have the worst hate watcher. I have so many Nazi hate watchers. It's not even. Yeah, I saw I saw the docs tweet. Someone posted their house in the quote retweet. It was like,
okay.
Nice house.
That's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the previous algorithm, it would show you things that got like a lot of interaction and burn. And when, you know, the active user base was like more liberal, that resulted in you seeing things like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, what's the goofiest thing you saw in like 2019 Twitter? You know, something that's like, here's how to, like, those tweets that are like, here's like the HR correct way to sex someone. Yeah. And it's the woman going like, I've been having sexual thoughts about you. May I continue?
Yeah.
And it would be that.
God, that was so but that was like actually entertaining.
Right.
That was entertaining to like make jokes about, like overcorrective rad femmes and shit like that. That was like kind of
right. With that stuff, it's like, it's annoying, right? And I imagine it's like pretty annoying if you like work in an office or something like that. I wouldn't know. But this stuff is just like, no one wants to see this shit.
Like that's
it's like
dude, this
tons
is
of this shit like every
unimaginably
day.
fucking
like,
gross.
No one wants to see this shit.
Blacks Taking L's account, blue checkmark account. N-words with a hard ER are willing to mutilate themselves if it means my account would be banned. Sad. Like, it's just,
yeah, no, like the result, I don't know. I think I alluded to this before, but one of the effects of like, you know, everyone getting online and the effect of the internet on like the average like online hyper engaged like Republican, the type of Republican that votes in a presidential primary, right? The effect on it wasn't that it like necessarily made the internet like more normal or whatever, right? Because more like normal people were getting on it. It caused a bunch of like 60-year-olds to go through the same like set of phases that like a 13-year-old getting his first computer 20 years ago would. Yeah. Or you start out talking to your friends and then it's you get into like self-selecting social groups of people who agree with you, and then you just keep upping the ante until you're like just posting gore videos at each other.
Yeah, and then this came out. Anti-Fascist Turtle, an account that has now been nuked, by the way. New Twitter API leak reveals that there's a group of protected users that are allowed to break the terms of service without consequence, even including a list of whitelisted slurs. Also worth mentioning that all the listed accounts are right-wing in their contents. And it's like Eric Trump, Team Trump, Elon Musk AOC, Elon Musk PD, Elon Musk PDA, Doge Designer, Cobra Tate, which also goes back to this, like Andrew Tate saying, shut up, N-word with a hard ER, 30,000 likes. And then Jules responded, you're cisgender, visibility limited. Like, it's just insane.
Yeah.
And it's all 2014. It's all 2014 era 4chan poll racism. But now it's like, I wouldn't say this is mainstream. I would simply say that like 4chan basically migrated to Twitter and it grossed out a lot of people, I think. And they're just not using the platform anymore.
Yeah, no. I also think that thing of like hiding likes and making it like impossible to see like who liked what. I feel like there's just like a lot of like botting shit, like a lot of botting likes or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's a way to show advertisers like, look how people are more fucking active than ever.
Yeah. My funniest thing, anecdotally for me personally, was like watching a lot of these like in the like leading up to the 2020 election, all these like power farming accounts on Twitter that used to be like reposting other people's like jokes and shit and memes have all recognized like what the platform ideological shift was and immediately started being like right wing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that Kira account who used to like post about Black Lives Matter and stuff.
I bet that account is like that's probably like the top follow for like Guantanamo Bay guards.
It's just like
if you work in like a federal prison that's been like sanctioned by the UN, that's probably your #1 account.
Oh, apparently he blocked me. I didn't even realize he had blocked me, but I think he posted about me and Pokimane the other day, and he was like, "These are the two most hypocritical streamers."
I saw that,
and it's got like 200,000 likes. I'm like, "There's no fucking way, dude."
You're right though, because like literally not that long, like 4 years ago, if he, like his account was like, "Y'all, we're living through the Hunger Games."
Oh yeah.
we're doing the Hunger Games in real life. 70,000 likes.
Yeah, now
racism is not it.
Yeah, exactly.
Racism is like when you fucking get the wrong straw. And now he's it reminds me of Tyler Fisher, where he's trying to do all the right wing stuff.
Oh yeah,
like on Joe Rogan,
our favorite comedian,
the best comedian in the world. And he just like doesn't know enough, so he just trails off into nothingness.
Yeah.
Like this is not a true fan of Groyper, you know?
Yeah, no, they're like these guys are.
Yeah,
like these are like the fucking pond scum basement dweller, like neck bearded dudes who are, you know, who I always am reminded of that one guy in fucking Florida, like Fat Moist Critical, the one that got arrested for like directly making an assassination threat to like a detective in South Florida or something. Do you remember that?
There was like in 2019.
Yeah,
right?
there was like a Groyper who was like, yeah, someone should like kill this police officer. And then they, of course, immediately figured out who the fuck he was. And then they arrested him. It was a sheriff. And then they arrested him. And it's always like the most David DePappy looking motherfuckers who are just like sitting in a fucking basement in their own filth, just being like, yeah, I'm going to look so cool to my fucking Discord server where I'm trying to fucking, trying to groom teenagers.
I'm just like, what would like the good outcome of that post be? You're like telling people to assassinate the sheriff. Like one enterprising guy is going to be like, okay, I'll do it for you. And it just never comes back to you.
Yeah. In 2015, a bunch of the Kira type accounts were getting recruited by Milo and his roommates. One of them being the Nazi Laura Loomer was hitting on in that infamous video. Oh, the Ashkenazi.
Oh my God, that's such a good video.
Wait, what did she? Khazar. What did she say?
She's like, I have a high Ashkenazi IQ.
Yeah.
Big milker tits.
Oh, you look like the perfect Aryan. Oh. She's
like,
so disgusting.
I feel bad for her because like she could have been like she could have been on like the millennial like confessional sex podcast wave. She could have had a normal life. Laura Loomer could have done a podcast called like, you know, Guys I Tried to Fuck.
Yeah.
If she never got into politics.
Yeah.
And then married like an orthodontist. And instead she, you know, she's waiting for someone to start a conservative Uber Eats so she can finally order food. Like it's a tough life.
In order to order food, you have to write your favorite slur.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't unlock until you like write a slur, whichever one's your favorite. But yeah, I think that they're doing that. Kick, I'm pretty sure, did that with like the Feared Buck or like all of those other like weirdo Aiden Ross adjacent accounts that like they were paying for promo so that like people would talk about like streamers that you've never heard before that are suspiciously getting 80,000 live viewers, but like have no other, like I've never met a single person that's like actually tapped into one of those streams.
It's so, yeah, no, I was, I get a lot of Kick news now ever since I watched the Jay Aubrey video about it, which like, I knew it was like bad, but holy shit.
No, it's really
like,
bad.
It's really bad.
Every week there's like another fucking rabid freak that's like openly a pedophile.
I found out about a 60-year-old former indie sleaze guy called Mr. Based. That's like a joke I would make to like the average Kick guy, but no, he's yeah, no.
That's amazing.
I love seeing I love seeing an indie sleaze guy get a second life, but not like that.
But apparently there's the API leaked, and now they're fucking clapping anyone that talks about it. Elon's Twitter isn't a joke. Elon's Twitter isn't a joke. This app is getting worse. What? Elon's Twitter isn't even a joke about this app getting worse anymore. He quite literally turned this into an app for neo-Nazis to build platforms and communities off their bigoted views. Yeah. 100%. I don't know, like, I mean, at this point, I think he's just like making the most of it. I think he's just trying to make the most of it, like literally. This was really funny. Apparently, like they were trying to make this happen too. They were like really mad that I wasn't talking about like Mr. Beast's friend who was being weird in Discord and like talking to minors or some shit. And it's like, dude, like even in the video, I'm like, bro, it's a fucking election where like the former president got shot at. Like, I don't got time to fucking talk about YouTube shit. Like, what are you fucking insane? They're
like the controversy turns out to be like that she like bought art from Shadman like 7 years ago, right? Then it turned out that like everyone apparently has done that. I had no idea. I barely know who that guy is. I read like a wiki about him, and it's like, hey, there is something for everyone out there, unfortunately.
Excuse, you were shitting on me for that too? Oh damn, man. Well, you know, when you got Jason the Ween fucking doubling his view count when he's trying to desperately farm as much drama as he possibly can, you got to do what you got to do, baby. You know what I mean? Hey, I hope that kickback was worth it.
If I talked about a Shadman scandal on my show, I would be killed by my listeners, and they would be right. They don't care about that.
No, like that
Shadman. Know who that is?
No, that Shadman person is like fucking gross. Even I had like known about him being like a weird dude who was like a pedophile. Right. I think he got like arrested or some shit, and he would like make lolly porn. But ultimately, like it's just like the thing that they immediately ran to wasn't like, oh, this person is like in Discord talking to a 13, 14-year-old. I think it was a 13-year-old or 14-year-old, which is weird and fucking gross. And in my opinion, completely unacceptable. Just don't do that. I don't know how the fuck people do that. Right. But beyond that, they were like, this is how trans people are. And it's like, bro, Dr. Disrespect is a 35-year-old man with a wife and a child at the time who was trying to fuck a minor, openly admitted that, okay, said inappropriate messages or whatever. And literally no one was like, this is how every white guy is like. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
No. And that, like, the like guy that she bought or commissioned art from, I'm not really sure, but like someone did a thread, like apparently like tons of weird YouTube people I have not heard of who are all over this thing, like loved that guy. There was like a mega thread.
Yeah, it was
of Shadman interactions. I had no idea he was like that popular. It's fucking weird,
dude. I don't understand it. But what I do understand is like both Mr. Beast and Ava as well, like way back in the fucking day, were edgelords. Like they straight up were. Obviously, things change over the course of like a decade, but they 100% were like. I mean, I remember like seeing old videos before Ava realized that she was trans, of like them both making attack helicopter jokes and shit. You know what I mean? Like they were classic like edgy white boys on the fucking internet. Like that was the way that they were operating for the most part. Of course that wasn't a problem back then, and it's like now they're using it to be like, oh, see these guys, because like Ava is trans and Mr. Beast stood by her, that it's like now it's a problem, even though like the guys that are fucking doing that are like defending Dr. Disrespect in the same fucking breath. It's very weird. You can just say it's weird and gross. You know, it's okay.
Yeah,
and without trying to like connect it.
How much coverage do you have to do about it?
Yeah,
like Jesus Christ.
The funniest part was like there was like the person who's 20 now, right, being like, oh, I wasn't groomed, like it wasn't like that. We're in a Discord, we were saying inappropriate and edgy shit to one another. It's like fucked up, I get it, but like everyone's saying like I was groomed or whatever, and then every response was, "How much did Mr. Beast pay you? You fucking idiot! You fucking bitch!"
It would be funny if Mr. Beast bribed you, but he did it in the style of his videos.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm gonna pay you off, but you have to live in a Costco for a year.
Yeah, it's just like there's some weird Mr. Beast clips coming out about him joking about buying black people and shit has gotten so weird. Yeah, no, like that's what I mean. Like he was fucking edgy white boy doing that kind of shit before he became like this fucking powerhouse.
This is the problem with everyone.
And they're doing cancel culture to him because he was like because he stood by his trans friend for. Like they're trying to punish him with the same exact fucking. They're trying to punish him in the same exact way because they were like, "You didn't kill your best friend who's trans when we demanded you do so. So fuck you. Now we're gonna fucking cancel you with like all your old videos."
People have just such like deliberately short memories too, because it's like I feel like my timeline, like the recognized timeline of like how things were on the internet, I feel like it's pretty easy to understand, right? Like, you know, let's say middle or end of the second Bush administration into like 2015. Like have you ever seen those old like Neil Patrick Harris, any old celebrity tweets? Michael Ian Black, Neil Patrick Harris, any of them?
Oh yeah.
Where it's like you go to any post that a celebrity made, a certain type of celebrity made in like 2011, and it's like you know what people think Eminem songs are like, where they're like, I'm gonna rape my dog, and that was 100 retweets. And then around 2014 you start like, you know, people were like, okay, we hate that, and now you I don't know, you have to do videos about conspicuous maliteracy. And then that was the thing for a while, and then it got rolled back. But like, I thought it was like a recognized thing that a lot of these people had like an edgelord, or not even edgelord. That was just like the norm.
It was
for a while on the internet.
For the record, I was around back then. I thought it was gross back then too. You know what I mean? Like I just like it was. It doesn't mean that like people weren't thinking that this shit was like weird and like inappropriate to say or do even back then. It was. It's just that like people grow out of it. I think that a lot of people did grow out of it. And it's funny that people that didn't grow out of it, or rather lean into that right now in 2024, are the very same people who are being like, no, but you say that now we got to cancel you. And it's like, I can see your fucking post right now in between.
It's such a self-contradictory thing, right? Like getting like I don't know what Mr. B said in like 2013 or whatever. He was probably like 9. He was probably like a viable fetus at that point. But he like saying like, like dumb 2013 internet shit. And then like while you're like yelling at him for that, your most recent retweet is like, I'm glad the cops killed that woman.
Yeah. In any case, like sadly you can't humiliate these people with hypocrisy. They lack shame. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately though, it's not, you know, I'm not like defending any of these old videos of Mr. Beast or anyone else, or like even the messages that that Ava was sending. I will, however, reiterate that like if you're immediately going, see, I told you trans people are fucking groomers or pedophiles, then you're a fucking weirdo. Okay, you're a total fucking weirdo. Being openly bigoted, not against the rules. Lincoln the prize against the rules. What are you talking about? Oh, Mr. Beast was 13 in 2013.
See?
Yeah.
See? Yeah. No.
He wasn't 9. He was 13.
Look, you know, I on the other hand, I support anything that anybody said in 2013. Anyone in chat, anyone who's famous, anyone who's not, anyone who's died since then. I support all of it.
What? Do you grow out of being trans if you don't take sterilization drugs? You're the one saying that? Like, these guys don't even fucking care, dude. Like Ava could have fucking murdered someone and they wouldn't give a shit about that. They'd be like, I told you, all trans people are murderers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he just, immediately gave the game away. He's not like, oh, you're not even, you couldn't even fucking sit there and like, even for 3.5 seconds be like, I care about the victims and you don't, or some shit. You know what I mean? Like immediately he's like, oh, what about these gender drugs that everyone's taking? Like, no, you're supposed to at least like posture like you give a shit about the situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I do. I think it's fucking weird. It gross, for the record. It seems like you don't give a fuck, especially if it's like one of your favorite content creators doing it. You know what I mean? Isn't the Ava stuff made up? No, there were like real. There's a lot of like misinfo out there. There's obviously, because they can't just like let it be weird and gross and definitely completely and utterly inappropriate. They just got to also make additional shit up, like make additional clips up in order to be like, no, see, like they're trying to fuck. Like this person was trying to fuck people, like 100% fuck children, you know?
Yeah, no. It is weird to have like a minor in your Discord.
Yes.
I only think they should be employees.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, dude.
I don't have.
Make them work at the fucking coal mines, dude. What are we doing?
I won't even have a social engagement with someone who's like 19, even if they're in my family. Even if they're like, can you come to my graduation for the fucking Montessori school? No, fuck you. But if you were 5 years younger, you could be my employee.
Yeah.
And I'd never speak to you. And you'd have to guess what your job is.
They don't actually care about the crimes committed. They just want to weaponize it, direct harassment towards you, Charlie, Pokey, etc. Yeah, that's the funniest part, because they just like immediately gave the game away when they just like, I guess a video came out. I didn't even fucking watch this video. How the fuck am I supposed to keep up with like all the drama, especially like when there's like, you know, world-changing events happening at a rapid clip, and I'm a political commentator. And they basically, in a matter of like 3.5 seconds, went from like, if you didn't watch this video, summarize it and immediately start talking about how every trans person is a rapist pedophile, you are actually complicit in the crimes. Like, they don't even do like the silence is violence narratives. Like, silence is complicity. Like, they didn't even do that. They're like, you are actually grooming children. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Like, there is also like, do you remember those guys who were campaigning for Lee Zeldin in New York?
Yeah, the ones that go crime. That's what they're doing.
I always thought like, don't get me wrong, Kathy Hochul, horrible candidate, terrible. Put her in ADX Florence with Matthew Miller. But like, I always thought that like that must have like turned people off of Zeldin, because it makes it seem like you're happy that crime is happening.
Yeah,
like you're cheering. You're like, go crime. It's making this fucking Kathy Molecule lady look bad. And it's the same thing here, where it's like they're happy, like they you know, they thought someone got groomed and they're like happy about it.
Yeah, like in your mind, you're looking at a situation and you're like a minor was predated on, okay, and your immediate reaction is not to like look at the situation, see what the actions were or whatever. And your immediate situation is like, this is really gross. And a lot of content creators are not talking about it because I made up my mind. They're all in on it. And it's like, I know XQC was one of those people, like, yeah, they're too afraid to call out a trans person. Like, they immediately invent like a narrative in their minds too. It's like, no, man, I don't like, there's no cover up or conspiracy. You're fucking delusional. All those weirdos on Twitter can't help but turn drama into a team sport and act as everyone's taking sides. Yeah, I know. Like, there's never been a moment in my life where I've seen, like, I don't know, someone get shot at, right? Like Donald Trump gets shot at, and I immediately go, oh, like Brianna Wu, immediately go, oh, how can I make this about my least favorite content creator?
Yeah.
She did that with me. She was like, I don't know who Trump got shot at. And like 30 minutes later, Brianna Wu was posting about how like I'm responsible for Trump getting shot.
I thought that was so crazy because Thomas Crooks, the guy who shot at Donald Trump, he actually shot at Trump because he made a mobile game. And he was the same guy who tried to snipe Brianna Wu. in 2015. It's the exact same sniper.
Yeah, that is the
he just hates mobile games.
Yeah.
That guy cannot stand them. Don't try to sell him a mobile game. He'll freak out.
I love that he was like, next time I'm tagging y'all, and all the dorks in the replies bragging about having the balls to tag y'all. Like there was some nose. I didn't even see that. Is that a tweet? Is the XQC made a tweet? Anyway, Donald Cuck Trump got shot. Time to blame Hassan. Yeah, exactly. This is a wild thing. Do you think Biden's going to talk about the mass amounts of bird flu? No, Biden's going to talk. If Biden doesn't address the Mr. Beast drama, he's complicit. Biden is actually doing this to address it.
Like, just let him do it. Try to tell him what happened and see what he says.
Yeah,
it would be so fun for everyone. I think it would like unite everyone. We need more things that like unite America.
Yeah. Oh, the other person was drama alert. When Trump got shot, they took my reaction to it and were like, Hassan Piker, low IQ political streamer, thinks that Donald Trump staged his own assassination. I was like, I'm not saying that at all in the clip. Like, why are you fucking claiming that? And you put the full clip there. I'm not saying that at all. And then, like, how is this your first like thing? How is this your first reaction?
I was thinking today that Keemstar is like, he's the closest thing we have to like a modern and real like Charles Foster Kane from Citizen Kane.
Who?
Keemstar? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you remember that video that we watched like 2 years ago where it was like covering, I forget what it was even covering, but you were involved. And it's like, it showed like a short clip of you and he went, as you can see, Hassan's a disgusting fucking person.
Yeah.
Like his narration is so good.
Oh, this was awesome. He said, he quote retweeted and said, if you support Hassan Piker, unfollow me. I don't F with any of you people at all. Why?
Damn, he's standing on business.
Yeah, because I'm not taking the Trump assassination seriously enough. It's like
I want to direct the Citizen Kane movie about him.
Yeah.
He thinks he's newsroom, but I think he's better than Jeff
What is this?
Daniels
Oh, this is from
Newsroom.
July 13th. Hassan Piker is so anti-American. Please ship to another country anywhere but here. He's literally falling off, so he's just clickbaiting for attention. I know. I've fallen off so spectacularly that I can only serve the top of the hour ad break to 50,000 people. It's just the fall off.
I didn't even see.
The fall off is so severe, dude. It's just really fucked up. It's really bad. I'm sorry. 50,000 people will be seeing the top of the hour ad break unless they subscribe.
Now that we have 50,000 people here, if you are a member of the United States Air Force, I will.
Dane Sand 8. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs. Go ahead. What are you?
I will. Look, you're getting your student loans paid for. I will give you a down payment for your first house if you lose in a newer F-16 Block 50. Lose. It'll be worth your while.
I've had private conversations with this man. He's very serious about this.
Incredibly serious. I could buy an F4 I could buy a decommissioned F4 Phantom, but like, who the fuck wants that? It looks stupid. I want a newer thing. I want an F-16.
Yeah. Also, Hassan saying that Trump did it for views makes me laugh because Hassan has to expose his body for Twitch views.
Okay, yeah. Look, I have to leave the room so you can go jack off on cam.
Right.
The thing you're always doing.
He's not wrong.
Hassan has signed an exclusive deal with Joystick. He's going to be doing the same political commentary you like, but the only camera will be on a hole
penis
in his pants. His penis and balls. The same commentary, but that's all you're going to see.
That's what he's talking about. I have to expose
his dick and balls against a green screen. I love Biden speaking.
I love Jose Cuellar calling me a hussy. Like, that's like,
see that.
That's awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you for noticing my hard work. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, just like top of the hour, taking off like another piece of clothing.
Yeah. He called me a Jezebel, dude.
That has to be like a 74-year-old man. That's it. That's what the whatever the grandma in Ballarat settlement says. That's what she calls America. This is exactly how the grandma in Shadow of the Erdtree talks about America. The strumpet, the floozy.
Guy in the X comment saying he'll buy veteran and biker as a combat vet. Hassan Piker can leave anytime, and I will personally pay for his ticket.
Well, as a combat vet and biker, I thought that was going to be like, oh, I'm going to kick his ass. I'm going to run him over with my motorcycle.
By the way, we're going to be watching Brandon when he goes live. I'm just letting you know. I know we just
I'm ready for
I know
Brandon.
I gave you wall-to-wall goodness with Donald Trump, who is not mid and still on it, but we're going to be doing Brandon when he goes live as well.
I'm very excited for the Brandon speech.
Yeah, me too. Dude, I don't know. His phone on the phone, he was dynamic, like he's never been before at the Kamala Harris announcement.
I think that was Frank Biden. I think they got his fucking brother who just looks like him. I really do think that. Because he on that phone call, he sounded like, I haven't heard him sound like that since 2019.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird, dude. It's a clone. I think he's cloned.
Clone or Frank Biden.
Hassan Piker thinks Biden is cloned. Man.
Who's this guy? Hey, got enough pictures?
What are some other similarities between?
He's our Tom Fitton, dude. The Democrats need a Tom Fitton. Okay.
I think the Krassensteins are kind of like Tom Fitton.
From the Oval Office, the president's historic decision to withdraw from the race for the White House, his goals for his remaining 6 months in office, and his message tonight to a divided America. ABC News live coverage begins right now.
The ABC News special, President Biden, the decision.
I love when they use the stock, like the Jover stock photos.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What if he announces, I'm actually not doing that.
Now reporting.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Why are people saying this?
That would, if he does like an Elon, I never said that.
For the first time, he will speak to the American people about his very personal and likely wrenching decision to withdraw from the race for the White House. We are told that he will argue
like ever since he decided to do this, they've been back in the tank
and he will
for
outline
Brandon.
his remaining 6 months in office.
The bravest
Yeah,
thing
this
ever done.
is the reverse Afghanistan pullout moment for Biden. They
the president revealing his decision Sunday in a letter addressed to my fellow Americans, acknowledging, quote, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down. Tonight's address, a defining moment in his presidency, passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, now the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. The president will signal tonight he will now fight for his vice president. Let's listen to President Biden.
Oh.
Yes.
Did they like not put his teeth in? They thought this would get us. They were like, no, this is great.
Yeah.
Like this is we can carry this man across the finish line.
Stop giving me that Adderall shit. You man just need root beer. You need some sassafras to address the nation.
Gotta remember their light. What? You weren't born in America? I was.
I was waiting for that one.
It's a good one.
If I was in his inner circle, I'd be like, can you make your eyes less blue? Kind of fucked up.
He's hot and you're jealous.
He was a good looking, like, 30 through 60-year-old. Those of us who cherry this cause. He's had it more together than the immediate speech after Trump got shot. You know, when he said seriously injured and former Trump. Oh, I forgot about that.
Trump brought her back at the RNC, I think.
Oh, what happened?
What? What?
He's talking about, you know, they fucked everything up before I came in. And went Brandon on it. This is like the most coherent he's been in like 2 years.
A weight's been lifted from his shoulders.
Yeah. It's so insane that he's only doing this because they commission polls like weeks before the convention.
Oh my god. I hear every gulp.
They mic'd everything. Every gland in his body is mic'd.
I met him. He was a good guy. He's not wearing his wedding ring. You think he's available?
Oh, yeah, no, before he went out, he was like, Jill, it's over. Jill, you wanted me to keep running for president for your own ends? Bye. I hear Joe has been seen with Rihanna. Joe Biden was seen leaving the Viper Room with Madison Beer.
Madison Beer.
Yeah. Hey, you're a real good drinker, whatever you are. That's what he said to her. Maybe he's cheating on his wife in solidarity with Keir Starmer.
Did he do that?
Yeah, I am confident in saying Keir Starmer has cheated on his wife more than any human being in history. He really held it together for that. There was no like former Trump.
There were a couple flubs, but
he said cherry instead of cherish. That was pretty funny. But beyond that, it was not at all like the several interviews he did or the
last teleprompter where he did the battle box thing was pretty bad. He didn't even do that.
was hilarious. But he said battle box and little battle fella.
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy is. He's
David Muir or something.
I love him.
He's
feel like
so serious.
he is like a newsman in like Independence Day. I believe in him so he really makes me feel good about the news.
He's so serious when he's talking about Biden.
I want him he should give all the Biden updates.
Yeah, he's a 50s era news guy. All right, let's see.
I love him.
Let's see the Glay session in action now.
I think it was powerful and poignant.
If I'm David Axelrod, I would be posterizing Van Jones every day. I'd be putting my nuts on the table and being like, remember when I told you guys Biden should have dropped out? Even though he's being such a pussy about it. And he's like, no, Biden is a phenomenal orator and, you know, a statesman, an elder statesman.
Everyone associated with Obama has to do that.
Yeah.
Even the Axelrod shaved his mustache.
Oh, that was a long time ago, dude.
I don't fucking watch
You don't watch.
CNN.
You don't watch
I
my.
don't watch my guy on ABC, the real newsman.
You don't watch Big Homie Axelrod? Ever since he got snubbed by Obama for his birthday party, so that Obama could bring Jay-Z during the COVID restrictions, I've been Team Axelrod.
Well, I thought that that was kind of fucked up.
But he's leaving.
Yeah.
Forget the 3.5
I don't
weeks.
like
He's done an
Anderson Cooper.
unnatural thing.
He just makes me
Very
feel bad.
rare in
That ABC guy though. I feel like I'm in I feel like I'm in the movie The Conversation. He's so serious. I love him.
I think this will. I think history will look kindly on Joe Biden, and I think people will look differently on him tomorrow than they did a week ago, and they will maybe see his achievements and his commitment to this country more clearly.
Anyone associated
I think one of the
with
things
Obama
that was so
has to be
compelling
like
about
really
this
nice
is
to
it had the
Joe and the
emotional
media
heft
though,
of a
because
concession speech.
all
But
Joe and all
he
his
was laying
family
out
think
a
that
path
Obama
forward,
hates
not just
him.
for the next 6 months of his presidency, but also kind of laying down a challenge to the country. Who do we want to be? And where do we want to go? And the other thing that struck me while I was listening to it, as somebody who's worked for him for a long time, worked with him in 2019, 2020, how much of the thematic was the same as I heard from him in 2019 when he was running for president, when he wanted to take on Donald Trump because he believed Trump posed a threat to democracy and that Trump was tearing us apart.
Just like in 2019, he certainly wrote both speeches.
And so,
like, even competent, vibrant, younger candidates don't fucking write their own speeches. Like, they have no say in the process. Joe doesn't know his ass from his elbow. Like, why are they trying to analyze this with seriousness?
They're
rewarding,
like,
into this race in the first place,
in
and that,
exchange for him like doing
showed me that
the bare
even as I
minimum
know
of
this was
recognizing
incredibly
that he's
hard
like a
for him to
catastrophic
do. This would
candidate.
be hard for anyone to do. It
2021
feels,
again. You know, Blaze session
almost
is on.
unnatural for someone to have achieved, the thing that they have been working toward their entire life, and then say,
CNN just makes me feel like I'm at a fucking airport. It really just
even knowing
takes
how
the life
hard
out
that
of
was
me.
for him, I think hearing those important themes come through, I think he was shining a light for the country moving forward over the next 3.5 months through a really perilous election.
He said America's at an inflection point. He asked the questions, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect? Does character in public life still matter? And he said, I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you.
He asked the question, does character still matter? Well, it does tonight.
Oh my God!
The kid
he's choking up again.
Oh
he
my
did good. That's
Can
a good
you
man.
stop crying,
He fell on the
man?
sword.
He's such a bitch,
Fell on the
dude.
sword.
Oh my God! You used to
Most
be a
heroes,
Maoist.
they fight to the bitter end.
You should be figuring
fell
out
on
how
the
to fit
sword.
K's into Joe Biden's name
He's
in
an
Maoist
old
standard English.
Guy, but the heart's still there. You know, the words aren't as clear.
I can't stand
but
him.
the love
Oh my God.
is as clear. The heart is still there. And I
I've
think
never seen
Illegal.
any
people
Flag
need
on
to-
the play. No, this is too much dick riding. Okay,
He's
too much
doing-
glazing. You
he's
can't do that.
doing backflips on it.
He can't. You can't. He's gyrating.
He
Not
did the
You wouldn't get out of
McCurry
that chair.
counter on it.
Even when the
He's-
people vote for you, get out of
Pressed
the chair.
O
You
at
get
the
out
right
chair.
time and grabbed it.
And you
He's
got somebody
vibrating
sitting in
on
the
it.
same chair, showing that character does matter.
Have you ever heard
Showing
anyone
that
praise
you can have grace
on this low of
You
a
can't
bar?
put the people first. You can pass the baton, and you're a bigger person for it. You're going to be more loved for it. So you got two examples now of what men with power do and how they act at the end. And you couldn't act any better than Joe Biden. That kid with the stutter grew up. He did a great job for this country.
The
and he's doing a
donors
great job
rebelled,
tonight.
and
I love that.
they
man.
realized it was mathematically impossible for him to win.
Yeah.
After he exhausted every option, he did the right thing.
After Nancy Pelosi said, "I'm going to personally come to your house and put a pillow over your head."
Yeah, Nancy, they needed to call up a member of the mafia and Nancy
Yeah.
Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi had to go on TV
Nancy
and be
Pelosi was
like,
like, "I'm going to do the Antonin Scalia to you."
yeah. She was ready to take him out. Nancy Pelosi went on TV and was like, I don't know, maybe he has fucking Parkinson's.
That was
like,
awesome.
that was amazing. Like they had to break out all the classic, tricks from The Irishman. back when both parties were the mafia, when things were better.
Yeah. All right, let's.
I am bigger than the country, you know, and I think that the contrast.
Biden took off his wedding ring because he's with Van Jones now.
Promise me you'll be my consort, man. I predict a world
makes
without
everything as small as possible, makes it about him. And here you have Joe Biden saying, no, the country's bigger than that.
I solemnly pledge to every living being that
so
I'm
I
going
think
to have
in a moment where the country needs leadership, I think this is an incredibly selfless act of leadership.
All that stuff, man.
Okay, this is Glaze. I hate this. All right, let's see what the real Americans are saying.
That it helps Kamala Harris as she tries to make some sort of a break with him, as she tries to get this nomination and try to beat Donald Trump. It's going to be very difficult for her to do.
He's doing a Ahagawa face.
6 months left, and there's a lot of problems in this country. He said he's going to fix all of them, so we'll see how that goes.
But tomorrow marks 4 weeks since that debate, the CNN debate, where the president walked out there, said the first few words, mangled some of his sentences, and caught everybody by surprise as far as that moment. His party then jumped, and everything transpired after that.
It's of the ABC guy.
Almost to
he looks like a fucking Dick Tracy man.
Think of all that has
He's really
in this
scary.
4 weeks of
Brett Baer
history,
was in the
real
CIA.
time.
He's goon coded. Like he's a henchman.
It's just an extraordinary period of news.
Batman should be like lifting him up.
For well more
Brett
than half
Baer
a
should
century.
be, he's one of those guys like Dana White who should be going like, oh no, it's the freaking bat.
He's beating his wife.
I think when we all
Imagine
look back
being
on this
interrogated by
in the
Brett
fullness
Baer
of
when he
time,
was in the
perhaps with a better
CIA. That must have been so
explanation of exactly
scary.
the decision-making process the president went through. It will be seen as inevitable once that debate happened that he would have to step aside and that someone else would have to come forward. We now know who we think that person is because the signs are all aligned for her to become his successor, at least as candidate for president.
Brett
So I think
Hume
that's where we
is-
are, Brett.
he's
The
like
debate
a,
happened and everything else
what are those
flowed
guys in Elden
from it
Ring,
except for
the,
one thing, and
Tibia
that was the attempted
Mariners?
murder of Donald
Like
Trump.
he's 3/4 into death
Harold,
right
quickly,
now.
will they
He's
campaign
so
together?
freaky.
Just about 20 seconds here.
They-
and
they
how
brought
much
him
will
back.
we see the president after this?
Well, I think the lead-in from Brett with the idea, or should say the reality, that he had the scrambled jets to fend off a Russian
Who's this
effort there.
little
You're going to see a
guy?
lot of the president. But I think right now the real issue for me, Martha, is that he and
This is the
Kamala-
Fox News like serious commentary lineup, so you're not going to get a lot of juice from them. You got to wait for Laura Ingraham for
Yeah.
like the unhinged Zanny mom posturing.
Yeah, I
Meantime,
want
we
Laura.
mention
I want
Fox News is
Hannity.
inviting
Hannity,
Trump
yeah.
and
is my
Vice President
friend.
Harris
I
to
love
participate
Hannity.
in a debate. That event will
God,
take
Brett,
place
did they,
September
like, fucking
17th in Pennsylvania.
turn down the sharpening
We
on
have
Brett
offered to
Baer's
discuss
face.
specifics
Jesus
with the two
Christ.
campaigns. We're open to negotiation over an exact date, format, location, as well as whether there would be an audience or not. All of those things still to be figured out.
We have a long way ahead to November, and we'll cover you all the way. Next stop is the Democratic Convention in Chicago in a few weeks, but history in the making tonight. Thanks for watching our special coverage of President Biden's address to the
Yeah,
nation.
they didn't want to
Jesse
fuck up
Waters
the bag
Primetime
by
is
letting
next.
Jesse
Good night from
Waters
the
say
White
some
House.
dumb shit. So they were like, we are a serious news broadcast.
They
We
were
got to
getting-
put our serious. Oh, there
Yeah,
he
the
is.
American
Jesse Waters
people,
immediately
this
like,
is
what
his
is this
last
guy,
chance
Chinese?
to polish his legacy in what's looking like damage control for a failed presidency.
Yes!
He started off at the top saying he would always promise to tell us the truth, and he didn't. He didn't tell us
I think he's
why
gonna
he changed
say
his
a
mind. He didn't tell us really
thing
why
within
he
3
was stepping
minutes.
down.
I hope.
He didn't explain what happened this weekend. And he didn't really instill confidence in why he can still execute the duties of the presidency. He did at one point allude to the fact that he was doing this because
Oh fuck. He's too
Our
good.
Waters is buffering?
He's too good for the airwaves.
Well, they're conspiring against him.
Yeah, they don't want us. They don't want us to see what juicy shit he's gonna pop off with. Elon is in the Capitol. Yeah, no, he went to. What do you mean he won't say why he's there? We know why he's there. He was literally sitting in
Someone else
Benjamin
can,
Netanyahu's
so
box.
resigning
Why would
is
a
a way to
defense
save
contractor
democracy.
go
We
see the
get
Prime
that.
Minister of Israel speak?
Yeah.
Who knows, you know?
But he kind of beat around the bush. And then he said, oh, okay, I'm passing the torch to a new generation. That's going to unite the country. That's not what the issue was. The issue was never Joe Biden's age. The issue was Joe Biden's competence. And it very well looks like this country may vote for someone
almost the same age.
Oh, this is like how they're going to launch a defense for Trump. They're going to be like, no, it's not his age, it's his competence, which is true. Trump is more coherent than Joe Biden, but that's like they've been angling that narrative for a while because they recognize that Trump is also very old, but obviously that dynamic changes dramatically when Kamala Harris is like 59, but she looks like she's 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know what's happening with the Fox News live stream. It's just like getting fucking
tough to be a patriot in the People's Republic of California.
I know.
Every time I try to watch Newsmax while I'm playing DCS,
We got
this happens.
Republicans are a clear and present danger. We got the vaccinated have a right to be angry at the unvaccinated.
Oh my
But if he
God,
wants
you're
to use
still
this
on
new
this,
buzzword
Kaylee?
democracy, I've got a new one: transparency. When is Kamala Harris's first press conference? When is her first serious sit-down interview? We've heard from Kamala in these buzzy little kind of.
Wait, she assumed the role of the presidential nomination 48 hours ago.
Yeah, it's like when they have nothing, they become like decorum people.
Yeah.
Where's the fucking press conference?
What the fuck?
You don't care.
Kelly, I expected humility. This has got to be a painful address to give. I thought he was going to level with us and say, listen, I lost my fastball. I lost the confidence of my
Why would he
party. I lost
say
the
that?
confidence of the American people. I got old, and I'm sorry. Father Time caught up with me. It happens.
He needs to
And this is
apologize
what
to
it
me
is. I think I'm
personally
doing the
for
best
being
thing I can do
old.
for the country. He didn't do that. He glossed over all of that.
He should have worn a
And
dunce
many
cap.
Americans are suspicious about how many people knew about his condition, how long they knew about his condition, and many people realize that the person that's now handpicked to be the nominee knew about his condition better than anybody. So this
Why didn't he
clear
give
up-
us like opportunities to just like shit on Kamala Harris more easier? Like,
I'm
why
passing
didn't?
the torch to someone that you also shouldn't trust?
Yeah.
Like, no, I think it's like it's.
I hate democracy. That's why I did this.
I think it's like it's a valid point, right? That like all the people in Biden world, all these representatives, all these people fucking knew, obviously.
Yeah.
And that is a massive credibility problem for them. But like, do you expect like the president in his passing the torch speech to go like, oh, also like fuck everyone who I made live for me?
Yeah.
Like, this thing that I asked them to do.
Yeah, why would he? This is a man who like very clearly cares about his legacy to a certain degree that he like wouldn't he, like refused to give up until, you know, like we said, Nancy Pelosi was like, I'm going to kill you if you keep this up. And like, why would that guy turn around and be like, nah, we were lying to the American public about me being fucking stupid. And Kamala Harris especially was lying. That's why I made her the border czar, so she could let the Guatemalans in.
It's like the liberal fantasies of like Trump going out there and being like, look, I'm not cut out to be president. Like, you know, he's not going to say that. Why are you doing this?
At some point, right?
Yeah, it has to stop at some point. You know, I remember Paul Begala coming out and saying, until Joe Biden comes out and does a Simone Sanders double twist flip, none of us will believe he's fit to hold office. I mean, this is kind of what we were told behind closed doors. We were told he was fitter than his youngest aides. They couldn't keep up with him. And Jesse, there needs to be an accounting of the White House press shop. Because if I would have stood at the podium and said the things Karine Jean-Pierre said and said, look, Joe Biden's unable to keep up with me.
Well, let's be real. You did do that, but for Trump. So like,
the misleading at the
it's
podium.
not that hard to imagine a world where you were also a shitty, incompetent press secretary for a doddering old fool who was saying unhinged shit on a regular clip, because you did that for Donald Trump. Also, it's not Simone Sanders. Simone Sanders is not Biden's press secretary. It's Karine Jean-Pierre. She's like, they're all black women.
Have a great night.
We do.
Former press secretary for Jill Biden, Michael LaRosa, joins me now. Mike might disagree with some of my characterizations, but explain how the family's handling this.
Well, I thought we heard some pretty good color.
Oh, she meant Simone Biles.
The report from Brett Baer earlier about the family in the room, the grandchildren, Hunter, Ashley, Bo, little Bo, and it sounds like that it was a really painful moment for all of them. You could sort of tell, actually, by the president, the way he started leaning his left arm when he started talking about what I expected to be, or what it appeared to be very uncomfortable for him, the idea of, giving up and not running, even though he felt, as he said, he merited a second term based on what he delivered in his first term. So it appeared like a painful moment, and sounding like from what was in the room, what was described in the room, it was a painful moment for the family.
I mean, does he really see that he gave up? It looks like he was forced out.
Well, I think that they view this as, look, you're right. It was a political intervention of epic proportion.
Bro, that's crazy. This is the former Jill Biden press secretary just being like, yeah.
Being the leader of the party requires thinking about the entire party, not just him. And the family is supposed to think about him. That's their job. They are supposed to be dedicated to Joe Biden, but it is the people who are still the future.
That's a crazy thing to just say on Fox News.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the people who are raising money and recruiting candidates to try to win majorities. It's their job to think about the health of the party. And he was kind of implicit in what he was saying about, in order to unite the country or save democracy. Implicit in that is that he can't win. And it seems like over the weekend
he said he can't beat the dictator, Mike. That's basically what he said.
Well,
he said he can't beat the dictator, Donald Trump, so someone else is going to have to beat the dictator.
Jill Biden's former press secretary is being messy right now.
And that's going to save democracy because Kamala is going to beat the dictator. It doesn't make any sense to me. By the way, where is Jill? Is Dr. Jill there? I didn't hear her mentioned.
Yeah, I think I thought they said the first lady, unless.
Yeah,
this is Dr. Jill Biden's former press secretary, and he's being messy as fuck right now.
You're right. I'm not sure.
This guy.
I'll have to do some digging. I would be surprised if she wasn't
This guy
there,
sends me into VATS.
But she is supposed to attend the opening
ceremony. Thank you so much. This must have been a very excruciatingly painful moment for the Biden family, and
they have like a good
it was
pairing with fries.
It was uncomfortable to even. Yeah, it was uncomfortable to even watch. You know, when you start.
Yeah, I'm always looking at
the
connoisseur.
You're losing a campaign, you come back and you win, and you beat an incumbent president.
I have a new rule that I'll drink a full-strength soda on days that I redline at the gym. Now that I'm back at it.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's bring in senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter.
Ooh.
And Jesse, this is something we've not heard from President Biden, that the soul of America is still at stake, but he doesn't think he's the best person
Trump was live reacting.
To repair it, to fix it.
He's on kick.
But
he's trying to be like me.
Stay tuned, I'm going to raid Mr.
that he thinks he's going to do in the next 6 months. Lower costs, grow the economy, call out hate, finish the cancer moonshot. He's going to do all that as a lame duck president, just by definition. That's not an insult. That he is not up for election again. All of his political capital is gone. But White House.
What do you mean? That's when you can be the most dangerous.
Insisted he is not a lame duck.
It would be fun if
he just stops all aid to Israel. He's like, fuck it, Jack. BIBI, you were a fake friend. I didn't like what you did to me.
What if there was he just freaks out and there's like a joint Turkish-U.S. assault on Tel Aviv?
That's what that's what I'm saying. Cool. He just orders the military, and also on top of that, he just abolishes all student loan debt. Like he's like, yeah, I got the pen, I can do it. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Supreme Court gave me the power to fucking.
if he went and then like packed the cord and then did the joint strike on Israel with Turkey, I would become like a carrion knight to Dr. Jill.
And suddenly changes his mind. If we have that soundbite, let's play.
Yeah, but we have that sound. Let's listen.
Who ordered White House officials to cover up a declining president?
I know that that is a narrative that you love.
Dude, I love this line of questioning. Like, God, Douchey is so sick. I love him. Like, wow, thank you for the news reporting.
No, that is the narrative that you all want.
Like, you can't operate on a premise like that. That's crazy.
Instead,
like,
it's not a cover up.
There's no prior reporting on this. You can't just like make up new shit. Like, I get why you would ask a question like that, and it's a valid question to ask. But when you ask that as a question, you have to have some reporting attached to it. You can't just be like, yeah, who who decided that no one is allowed to speak about Biden's cognitive decline? Like,
We'll try to get some more details about
who
what
hid the
exactly
truth?
happened.
Tell me.
Because they teased ahead to this speech, and we still have some questions, Jesse.
It's going to be a fun lame deck press room for the next couple of months. Thank you so much.
He said lame
Peter
deck.
Doocy. Let's now bring a nationally syndicated radio host, Dana Lash. Dana, so he's not saying he's a lame duck. He's going to cure cancer.
Looking great.
He's going to cure cancer. He's going to lower costs. He's going to bring peace in the Middle East. Is anybody buying that?
No, Jesse, I think you hit it right there. Nobody's buying it because he didn't do it. He's not going to deliver on it. He's not running for re-election
Chris Loesch is not
based
gay.
on he did
like
so much that he just exerted all of his energy. He's not running
gay.
for re-election because the
gay to
numbers
ride
hit him
a
in the face.
unicycle
He
like Chris
couldn't
Loesch does?
win.
No.
It's disastrous. I mean, aside from the obvious thing that the entire nation has seen that they've all covered up, including the vice president, now the Democrat nominee for Democrats for president, they all saw it. It's all covered up. It's cognitive ability. I mean, it's, we're just stating fact. But he has no record to run on. Jesse, what is his record? He's got military disasters, foreign policy disasters, economic disasters, to say nothing of what we're dealing with domestically with all of the problems at the border. There is nothing that he can run on. And so this is ultimately the new Democratic Party emerging from the husk of Joe Biden, for the lack of a better way to put it. But he's leaving because he would get beat. This is not a brave thing. And the same people who are lauding his bravery and talking about how courageous it is that he's stepping out, when Democrats lose to Trump in November, they're going to blast him for that. They're going to blast Kamala Harris. They're going to blast Joe Biden for waiting until this like Ruth Bader Ginsburg moment of leaving when it's way too late. And they're going to blame them for costing the election. So they're only liking him right now because he finally
Ruth
caved
Bader
to doing
Ginsburg
what they
didn't
demanded.
leave. She died.
Because you know what most weak
Was the main
presidents
thing,
do?
her not
They have
leaving.
someone challenge them in a primary. Sometimes that makes them more competitive. Sometimes you get a new nominee. That's what's called healthy.
Right.
Or if you know you're down in the polls, as sometimes happens with incumbents, they work harder. They fire their campaign manager.
Dude, are you working with Biden? Like, what do you mean?
This
analysis is so stupid. Who is this for?
Yeah, like they're so like nakedly upset that they can't run against Biden anymore.
Yeah.
It's like unbridled panic. I mean, you guys said yourselves like he might die before the next election. You didn't have any plan for this?
I don't understand how you can set this up. And it's like genuinely something that was more likely to happen than any other prior presidency because of Joe Biden's obvious age. And yet they did not fucking figure it out. They did not set up anything for this. So now they're just like, oh, democracy. It's like, bro, there's still an election that's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like your guy is running in that election. How about you fucking, I don't know, campaign for him a little bit?
Reuters White House correspondent
in
Jeff
this
Mason.
situation, the two things
Jeff,
you
do
can
have any
do are
details
have a
about-
primary or work harder if you're Biden. Ignoring the fact that working harder would literally kill Joe Biden. And you'd still have Kamala.
Yeah.
Like, why? What is the point of having a vice president if you can't just do this? That's like kind of the reason they're there.
And I can tell you behind us here in the Rose Garden.
Harris less than 2 weeks away from naming VP pick.
Big cheers. Who collected themselves there for a viewing party and a watch party.
Think how
And
gross
then the
it would be
president
if
came
she
out and
picked,
spoke
like,
to them
Andrew
afterwards, and
Yang.
he got a lot of
I was
applause
thinking
and a
about
lot of
that.
cheers, and apparently ice cream was served. It was kind of a valedictorian speech for this president. I imagine it was sad for a bunch of the people in that crowd, even though they were cheering for him when he came out, because this is someone.
Did you talk about the
particularly
Hamas
people who worked
protesters
on his campaign.
vandalizing monuments in D.C.? Is the
Oh,
question that
no.
No, dude, no. The D.C. monuments were vandalized. Oh,
You have to
fuck.
cover. You have to cover so much,
Dude,
or
I
you're
know.
a bad person.
Yeah, no.
We're
No,
interrupting.
I was more so focusing on the fucking active war criminal getting his dick sucked across the aisle in the most bipartisan fashion I've ever seen in my entire life, as he talked about how, the Israeli military must be celebrated because they are not killing enough civilians, and how And how, what else did he say? He said
The
like
leader of a
Americans that are protesting, like
should
American
be
students
ashamed
are
of themselves.
American students that are protesting Israel and not sufficiently sucking Israel's dick are also like, you know,
He said
they're
they should
Iranian.
be ashamed of themselves and they're Iranian agents.
Yeah.
I would not let any fucking Israeli say that about any of it. If an Israeli said that about like an RFK voter, I would be like, fuck you, take that back.
Yeah.
I don't care, like, much less people I agree with, you know.
Well, that's why he brought up RFK voters, because he agrees with them the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. We love cranks. We're
Yeah.
friends. We're fans of cranks.
Yeah, I love RFK. I think his voice is relaxing. That's what I listen to go to sleep.
Yeah. That's the reason why I didn't like Biden, because his voice was too coarse and it looked like he was dying, which is why I'm voting for RFK with a voice that is objectively not of a dying man.
It's like really so horrible to listen to. Like no one will say it because everyone's being nice, but like holy shit.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah.
What did they do?
What did they even do? Oh, they wrote on the fucking monuments.
No.
You're making it sound like they burned it down.
No, they wrote "fuck Israel," "stop funding genocide," "free Palestine" on the bell.
If they painted a big fucking Israeli flag on the Liberty Bell, you people would love it.
Free Gaza, all Zionists are bastards, Puto, long live the resistance. This is really fucked up, man.
This is, oh my God, they wrote on it with marker?
Yeah, no.
This is so sad.
No, we gotta, you know what we should do? We should give $8 billion more to Israel.
Yeah.
And we should also kill these people as well. Fuck
Yeah.
it.
There should be, this is an attack on American sovereignty. Let's go back, let's force them to bow to the foreign leader committing a genocide who's giving a speech, who made John Fetterman wear shoes without Velcro on them.
Dude.
Is that okay to do to a person who's experiencing mental health? No.
Matt Walsh is hysterical over this. These pieces of shit took down an American flag, burned it, and replaced it with their foreign flag. If this doesn't fill you with rage, then you aren't a good American. You know what's really funny? Benjamin Netanyahu objectively did something that is like worse, like 1,000,000 times worse than burning 1,000 American flags. Like he went up and said, "You've given me unlimited billions of dollars in funding, and I don't care. You are not sufficiently riding my dick." And everyone was like, "Thank you, sir."
He called.
Thank you.
He said that Americans should be ashamed of themselves for protesting, for exercising their First Amendment rights, and said they were Iranian agents. He called your fellow Americans Iranian terrorists.
Like it is crazy to me to like try to act like you give a single fuck about like American dominance or American superiority, America first. Like, no, man, get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, I'm so mad they burned the American flag. Let me tell you something, okay? What Benjamin Netanyahu did today is 1,000,000 times more disrespectful. It's like there is no world in which like a person that you have propped up, a person that you've given unlimited funds to, a person whose like entire existence is because you've like helped them, comes back to you and spits on your fucking face and says like, you know, give me more, fuck you. And also you're not sufficiently riding me. And you just sit there and you take it. That is so much more disrespectful.
I've never heard a country who's received so much demand so much, and not just demand it, but yell at you for not giving it to them quickly enough.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But all these people hate identity politics. All of them.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Like Elon today saying that the Democrats are the like official party of anti-Semitism because like half of them didn't go to this fucking speech.
Yeah,
and still gave them unlimited fucking money like 2 months ago.
Yeah, someone said, can you imagine if like Ukraine did that? Like Zelensky coming in and being like, "Where's my fucking money, bitch?" And like even in that situation,
they got
like,
invaded.
They got invaded. You know what I mean? They got fucking invaded. And if Zelensky were to have the audacity to come and deliver this speech to American Congress where he's like, those people that are not like sufficiently on board, fuck all of them. Like they can suck my dick. You would be
arrest
the
them.
Republicans would be up in the Republicans would kill him before he walked out of that fucking room. Okay.
If you, imagine he went out and
He literally
was like,
does that though. No, he doesn't. He's such a little fucking no. He is.
He's all he says is like, give us fucking storm shadows faster.
Yeah.
So we can.
I can't believe you say he literally does that though. Like
Zelensky is never like, he's never gone like, here's like, these Americans, you should kill them. Like that's what Netanyahu is doing by saying that they're terrorists and saying that they kill terrorists. What do you think he's implying?
Yeah. BB is demanding. Zelensky begs for it. Exactly. Meanwhile, Trump is like, he's the greatest salesman. like Trump owns him and shit. Like, but God forbid he says anything mean about Benjamin Netanyahu, even though Benjamin Netanyahu is also literally going to Mar-a-Lago to talk to him personally, which is another massive fuck you to the Democratic Party. He's like so obviously rooting for Trump to be president. Like, and these fucking stupid Democrats that went, like Hakeem Jeffries was clapping when Benjamin Netanyahu was saying all this shit. And it blows my mind that like, now that they're actually, they are a little bit critical, they're at least now hitting the liberal Zionist position of being like, only Benjamin Netanyahu is bad.
He doesn't represent Israel, even though they've been electing him for like 98 years.
Yeah. Like, it's wild that like it took him this long to like even posture from a liberal Zionist perspective. But like beyond that, just have some fucking backbone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have some goddamn backbone. Hit this on a partisan angle. This will be beneficial to your reelection in 3 key states: Wisconsin, Minnesota, and especially Michigan. You want to win Michigan, you have to change course on fucking Gaza. You just have to.
It's not 2002 anymore. It really is not.
But Benjamin Netanyahu operated like it was, which I think is a misstep and a major opportunity for the Democrats to at least change course on the messaging front. But they're too spineless to like openly rip him at all, or even be like lightly critical of him at all, so they can fucking turn around and like posture in a stronger fashion.
Like, he's not coming from a position of strength, you know, like whether people in Western media will frame it this way or not, the fact is that like Ansarullah now has loitering munitions that are capable of piercing Israeli air defenses, which is pretty fucking huge. If Israel can no longer like guarantee the safety of people in Tel Aviv to a reasonable degree with air defenses, that's pretty fucking scary for them. For an economy that's already in tailspin, to not be able to prevent that kind of brain drain that comes with that, at a time when fuel is more expensive than it's ever been, their only like solution to this would be to run more combat air patrols. But like, they've phased out a lot of their cheaper F-16s that are cheaper to get in the air and keep in the air with F-35s that are more expensive to keep up there. And fuel is much more expensive, and they are currently radioactive to the petroleum exporting Gulf nations. There's obviously still like back channels between them, and they're aligned on a lot of things, but it's certainly not like Abraham Accord season. My point is they're really not in a position of strength here. They need stuff from us more than ever, and it's easier than ever to tell them no.
Yeah. Like you have every ability to enforce your will on Israel. There's never been a moment in American political history where like you didn't have that ability. But right now, more than ever, you could just literally tomorrow be like, no, 67 borders, actually. Go fucking forcibly expel every fucking West Bank settler, and Israel would have to be like, all right, I guess we're doing that. Like, they have nothing.
They
don't have fucking tanks, bro. They don't have tanks left because dudes in busted ass fake Adidas are just like dumping grenades inside the tanks over and over again.
Those videos are deceptive. They're not really hitting the tanks.
Yeah.
They're out of fucking tanks.
Yeah, that's like, how did that happen?
Because of deceptive editing.
Yeah,
they deceptively edited all the tanks out of existence.
Yeah, they're always doing fake. They're always doing fake editing. That's all they're doing. when meanwhile, like, you know, everyone in the fucking Israeli occupying forces too predisposed with like trying to murder the next baby with
Yeah.
a sniper rifle.
I will say, like, I really try to stay away from like sort of any type of like blind optimism or triumphalism with like Israel stuff specifically. I will say, however, like, especially since the strike on Tel Aviv, it is looking more untenable than ever for them to keep this going, like in the long term. That is, I will say that.
Shame on you.
What was this guy doing here?
Shame on you. No, they're probably memeing. Shame on you. Am Israel Chai. I like doing that with Lindsey Graham. Whenever Lindsey Graham's on, I'm like, I love Israel. Israel's the greatest nation on earth. Am Israel Chai. I'm going to take a quick little trip to Cyprus. Oh, they unfollowed? Maybe they are. Maybe they are mad.
I know. People like that are so interesting to me.
Yeah. I thought they were
It's like,
memeing.
what
This is
did
so
you think?
stupid. Oh, damn. Well, oops. Anyway, all the problems with the U.S. What? Okay, dude. Where were we? I mean, this is beautiful photo, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
He probably has so much fun in that plane. The Trump plane.
The amount of McDonald's consumed in there is crazy.
Can you imagine how good it would feel to be like, imagine like the worst domestic flight you can think of. LA to New York or vice versa. Anything where you're going through LAX, right, is the worst. But instead of that, you just drive to a big Boeing with your name on it. It's got like your name and your face, and you're making a big smiley thumbs up on it. And you get to sit, you get to just like lie down and eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
That would, and you could vape on that. He doesn't vape, but like he could.
Yeah, that's why he's running for president again. He wants to keep the dream alive.
It makes me so happy to just imagine what that would be like for me if I had a plane I could vape on.
Thank God Hunter was right there watching.
By his side. That's tough, man. That's tough. Kate?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I think ultimately Joe Biden made the right, and also I think everyone would agree, maybe Scott wouldn't agree, but I think most people would agree, selfless decision to step down. And I think, to Alyssa's point, yes, speaking in binaries is hard, but to suggest that somehow the Democratic Party has been opaque about this, when what ultimately happened is Democrats had a very public, painful
What is the deal with
discussion.
JD Vance and couches? I think there's is there an excerpt from his book where he fucked the couch or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I really don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. I think the more incriminating thing is that Garden State thing from his blog.
Oh, when he's like, I felt gay or something.
It was something. It was like, I saw Garden State and I couldn't stop crying because it reminded me of Ohio.
Yeah. This is Peter Thiel answering a question about Israel.
Clip.
That was debunked, but I think that people should keep saying that he fucked couch cushions.
I mean, yeah, why not? Say whatever you want
Yeah,
about
that seems
JD
great.
Vance, honestly.
Especially because it looks like he looks like a couch fucker, to be honest.
Yeah.
So what do you think
Oh my-
about the
this is
use
so
of
creepy.
artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets?
Oh,
and
no,
secondly,
the kid's
do
in
you
the
agree
back.
with Elon Musk about that the population
We're
decline
never getting a job at Palantir now.
is a risk for humanity?
That's the bravest thing a person can do. I'm not even remotely joking when I say this, because Peter Thiel is a real life villain.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's also notoriously vindictive. So like the fact that this person was like straight up, this couch fucking is the misinformation that dude said you were spreading. Oh my God, stop. Yeah, New York Times. The fact that this person had the bravery to literally openly question Peter Thiel in broad daylight is shocking.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't do like. Oh God, this
Look,
is so creepy.
I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything. And I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right. And that's sort of the perspective I come back to. And if I fall into the trap of arguing you on every detailed point, I would actually be conceding.
He needs baby blood again.
Yeah,
yeah. Get this man a new twink to suck the blood of directly.
He's so
the broader issue that
if I was in this issue, like, she is brave.
Why is he so nervous?
I don't know. Do you think there's like something about him that's gonna come out?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's so weird.
Bro, this is like, he's panicking like, you know, Israel's got him on the ropes. Like, he's like, oh fuck. If I say anything mean about Israel right now, I'm so fucked.
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
What,
yeah, do they have like something on him?
what the fuck?
The Middle East should be micromanaged from Cambridge, and I think that's just simply absurd. And so I'm not going to concede that point.
He was kind of like this whole talk. Like, he's
always
really,
been tweaking.
Well, no, not always like this, but like this whole conference or whatever the fuck this was. He's kind of
Didn't
weird.
he like debate David Graeber like on libertarianism or some shit before? Like,
you mentioned you wouldn't be supporting Donald Trump. Would that change if he selected J.D. Vance as his vice presidential candidate?
Man, I'm always tempted to go back. I am so determined to try to stay out of it, but
they pulled me back in.
He's so like shiny.
I think I'm not going to make an announcement of my political intentions here in Cambridge today. So,
Peter,
you know, I think Trump will win. I think that.
You mentioned.
What the fuck?
What is going on? I mean, I've never actually heard him speak, but is he like this all the time?
No, he doesn't. Something seems like up with him in particular here. I don't
what the fuck?
Do you think they're gonna like arrest him for that thing?
I don't know.
The defenestration,
dude.
Suicide.
Well, this is a suicide. Okay, please. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Calm down. I'm not trying to get my shit gawkered, okay?
It's so scary. Like, if I was that woman who asked him that question, if I was like in front of Peter Thiel, I would be so freaked out.
Yeah.
I would be like, could you make a flight sim game? You're so good at computers.
Yeah.
I love you. Don't do anything to me. Could you buy Eagle Dynamics and fix DCS, sir?
What happened?
It's very weird. I don't.
Yeah, he's on K2.
He really freaks me out.
He got K2. He's just,
he makes Bill Ackman seem like so like nice. Bill, yeah.
This shocks me. How can you criticize U.S. policy so much when you aren't a U.S. citizen? Isn't that hypocritical? Says Soviet Squiddo. Well,
I think they're joking.
Yeah, I am a. Oh no, they're trying to fucking do a top of the hour ad break. Yeah, they're trying to be like, oh, just like I can't criticize the top of the hour ad break even though I'm not subscribed, something like that. You know, that type of shit.
I will say, Peter Thiel. I've never seen Peter Thiel look like this, like fucking pink. I don't know, like anyone in does anyone in chat? Are you Peter Thiel? Are you married to him? Do you work for him? What's up with him? Why is he so freaky right now?
Yeah. Wait, what are Peter Thiel's murderers or like psycho things he does? I'm not too educated on that. We never said he's murderous. He's done nothing.
Nice man.
He had a wonderful relationship with a man who mysteriously committed suicide, which is what happened. Okay,
because Peter Thiel was such a good boyfriend.
Yeah, and that person had not like done media recently about how Peter Thiel was you know, how his boyfriend was at odds with him over Peter Thiel's like endless funding of Republican races.
Right. No, he is in his suicide note. He was like, I'm doing this because I could never, he's such a good boyfriend. I could never live up to that standard.
Yeah.
Of how nice he is.
That's what happened. See, I'm coughing already. He hit me with the fucking Havana syndrome gun.
He's so scary.
Yeah.
He he is probably spying on me through my like flight sim peripherals. He's so scary.
Yeah, he's tweaking off Gay City and recreational mess.
Imagine how scary a Gay City founded by Peter Thiel would be. They really would kill you for not twerking.
Yeah. What? What is this?
Sir
Barack, he mentioned FDR. FDR would have been the financier of Admiral Yamamoto. He might have been blamed for Pearl Harbor.
You believe?
We're swapping from one Epstein adjacent guy to a besties with Jeffrey
Who
Epstein.
told Ehud Barak that he looks good with this beard?
I don't know, but
Probably Epstein. He was like,
he's honoring his friend that passed away. Felix, be respectful.
I'm sorry.
The current Prime Minister Netanyahu is responsible for the.
He's on his flex shit. He's like, yeah, that's right.
Do you know that Ehud Barak did like Hitman World of Assassination shit? He like dressed up like a woman for
to go
like
to the
Spec
Epstein
Ops.
Manor.
No, not for Epstein's.
Oh, was he one of the like what is it, Dov Duvan or whatever? Like it was a special ops unit guy.
Yeah, he was a special ops guy, and he won in like a couple missions. He like cross dressed.
Oh, I thought you meant like.
No, he didn't cross dress to go to Epstein's mansion. I mean,
he is a master of disguise, as we've seen from the photos of him leaving Epstein's mansion, where he put a T-shirt around his head.
That is like that is like a college athlete trying to like race somebody, like a former college athlete trying to race somebody and pulling their hamstring.
Yeah.
He used to be so good at disguise, and he's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Pulls a T-shirt over.
The failure of the Israeli military, the Israeli intelligence community back on October 7th, which resulted in Hamas going into Israel and killing all those Israelis.
It's wild that former AIPAC spokesperson is daggering Benjamin Netanyahu on CNN alongside, former Israeli prime minister.
I love the conflicting viewpoints we could get on CNN. The former AIPAC spokesman interviewing the former prime minister of Israel.
What do you mean? That's a diversity of opinion. The field is broadly represented on the field of acceptable, permissible opinions on Israel is being broadly represented right here. Okay.
Yeah, you get everything. You get everything from we should kill all of them to we should keep a token amount of them alive to put in a living museum, like the Nazi designs for Madagascar.
It is wild that, like, again, former AIPAC PR guy talking to former Israeli prime minister and Jeffrey Epstein associate pictured coming out of his mansion in 2016. Not like, oh, we didn't know what he was
before
up
the
to.
conviction.
No, like in 2016, very fully aware that shit is so unacceptable that he was trying to hide his fucking face.
This is
okay.
Like, I say this about a lot. God. Great disguise.
Master of disguise.
No one knows.
Donning his prime minister's crown and driving gloves, former prime minister of Israel Ehud Barak leaves the Upper East Side mansion of Jeffrey Epstein.
Prime minister's crown is very funny.
Yeah.
Man, it's
just so strange. Who amongst us is not visiting our convicted international sex trafficker, possible Mossad, possible CIA agent friend?
So wild that like people will call you crazy if you're like, yeah, this was probably a blackmail op, like run either under the aegis or, in part contracted to Mossad. People will call you insane for that, even though that's like, it's an age-old intelligence thing to run operations like that. Why, like it's just a coincidence.
On what planet is the former prime minister of Israel visiting this guy? Like, what possible reason could there be for Ehud Barak to visit Jeffrey Epstein? You have no explanation for this. The media mysteriously never talked about it too. It's just like
it's just like how like when the it's just like the Russiagate stuff when they kept turning up Israelis. They were like, actually, we don't like talking about this.
Yeah, it's just yeah, I know the greatest foreign adversary that's like consistently manipulating the outcome of American democracy. It's definitely not Israel because they get to do it openly.
No, like it's just a coincidence. All the Robert Maxwell stuff, just a crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
And You know what it is? If you even make note of these verifiable things, it's blood libel.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
He was at the wrong mansion. It was an accident multiple times. Someone,
He's
someone
like,
in the
wait,
chat
hey, what
said,
the fuck?
someone in the chat said maybe he privately wanted to fuck kids. Like, leave him alone. Maybe it had nothing to do with Mossad or anything. Like, he just wanted to, he was privately into that sort of thing.
God.
He is the white hat pedophile, just like Donald Trump.
His like security guy is so creepy too. I really hate him.
Yeah. Wait, what? One of the Costco guys just went down. You're laughing. The Rizzler just killed Big Justice, and you're laughing. Yeah, I mean,
This is a false flag.
he's taken the rightful throne. Like,
Yeah. Oh, this is a real Ottoman shit.
yeah,
Where the sons of the Sultan compete for succession.
exactly.
Rizzler has
I
what
don't
it
even know if
takes.
he's a son. I think Rizzler is.
Wait, Rizzler isn't a son?
Rizzler is like Vlad Dracula Tepish. Like, they brought him in. They brought him into the family, but this time he actually killed Mehmet the Conqueror, and now he's the rightful heir. That's what happened. It was It was one of those like child hostage situations. But he grew too powerful.
Who did Mr. Boom conquer that he took Rizzler, their son?
Yeah.
Mr. Boom like killed somebody in his neighborhood and was like, "This is our
Yeah.
house now." Boom.
Yeah, no, it's
I'm taking your son's gonna be a ward of the Boom household.
Yeah, the Boca Raton Protectorate now belongs to the Rizzler. It's his for the taking.
Wait, is Rizzler really not his son?
I don't know if he's
just
his
some
son.
kid?
He's a ward, dude.
Dude, I when the first Costco video happened and all these people were like shitting on it, I like defended them. I was like, this seems nice. This is like a goofy dad and his son. And now I find out that they're like adding new members and there's the Rizzy. It's got way too fucked up for me.
The grandma, there's like a grandma. I think he's literally someone else's kid. Yeah, no, he doesn't. He has Chad epigenetics. Okay, he has the wartime physiognomy.
He has like Brock Lesnar. That's what Brock Lesnar probably looked like as a little kid, like the Rizzler. Like literally, it's so like I felt so embarrassed because I was like, Costco is a great place to go.
Yeah,
this is just like a goofy dad and his goofy son, and it's very sweet. I don't know why you guys are yelling at him. And then like he's conquering new families and taking from them.
he's gonna go after the Walmart guys after this.
Oh my, I felt so bad for the Sam's Club family.
Yeah,
they're like this nice Indian family.
Yeah, they were trying to be the Costco guys, but for Sam's Club, and it's just not.
Rizzler probably commanded like a legion of 10,000 children and sieged their house with like Greek fire.
They've taken over Sam's Club. They're gonna turn it into Costco now. All the Sam's Clubs.
Has anyone ever sat down with like Mr. like Sultan of Boom and been like,
Sultan of Boom.
What's your family tree? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh my god.
This is why we need more newspapers. Someone needs to like look into this.
Yeah, local news needs to be covering this and not fake shit like Miami Sentinel looking after Jeffrey Epstein victims or whatever. Don't look into that.
No,
please. Stop looking into that.
If you do that, you could end up verging on anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Just stay away from that. We want stories about the Rizzler.
Yeah. Oh man, let's get back to these
For
guys.
sure not. He's not responsible for the failure of intelligence to give an early warning the last night. But he was warned by the same intelligence service.
Did Ehud Barak also defend Netanyahu when the disgusting anti-Semitic ICC said that there was a warrant out, like they were applying?
I don't know what he said about
He
that.
really does hate Benjamin Netanyahu, so maybe he's like one of the only guys. Because Yair Lapid immediately folded.
Yeah,
he was like, it's just so unacceptably anti-Semitic.
Like, no one who's in like the viable opposition for Israel can agree with that because like they have the exact same policies.
Yeah,
like they would not prosecute this war any differently. The only reason Ehud Barak might is just because he hates Netanyahu. That's his top op.
Yeah,
he doesn't give a shit about anything else, you know.
For months that he's what he called judicial reform and mainly ended up to be judicial coup d'etat. and the way he runs the state of Israel together with two Messianic,
it's so weird to have that be like the Jeff Tiedrick of your country. That's how backwards Israel is.
Turn into fire the whole Middle East, not just the conflict between us and the Palestinians, that this leads to apparent and immediate risk to our security. He was warned once and again, he ignored it.
He sounds
He is the
like
father
Zizek
of
nowadays.
the bizarre idea that Hamas is an asset and the Palestinian Authority is a liability rather than the other way around. He mentioned FDR. If FDR would have been the financier of Admiral Yamamoto, he might be blamed for Pearl Harbor, but he was not, of course. Netanyahu reached the point where he paid protection money through Qatar in cash, $1.5 billion. Half of them we found in the tunnels in the personal weapons of Hamas.
Hey, buddy, can
and
you
he
slow down?
ignited a war, attrition war with the North. He caused 150,000 Israel, both in the south and in the north, to leave for 9 months their own homes. He created a huge divide in spite of all his calls for working together with America. He make this deep divide with America, and Israel became isolated all around the world. A new wave of anti-Semitism. It's all started with his fake ideas. He has the bizarre idea that we can have a breakthrough toward Saudi Arabia and the Muslim world while keep ignoring.
Ehud Barak's entire point of view on this stuff is interesting to me because his approach to this, right? He doesn't give a shit about, like, you know, anyone in the West Bank or any Palestinians for that matter or anything. But his point of view on this is basically like he wants Israel to behave like a more normal client state so they don't risk alienating the many nations, not just America and the UK. Israel needs help from a lot of countries.
Wait,
not just us. He wants them to act like a more normal client state so they can keep this thing going.
Yeah, no, liberal Zionists are right. Like when they make the argument that, like, in order to maintain the apartheid project, like, we have to dial it back. Like, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, like,
I guess they were kind of wrong for like the past couple of decades, but the last 10 years is now like when they are actually right. Because they can't maintain the narrative anymore.
But now it's like, I mean, it's impossible. You can't dial it back. There's no way to, like, after your country becomes that, the only way you can, like, dial it back is, like, if they lose a war.
Mods clamped on someone. Did you hear about roof knocking? Half the things you say about Israel are just not true. Even if Netanyahu is not the best prime minister, you are just wrong most of the time.
I cannot believe my tax dollars are paying for you to do that on a military internet cafe in Tel Aviv.
You don't get it. Listen, we are doing roof knocking. It's like, bro, yeah, no, don't worry, dude. I'll use a fucking artillery shell on your house and then use a fucking massive munition to just destroy it 5 minutes later. I'm sure you'll be happy about that process.
Don't worry. I'm dropping a 2,000-pound ordnance on your house that will penetrate through every structure, but it's inert. Don't worry. It's not going to explode. It's just a 2,000-pound fucking iron bomb dropping through your entire house. It's fine, though.
That blows my mind that, like, but this actually unironically shows, like, how fucking captured and how, like, echo chambered the average Israeli like sentiment is on the matter, where they unironically, after like 40,000 deaths, like that are, 40,000 confirmed deaths, with numbers slated to increase dramatically over the course of years, these guys still think like they could just come in here and be like, but they were roof knocking.
They were warned.
They were warned. We warned them. You don't understand, Hassan. You are Hamas.
And if you go beyond that, they have the exact same arguments as like Holocaust deniers.
Yeah, 40,000 exactly immediately on the money. 40,000 dead terrorists.
Yeah, whenever you're like, who knows what number of families where every member is going to, who knows what that is up to now? But the last time I saw that brought up, how could someone even find that out? How would you even know?
Yeah.
What are you telling me that the health ministry keeps records of who's related to who? I don't think so. It's either we warned them or we did it and it was good.
Yeah.
Like no. I really hate like the Hasbro posters because I don't know if you've ever run into like the equivalent for Saudis. But they're
not.
They're like funny. I think they're like fun. Of course. I think.
Well, I mean,
Saudi Arabia
aren't the equivalent for Saudi posting just also still Hasbro agents?
I think there might be some overlap now, but like it used to be. If you talk, I would say something about like, they had done something horrible in Yemen or like these mass executions they would do of Shia in the East. And you would get a guy, Lion of Saud, bunch of numbers, and he'd go, "It is internal affair, fuck you." And I always thought that was like such a funny thing to say. But there's no fun Israeli version of that. Don't get me wrong, both bad. Don't like either. But
everyone became like Saudi posters for a little bit when they were like using like one random Saudi blog that was like, the Houthis brought back child slavery to Yemen.
Yeah.
With like 30 likes before that moment. It was just like, and everyone was like, "Oh, dude, I found this very valid reporting that was done in Yemen."
Yeah, from one of those like Saudi media organs.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of what I assume is paid Saudi posting by like influencers and shit. Have you seen like all the Israel influencers posting that like Nike or Adidas ad?
Oh, the 1972.
I think that's paid. No. The one that's filmed in Saudi Arabia, and it's like the girl fantasizing about playing sports.
I haven't.
And they're
seen
like,
that one, no.
this is.
I thought you were talking about the Bella Hadid shit.
No, not the Bella Hadid one. I'm talking. There was a Saudi Arabian. I forget if it was Adidas or Nike, but it's like an ad, and it's like a girl like playing sports, and they're like, "This would be unthinkable 10 years ago." I think that's paid posting.
Oh, I didn't.
It's just
I didn't
too
see that.
coordinated.
Yes, I have come across plenty of Israelis that hate how they're committing genocide. Most of them are in this community, like the conscientious objectors, the Israeli Knesset members, like the only Israelis who are like legitimately anti-Zionist are in here on a daily basis. It's the only place where they can get like consistent coverage on like Al Jazeera and shit for the most part because their government banned them.
Yeah, no, like there are like morally upright, objectors and everything, but it is
I
for the most part, for the vast majority, it's a pretty fucking sick society.
Yeah, it's just like for me, I recognize like legitimately, all jokes aside, I recognize the bravery that demonstrates because it's like I get it. Like Turks are very ultra nationalist too, so I understand what it's like when when there's like a national mythos, and like the average Turk is like ultra nationalist in many different respects as well. So like I do understand that it's not like the easiest thing to do, and it's not the easiest thing to advocate for. So I know. It's not. There is no equivalent in America. I don't think. Like I don't think Americans are like nationalists enough. They love capitalism too much to be like genuinely.
I don't get.
Or maybe it's because like we are the global empire.
Well, I think because like the role of like black shirts, like there's a lot of like official and unofficial like black shirt type groups in like Israel or Turkey for that matter. But in America, that role is sort of relegated to the cops.
Yeah.
Like everything for us, someone else is doing it for us.
This is it. This is what you're talking about, right?
I think this is all paid posting. I saw a bunch of like big pro-Israel accounts post this shit.
Now imagine Iran. As it stands, they are light years away from this kind of scenario. Or are they? A video that proves that things can change very quickly. It's a Nike ad in Saudi Arabia.
This shows that the checks are still flowing. I love all the totally real replies. This is great.
Brilliant. This is an amazing advert. Good for Mohammed bin Salman. He's doing great things for his people.
Never mind. Yeah. No, this is you can tell when someone's getting paid. This is that Nio Berg lady or whatever the hell her name is.
Reminder, these are the only bobbleheads of Fox telling you that Kamala only got where she is because of her skin color. Wait, why'd you put Rainbow on there? Poor guy. I get why you would put us
notice
to.
the bottom right.
Why is Gio Rainbow on there, dude? What the fuck? He just caught a stray.
He said anything.
Yeah. He just caught a stray for no reason.
I didn't even say that about Kamala.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's just, here's the Rizzler statement on the Trump assassination. No. Rizzler, are you going to be addressing the assassination attempt today? It wasn't me.
No one was saying it was Rizzler. What are you trying to say?
Yo, that's weird, man. Now I'm starting to think different. Maybe the two shooter conspiracy is real. You know what I mean?
The Rizzler is playing Palace games. This is so much like the Assassin's Creed that takes place in the Ottoman Empire. Brotherhood or whatever one of the last good ones, if people know what I'm talking about. Has Rizzler ever where are his parents?
We don't know. He does not need parents.
Well, yeah, he has Mr. Boom, you know?
Yeah, Mr. Boom is, I'm telling you, he's Mr. Boom's ward.
Yeah, Sultan Boom.
They took him over when they conquered Boca Raton in exchange for, protection over Boca Raton. He was like, listen, I'm giving you assurances. We're going to teach him the fine arts. We're going to teach him poetry. Okay, we're going to teach him about chicken bakes. What is the most charismatic man saying about Kamala Harris?
Like Colin all read my Democrat.
I love that this is now the angle. They're like, Kamala Harris is the most liberal. He's really radical.
She's trying everything.
I like that though, because like I guess now they're finally remembering like how to run a campaign.
Yeah, but I still they tried to do this with Joe for like 3 years.
Yeah,
they tried to
work
Joe as like a fucking crazy radical, and it never worked really.
I was very worried because I was worried that Republicans, we were overconfident, that there was an air of celebration. And listen, there's a time to celebrate after the election, but we got a lot of work.
Manipulated media.
And the media is getting ready to spend billions of dollars building Kamala up, telling the American people she is a combination of Mother Teresa and Oprah and Gandhi. And that's
weird.
Dangerous.
I haven't seen a manipulated media thing on a post in a while.
Strategy with her. They're going to lock her in the basement.
Matt Taibbi's on it, dude. He's gonna do he's gonna do Twitter Leaks Part 15.
Oh, guess what this post is?
Yeah.
Guess what it's like? It's like crossing the Rubicon. Thank you, Matt.
In TV ads and trust the corporate media to create a fake image of her. It's dangerous, and it means all of us need to focus on her actual record.
She lied about Joe's cognitive decline. She lied and said the economy, inflation was transitory. She lied about the border, said the border was secure. She's lied about basically every issue. She's extreme on abortion. She's extreme on the environment.
I hate to
she
see
supports
Hannity
the
like
new Green
this. He
Deal.
seems
She
so
doesn't
deflated.
want fracking. She doesn't want drilling. She wants to reduce meat consumption. I'm with you. I'm a paleo, keto-friendly diet person.
This is my favorite when they say co-sponsor Bernie Sanders Medicare for All Act, which is like Bernie Sanders is still one of the most popular politicians in the country, and historically has been. So I don't know why they think associating Kamala Harris with Bernie Sanders is going to play well to their base.
Everyone who ran for president in 2020 at one point or another either co-sponsored or if they were not in Congress pledged their support for Medicare for All. Even Pete did it at one point. People forget. The only guys who didn't do it were John Delaney and who is the other?
The real ones who were like, no, fuck this. Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, Delaney, and who was the other rich guy who danced to the Juvenile song?
What was it? Was he the Star? No, he wasn't the Starbucks guy. He's the California billionaire. Fuck. No, Michael Bloomberg was one of them too, by the way. But that's not who we're talking about.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
But people.
No, it wasn't Michael Bloomberg. It was another Steyer, Tom Steyer.
Tom Steyer.
Wow, we forgot about his name.
Tom
Like he spent
Steyer-
so much money.
Tom Steyer spent like half his fortune, and it was to like get back with his wife. Like his wife was mad at him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I don't do anything. How about I save this fucking country?"
Yeah.
And then he like got nowhere. But
I'm ashamed to say I worked for John Delaney's campaign in 2012. Wait, what?
the hell?
2012. That's incredible.
Damn.
Never be ashamed. John Delaney was hot.
Yeah, he was in good shape.
Yeah.
We can say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tom Steyer, John Delaney, Bloomberg, obviously Joe, and Hickenlooper. Those were the only guys really that had any opposition to it.
Yeah.
Hickenlooper was so fucking creepy.
I can't believe we found another like a real Delaney-ac. Like we were memeing. We're Bergamaniacs in this community, if you didn't know.
I
Which,
feel
by
so
the way,
bad for Burgum.
Dude, what a miss, by the way. Like, Burgum, not the best fucking VP pick by any means, but like significantly better than JD Vance. And it's so funny that it was up to them two at the end.
Yeah. Burgum looks so cool. Like he looks like a cool guy, like a handsome man from Deadwood.
Yeah.
He had such an old-fashioned cool look. Like people would have loved that. But he picked the eyeliner guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why did he do it? We'll never know.
Because his brilliant son, Donald Trump Jr., thought,
I don't get that.
I saw him on Tucker Carlson and I immediately fell in love, Dad. You got to get this guy in.
I don't get that because it's like, isn't he supposed to hate his sons? Why is he taking advice from them?
That was weird, yeah. And it wasn't, I don't know. It was weird.
His sons are probably so sad right now.
Yes. And it really defined. He has the moral clarity to understand the moment and the imperative nature of our alliance with Israel. And one of the things, perhaps maybe one of the biggest failures of Joe and Kamala,
nice to see Hannity
is the
because
fact
he's like
that
one of the
they
last
have
like real
surrendered in
boomer
the war
cons.
against radical Islamic
Like
terrorism.
everyone is so
And
crazy,
by
but
that,
he's
they
like,
didn't support
we got
the
to stand with
offensive
Israel
efforts.
and remember the Democrats are the real racists.
The equivalent
It's
of
like
40,000 Americans
nostalgic
in one day. And nearly 10,000 Americans that would have been taken and held captive in
Dude,
one.
he loves Israel. Him and Lindsey Graham, if they get started talking about Israel, it's so like you think, Van Jones talking about Joe Biden is bad. Like they just, it's a fuck fest, dude.
These guys hate Thomas Massey now. Because Massey doesn't want to give unlimited money to Israel.
He disrespected
So
Israel.
he's evil. These guys, like a guy like Sean Hannity, especially, not Lindsey Graham, but Sean Hannity, they love the IDF babes. They love the idea of like an IDF
not Lindsey
babe.
Graham.
Yeah, no, he's not into that.
Yeah.
He doesn't like objectifying women. That's why.
Yeah.
George Clooney,
a viable
his
bachelor.
wife understand. What are they missing? Because I'm having a hard time understanding it.
Look, the tragedy is when they see these
Left and
radical
control
terrorists,
rabid
when
fans
they
by
see
killing
the
Jeff
protesters
Sessions.
burning the American flag, hoisting the Palestinian flag over Union Station. Kamala Harris and the radicals of the Democrat Party, they're cheering for the protesters. That's who they are. And I agree with you. This speech was remarkable. As I told Prime Minister Netanyahu afterwards, it was Churchillian, and that is an adjective I have not used for any other world leader. I think Benjamin Netanyahu appreciates the gravity of the situation, the existential threat to Israel and to America. Listen, those who hate Israel hate America.
Do you ever
those
just
who
get
hate
like
Jews
ashamed of
hate
yourself
Christians.
doing
And
this
Kamala
shit?
Harris
Like God,
wants the votes of the
Dude, I don't get it. Like, other than the evangelical nut jobs, right? Like, how do you fucking watch Republican congressmen just like embarrass themselves this much?
Yeah.
Like, as they crawl on their hands and knees to be like, oh my God, like you have disrespected Israel, the greatest nation on earth.
all these guys who say they like hate wokeism, you're doing wokeism for Israel.
Yeah.
Just for Israel.
Yeah, it's just so weird.
It's humiliating. It's humiliating. Like no one talks about another country that we're allied with like this.
Yeah. No, it would. It's
when
just,
it comes to
dude, Estonia.
Yeah,
I love it. I love imagining
Estonia like this.
Yeah, we need global broadband access like Estonia. They are the greatest nation on earth. They're the most moral army on earth. Incredibly valuable part of NATO.
when President Herberger, whoever's the head of Estonia, came over here, it was like Churchill.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, fuck.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is standing up, trying to save Israel and America from radicals who, when they chant death to Israel and death to America, they mean it. And the stakes on this election, they are existential. And as I noted, Colin Allred, my Democrat opponent, he welcomed a radical Islamic cleric from Texas as, quote,
no, that's the worst kind.
He always represents
radical
the
Texas
best of
cleric.
North Texas. Well, that cleric today tweeted out an image of Benjamin Netanyahu as a war criminal. That's who the Democrat Party is. And let me say,
wow! Oh my God!
What?
So
please go
you
to
mean
What?
how he exists?
Yeah.
In real life?
Oh, how dare he? You know, silence is violence, okay? But let me tell you something, okay? As a senator from the great state of Texas, I will not abide by these microaggressions being launched towards the greatest man of all time, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu.
You're doing tropes, and it's pretty icky right now.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz, thank you.
I don't,
By the way,
I don't like to say it, but it's giving anti-Semitism.
To intercept Russian fighter jets and 2 Chinese H-6 bombers
jet
just
story.
hours before President Biden finally addressed the country earlier tonight. More than 72
H-6s,
hours
are
after
those
dropping out of the
modified
presidential race
PU
and passing the torch to the
116s?
likely new Democratic
Or look it up.
nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. Well, I guess they've begun test number 1. Here to react to all of this week's
Test
breaking
number-
news, Fox News
Yeah.
contributor. I'm not sure.
They're
if I'm
tapped
gonna get
in. They're like
quoted
waiting.
from
They
you
were like,
in
oh,
about a
finally
month or so
Biden is.
saying that I'm pushing the envelope
Ooh,
too
no,
hard,
the
I'm vetting
X6 or the
Kamala too
H6
hard.
is very old. It's a modified
Clearly, they're
Tupolev
testing Kamala Harris.
Tu-16.
There's no way you will ever convince
Tu,
me.
yeah, no, these are
that
old.
President Xi,
I like the
Vladimir Putin,
Tu-160.
the mullahs in
That's the
Iran,
whole plan.
Kim Jong-un are ever going to have
Dude,
any
you gotta
respect
feel
for her.
good when you're Kim
I don't
Jong-un and they
believe
just like
that's-
randomly bring you up all the time. Like, yeah, he's a part of this coalition.
Yeah,
He's
like
playing an active role in sending bombers to the United States of America.
Your Air Force, like, it's filled with planes that were like introduced in 1951. You have like the oldest shit, the oldest, most broken down shit, and you're like, yep. Me and China.
Yeah, we did it together.
I have one of my friends from Counter-Strike is like, he's amazing. He's so good at the game. He'll get, he'll get like 25 kills and a half. And sometimes I'll have a good game and I'll be like in second place to him with like 10 kills. And I'll be like, look, combined, we got 35 kills.
No, that's the Enver. That's my favorite. My favorite quote. My favorite quote is the Enver Hoxha quote. Between us and Albania and China, we make up half the world's population.
Yeah.
That's it. That's like that. That literally is Kim Jong Un. He's like, yeah, we're doing this.
Yeah. I think, like no one talks about, and they've done this for like 20 years. Then like North Korea is going to send transatlantic bombers to kill us.
One day, dude.
It's happening.
One day.
More ammunition in my arsenal of truth-telling and vetting. You did warn me that I might be going a little hard about Barack Obama, but compared to Barack Obama and Kamala Harris...
Oh, they're glazing him now because Kamala's so much worse.
You heard her in her own words. What is
This
your
is the
reaction
Republican
to-
version of when liberals will be like, George W. Bush, like, I miss him.
Yeah,
they're doing that now.
They're literally, they're going to, what's the conservative version of Ellen?
First of all, I hope every
I don't know.
18 to 24-year-old girl
Ellen.
hears that.
Ellen, yeah, they're going to have
Trump.
Ellen meet with the
I think
Obungler,
that would be
and it's going to be the same thing.
But look, I don't think you can go too far with Kamala Harris. She is
How
a
is
San
Newt not
Francisco
dead yet?
radical.
How-
She is
have
to
you
the
seen-
left
look,
of
it's his
Bernie
wife.
Sanders.
Yeah, no, he
His wife keeps him alive.
He has an
so
amazing,
far
like,
away
vibrant,
from the average
active
American
lifestyle with
that
Callisto,
I'm
the greatest
very
wife on
confident
earth.
Yeah.
That as the American people
Every
discover
time
the
that she
real Kamala,
facetunes
not
him,
the
it adds like 10
Washington
years to his
news
life.
media
Hey, Newt, didn't you fucking shake while your wife was dying? That's Callista. I think he was fucking Callista.
Callista isn't just some chick,
Yeah.
by the way.
That's his life partner.
She's a diplomat.
Yeah.
What she has said,
He was the
I think she
emissary
will
to
melt
Vatican City.
like George McGovern and Mike Dukakis.
Remember?
Because I think the average American will not want to have a radical San Francisco candidate who personifies everything, first of all, which has destroyed San Francisco. I mean, people will go there now and look at the human feces in the street, look at the drug syringes.
Kamala did that. She pooped on the streets.
The population of homeless has exploded. That's the city that she was the district attorney.
Like, this line of attack would be totally valid against like Gavin Newsom, which is why I've always said Gavin Newsom would not be a good candidate. But it just like doesn't make sense for the fucking attorney general. That was the attorney general like last time she was the attorney general, what, 2015?
No one associates her with that.
Yeah.
But like the average voter does not associate her uniquely with California now.
American behaviors. This was a total coup against a sitting president of the United States.
Oh my God, this again.
To drive him out of office, even when he'd gotten 14.5
It's like, but you guys hate him. You guys hated him. Why are you?
You said he's not capable of doing the fucking job.
Like, what the fuck? I just.
Now
they're sad. They're sad. They're sad he's gone. You don't know what you got till it's gone. You know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. No.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. It's really undemocratic. You know what I think this is, by the way? I think they're jealous because they try to do this to Trump, but like they had to do an open primary process and Trump has like way more pull in the party. So they couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So, like, because if given the opportunity, the Republican Party would have assassinated Trump and just put like Ron DeSantis or someone.
After 2022, they were like, we need to fucking get rid of this guy.
Yeah, they're so sad that they couldn't get away with it.
Dude.
Oh.
If Trump doesn't, like, who knows? The election's ways away. But, like, if Trump loses, I'm not even sure that they could keep him from being the nominee in 2028. Provided he wants to do that and lives that long. But, like, I don't think they could stop him.
Oh my God, that would be
so
awesome.
funny.
That would be fucking
3 in
awesome.
a row.
Oh my God. Oh, I hope that happens. Oh, think of the content. He's gonna be so much worse too at that point.
He'll be what, like 82?
Oh
my God.
We ought to have millions.
And what could they do? What could they do to stop it?
Vote illegally so they can give themselves welfare with your tax dollars. She's perfectly fine. If you want somebody who's anti-police, pro-criminal, she's perfectly fine. You want somebody that teaches
Like, even this is such a dumb narrative because, like, not to get all libbed up or whatever, but like, you can literally be like, she's a cop, Trump is a felon. Like, the average American, not like not the avid Fox News watchers or like people who are firmly committed to the Trump cult, but like the average like suburban Republican is 100% going to be 100% going to be like, oh, I don't know how I feel about voting for a felon because Americans are dumb like that. Like they don't think about it further than that.
Yeah. Also, like, they did a lot of like the Kamala cop branding, like everyone did. During the primary. That actually, I saw that become huge on the right wing internet, and obviously, like, people have very short memories, but like. I saw some articles of people saying that they're going to try to run that back this time to alienate younger voters. And I just, I think that will probably hurt them more than anything.
For sure. I don't think they'll do that, though. I think they're going to try to be like, he's a George Soros style prosecutor.
Yeah, because it's incoherent. You can't like run on crime and then like do that.
Yeah. That's why Trump had the back to blue shit. What is this? Kamala is taking stakes. Ted Cruz, Kamala can't have my gun. She can't have my gasoline engine. And she sure as hell can't have my steaks and cheeseburgers. Dude, lay off the steaks and cheeseburgers, man. Like,
this is, I love
for your own sake.
I love, this is so like American because it's like the pretense with guns is like, okay, like we need these things in case like we need to rise against the tyrannical government. And that is just as important as hamburgers.
Oh, did you see this? I posted this on my Instagram. This is fire. Like, this is, boomers are posting, baby.
Is this a base lib post?
I don't know if it's a base lib post or I don't know if it's like a scary Republican post, but then it's like Jeff Bezos is on there, you know what I mean? So I can't tell. It just doesn't make sense.
It's hard to discern.
Because like some of these are right wing, like most of these are right wing.
Yeah.
And Jeff Bezos is also obviously billionaire and is very much right wing, but like they say he's a communist.
And they're doing Pol Pot imagery with the MAGA hats on the skulls.
Yeah.
This is one of those things,
you don't see a ton of these anymore where you don't know whether like a Jeff Tiedrick supporter did this or it's like a MAGA guy saying this is bad.
Yeah,
I like the Satan O'Bungler there. I guess this is anti because O'Bungler is Satan and he's
and so is Nancy Pelosi. But then the why Jeff Bezos is being arrested bad.
I don't. Yeah, this is sort of incoherent.
I don't get it. I love it though.
I don't get like if I was a Republican, I would be saying like Jeff Bezos is great. Be like he's a great businessman. They say that about Trump, you know. Maybe this is like a pro business guy.
Yeah. What else was I going to cover? Oh, someone said it's from pamphlets. Oh, okay, that makes sense. They were memeing. Andrew Tate is an American right-wing politician. You're wrong about that. He literally went on Tucker Carlson. They consider him to be a right-wing politician.
I saw a Tate clip today. I love how much he I didn't know this was such a feature in his programming. Like how many shows there are where his brother is wearing clothes, but Tate is just like naked.
Oh yeah,
I think that's so funny.
Oh yeah, that's regular shit.
He loves being naked with his brother. I think that's nice. I think more people should do stuff with their brothers.
So, we were gonna do Sonya Massey. Before I forget, this is a harrowing, really horrifying,
really fucking bad.
This is a horrifying video. We briefly touched on it with a meme, but basically, though I'm not a fan of Andrew, but he did call out Gaza. Okay, bro, it's like Jake Shields also calls out Gaza. You know what I mean? Like it's fine. That doesn't mean too much. So in Illinois, sheriff's deputies called to a home and then shoots the person that called 911 in her home.
Out to an unnerving
I'm not going to
story
show
out
you
of
the video.
Illinois, where a black woman was killed by a sheriff's deputy.
I don't know how many
after
people have
calling
seen it, but it's one of the worst ones I've seen since the Carver shooting.
Yeah.
If people remember that one. One of the
911 for help. Shocking body camera footage shows the moments before, during, and after a sheriff's deputy shot and killed 36-year-old mother of two, Sonya Massey, on July 6th. That now former deputy, Sean Grayson, has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. Roxana Saberi has more.
They're charging with first degree? I didn't know that.
He looks like a not racist person.
Well, yeah.
Like judging by both his actions and also just, if I didn't know anything, I would say that's definitely a not racist guy.
I don't know if it was his tattoos specifically, but at least one of the cops on the body cam footage, you can see like a black sun tattoo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Classic.
More from Springfield, Illinois, and a warning: the video you're about to see in this story is incredibly disturbing.
The body camera video shows Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson and his partner searching around Sonya Massey's home in Springfield, Illinois, around 1 a.m. after she'd called 911 reporting a prowler.
Sheriff's office!
The officers waited more than 3 minutes before Massey
that's not a
opens
black
the
sun,
door
but it's
and says,
fucking
"Don't
something.
hurt me."
I don't know what that is.
hurt you. You called us.
Okay.
So what'd you hear?
Somebody keeps outside my house, y'all.
A few minutes later, they
It's like wild that they fucking like are aware that this is the person who called them.
Yeah.
And then they still do this execution. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of seem like he went into it wanting to kill somebody.
This is the most, how can I get a Nazi tattoo without it obviously being a Nazi tattoo I've ever seen?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he just really loves like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Who knows?
Not a black sun. It's a Nordic protection rune. It's been appropriated by Nazis, but my very lib godfather also has one. Well, I mean, context. You know? It's a little different, I think. When you're a cop with that sort of thing.
went inside.
What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
At one point, Massey got up to remove a pot of hot water from the stove.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
But within seconds,
Yeah, the cop himself literally says like, you know.
He's suggesting that she do that.
Yeah.
Like, fucking Christ.
The moment turned tense.
Where you going? Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, that means, like, I'm not... Why would you suggest I'm doing that?
Shoot you right in the face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot!
Investigators say Grayson fired
on
3
the
times,
fucking
striking
ground.
Massey in the face. The second officer tried to
like
give
no
the
way she could have
36-year-old
even
first
touched them
aid,
with that.
even though
Yeah, it's fucking. It's
Yeah,
just
these
pure
guys,
evil,
these guys
nasty
should fucking
shit.
fry. Like,
Grayson
fucking God,
discouraged him.
I'm gonna go get my kid. Headshot, dude. She's done.
He laughs too. He goes, "Nah, it's a headshot. Haha, she's done." Look,
yeah,
she's done.
you can hear it in his fucking voice.
God.
Yeah. Yeah, they say she threw the water when it just fell after she got shot in the fucking head.
Yeah, like, out of the
Grayson later described the incident to
ones we've
responding
seen
officers.
where there's like a full
House is
recording of
cleared.
it.
She was the only one.
It reminds me so much of like the Carver shooting.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, Jesus.
No, she had a boiling water and came at me with boiling water. You shot her? Yeah. She said she was going to rebuke me in the name of Jesus and came at me with boiling water. That's what all this is.
Massey was pronounced dead at a local hospital.
It was senseless what he did. And he never should have had a badge and a gun on his hip.
Massey's father, James Wilburn, says seeing the footage of his daughter's death makes him angry and heartbroken.
What's the hardest part about this for you?
The last words that my daughter said to me was, "Daddy, I love you." And to know and realize that I won't see her again, I can't talk to her again.
I think they also lied, right? They lied. Classic. They lied about like how she died.
Yeah.
How she was murdered. Instead of that, they went in 6 different police departments. Former sheriff's deputy who fatally shot Sonya Massey held 6 police
they
jobs.
fucking move these guys around like priests who molest kids. They do the same fucking thing. They
Yeah.
just shuffle them around like every county or township.
Yeah. Former sheriff's deputy who fatally shot Sonya Massey in her Illinois home while responding to her call for help has held 6 different police jobs since 2020. Since 2020, in 4 years, the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board confirmed to ABC.
Is there
Body
like-
camera footage released Monday shows former deputy Sean Grayson yelling at Massey, an unarmed 36-year-old woman and mother of 2, to put down a pot of boiling hot water. The footage
After he told her to do that, after
Yeah.
he told her to fucking take it off the
Yeah.
fucking stove.
The footage reviewed by ABC News shows that Massey told the deputy, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," and then she apologized after the officer threatened to shoot her. She poured the water into the sink and ducked down behind a counter, covering her face with what appears to be red oven mitt. She briefly rose, and then Grayson shot her 3 times in the face. A review by Illinois State Police found that Grayson was not justified in his use of deadly force. The shocking aspect of this story is not that there was another fucking police killing of an unarmed black woman in her own home, but instead the fact that there was like actually swift criminal punishment for the actual perpetrator.
Yeah.
Which is like legitimately shocking.
It's such a low bar, but it was at least.
Apparently he was also discharged from the army for misconduct. Like this dude is
If you get like dishonorably discharged from the army, you should not be given a fucking job with any fucking sheriff's department or police department. I don't know how that isn't immediately disqualifying.
It's because he got 2 DUIs in 2015 and 2016, so they were like, "Oh,
Oh
you're
yeah,
good."
this guy has great fucking judgment.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't know how
happens.
like. What is there any other job that people know of where it's like you can fuck up that bad and they just move you around? Only a few. It's like cop and, priest.
Yeah. Yeah. State's Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board shows Grayson worked for 6 different departments over 4 years. Through a FOIA request, WAN News found records showing he left the previous departments because he was searching for full-time employment. Before being hired full-time in Sangamon County, Grayson was a full-time officer for the Auburn Police Department and Logan County Sheriff's Office. In one document, Grayson admitted to being arrested previously for a DUI. Court records show he was arrested in 2015 and 2016 on 2 separate incidents. His job with Sangamon County was terminated last week when a grand jury indicted him on 3 counts of first-degree murder and other charges in the shooting of Sonya Massey, a 36-year-old Springfield woman who was shot after making a 911 call. Incredible stuff.
I can't touch her again.
Last week, Grayson was fired from the sheriff's department. Documents obtained by CBS News show he has worked for 6 different law enforcement agencies since 2020. When reached by CBS News, Grayson's attorney declined to comment. Vlad?
Roxana, thank you very, very much. It's remarkable and striking that he's worked for these 6 departments, and we don't know the circumstances
Raises a lot of questions
of why he was moving around so much. But
Grayson, who is white, has pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct in Massey's death. Illinois Law Enforcement Training Standards Board said he had 3 full-time and 3 part-time jobs in 4 police departments and 2 sheriff's offices over the past 4 years, all within the state of Illinois. Grayson was employed in 3 different police departments in 2021 alone. The records show his shortest term of employment was with the Kinsade Police Department, where he was employed for just over 3 months. Records list his reason for leaving as other. His longest term of employment was Sangamon County Sheriff's Office, where he worked for 1 year and 2 months. Grayson was fired from the Sangamon County last week following Massey's death. He worked part-time at the Pawnee Police Department from August 2020 to July 2021. Reason for listing other. Wait, he had a Totenkopf skull tattoo? Are you sure? No, that's not a Totenkopf.
I know, yeah, I don't think that's a Totenkopf.
Yeah, that's not a Totenkopf, but it's fine. We know he's
yeah, I mean, we saw him senselessly, premeditatedly kill someone.
Yeah, that's not a
on
Totenkopf,
camera.
but yeah, he assassinated an unarmed black woman in front of our eyes. You know, that usually, and then he also chuckled when he said, "Oh, nah, don't waste the fucking med kit on her.
Yeah,
she's dead."
He felt fucking nothing. Like,
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Her son telling the reporters that they refused to tell him who shot his mom after telling the family it was a suicide earlier.
Well, they told me
the family it was
I
a
got a call
fucking
from the
suicide?
hospital, actually. I never got a call from the police or whatever. But they told me that my mom, she had got shot in the eye and it came out her neck. And they didn't tell me who. They were just saying somebody. They never would tell me who. They just kept on saying someone shot her. They would never tell me who shot my mom, though. So, and I think I was the first person to find it out, too. I had to go tell my grandma myself. That's all I can say.
And you kept asking who?
Yeah, and they wouldn't tell me at all.
Jesus.
Yeah. Like,
it's like they told him it was a suit. Like, is anyone else from this department even gonna like lose their job over this? Like, fucking God.
Nope. Shortly after, Grayson can be heard asking dispatchers a question. Does she have any call history for being 1096? Grayson asked at 1:26 a.m. A 1096 call refers to someone suffering from mental health issues. On the body cam video, Grayson can be seen asking Massey multiple questions about her mental health, like whether she has taken any medication. At one point, he even slows down his speech to ask her a question. After Grayson posed the question, a dispatcher could be heard asking if the gunshot wound was self-inflicted. The answer given by deputies is not clear. In a different recording from later in the morning, a dispatcher says the deputy's response was too short and the county office's recording software did not pick it up clearly. From there, dispatch calls in more units to the scene from multiple different agencies. We don't actually know what happened. He just screamed, shot fired. Somebody heard. One of the dispatchers heard the gunshots and said female shot in the head, but we don't know if she shot herself or if a deputy shot her, the county dispatcher said. The dispatcher takes a pause and then adds more information. They're now saying self-inflicted, she added. So, like, their original reporting was just to fucking hide it and make it seem like she shot herself.
Yeah, if this wasn't recorded, like, we would have probably never heard about this.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does make you wonder how many things like this, you know, where we're told it's like a suicide or something.
The reason for dishonorable discharge would be equivalent to a civilian committing a felony. That's how serious his conduct was. Was he honorably discharged or dishonorably? U.S. Army dismissed for serious. Documents obtained by the Kincaid Police Department where Grayson worked previously noted that he was discharged from the Army in 2016 for the Fort Riley Army installation, Kansas for misconduct, serious offense. Army officials confirmed Grayson was a wheeled vehicle mechanic from May 2014 to February 2016, but declined to provide further details about his discharge. I watched the video. Nobody ever said, no one ever said she shot herself. No, this is after, when they're talking to dispatchers afterwards. Do you not see it? This is WGN9. It's not like some random fucking blog we're looking at. It's local news reporting that went in and talked to and got records with the dispatchers. It's a transcript, chatter. It's not directly from the video that you may or may not have watched. They used their mental health problems against her. This is also a consequence of ableism. They used their disability against her. Yeah. Here's Sonya Massey's dad affirming that this would have gone nowhere if not for the body cam.
I'm calling for the sheriff's resignation because I think it's a culture to treat this family this bad, to call these lies. If it were not for that camera footage, we as a people, they would have lied and they would have lied their way right out of this. I'm calling for the sheriff's.
Probably other than honorable, you have to fuck up pretty bad for dishonorable. Look at the video of when he steps outside. All the other cops are not even making eye contact with him. It's eerie because you can see immediately they knew he had fucked up. I mean, if there was no body camera footage, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. They would have covered for him. I mean, they tried to cover for him.
Yeah.
Now, of course, having said all of this, even though this is dead to rights, like 100% a straight up murder with like pretty much no evidence to the contrary, there are still people who are, apparently chatters are saying XQC defended the cop, which I don't even know if he actually did or not, and I don't really give a shit. But there are still people all over Twitter that were posting that racist ass shit, like I showed you earlier, about how like she was asking for it and that she deserved it. Classic. You know.
Yeah, like she went out of her way to like fucking empty the pot. She was turning the stove off. The cop told her to do that. Like he suggested it. And the fucking I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's her. She's saying like, why are you even suggesting I would do that?
Yeah. Anyway, don't DAs work with police? What interest do they have in prosecuting cops? It depends.
I mean, like with something like this bad, even like the most cynical reading is that like you need to maintain like some level of legitimacy in the eyes of like, you know, in the eyes of your constituents.
Yeah. And also it depends in terms of like, I mean, there are like progressive DAs that like, there are reform DAs, right? That right-wing Republicans constantly talk about how like George Soros is funding all around the country or whatever. Like Larry Krasner, like there are definitely DAs out there now, especially that do put the crosshairs on police malpractice, police misconduct, which is weird because like they should be, they technically should be doing that all the time unconditionally. Like you shouldn't be considered like a different kind of DA to do that because the law is the law, right? But they did that. Yeah, I really got to stop bringing up excuse opinions. Someone could convince him to eat dog poop if they had like 20 minutes to pitch it. Who cares what he thinks about anything ever? Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just doing it for drama. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, Hassan said this about you, and then they clip it and they post it on his fucking stream. I already gave them that drama clip earlier. So, but yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. People claiming she threw water are so infuriating because they don't stop to think that they're saying some hot water deserves a fucking bullet to the head. Like, it's just, that's always what's going to happen. And if there's nothing, they will just lie. And in this circumstance, there's nothing. So they're just fucking lying. You know what I mean? It's like when another school shooting happens and they can't find like one reason for why this school shooting happened that could have changed the dynamic altogether, like door control or whatever. So then they just start making up shit. Like they start hallucinating that this was a Fed who went into the school to specifically do like gun control, even though no fucking politician ever is like, yeah, we got to do gun control after a mass shooting. So like, there's always a thing that people will come up with to justify their preconceived notions.
Like they didn't. No one on Uvalde PD like even like lost their job after that, much less any type of fucking gun control.
Yeah. Any updates on whether there will be a presidential debate? Not sure. I actually don't. I don't know. Anyway, if you thought water would be thrown, you should have disengaged. Cops are 100% in the wrong. No, that's not even a thing. Like, that's not even.
Yeah, most of the people saying that don't even like believe that. You know,
yeah,
they don't even like believe that she was going to do that.
Yeah, they're not. They're not being serious. Especially when the footage doesn't show that anyway. Like, she literally puts it down and apologizes and then still gets shot in the fucking head. And then the cop laughs about it afterwards too. So, meanwhile, here is here is the NBC presidential debate. Fox News invites Harris and Trump to debate in September. I wish they would do it earlier. Fox News invited Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump to debate each other in Pennsylvania on September 17th.
I wonder if Trump, if I had to guess, I think he probably like does do it just because it looks bad if you don't. If he didn't, you remember when Edgerman brought this up, but when Ossoff had to debate the empty chair, be like a similar thing.
Subtitle Bodge, here's a 4cent fan. Can you explain the psychology behind the shooter doing that on body camera if he didn't have a reason? I don't know. He's a fucking rabid little freak. I don't know. What was the fucking psychology behind Derek Chauvin literally executing George Floyd in front of 45 eyewitnesses in fucking broad daylight by putting his goddamn knee on his neck? Also, I don't think his body camera was on. I think it was the other cop's body cam that was on. That's what caught him. The psychology is cops know that they can fucking get away with it.
Yeah, I mean...
Or both were on. Someone's saying shooter's camera was off, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think there's a limited amount to of how much you can get inside someone's head in a given moment, but I don't really think there's anything useful you could ascertain beyond like he just probably wanted to kill somebody that day.
Yeah. He turns his cam on after the shooting, but it keeps the 30. Oh, that's right. So body camera footage always has like roaming footage. So it's permanently on, and it collects data 30 seconds prior and 30 seconds after you turn it on or off. That's actually literally the reason why some cops get caught. Like, for example, in Baltimore Police Department, they famously have a case where they would go and like there's a group of like there's like a drug unit that goes in, arrests someone, walks over, dumps a fucking bag of drugs and hides it, walks away from the bag of drugs, turns on his body camera, walks up to the area, the pile that he just neatly organized, conveniently finds a bag of drugs and goes, oh, well, there's drugs here. This arrest is warranted. Meanwhile, because the body camera has roaming footage, they have the 30 seconds prior to him fucking turning on his body camera, and it perfectly fucking corresponds to him literally dumping the drugs there to begin with, only to find it. Yeah, this is a famous case from Baltimore from a couple years back.
I never heard of this.
Yeah, I covered it at the time. See, look at this. Look at this fucking goofy ass dumb fuck.
If you get like the deck is so stacked for you if you're a cop. If you're a cop and like you get caught doing this, like labor camp. They should make you build fucking civilian F-16s.
I also think like there's other provisions too. Like I think I think body cameras automatically turn on or automatically start recording when you shoot too. But in the video, the guy filming it confirmed his camera was on, which might indicate he didn't know beforehand. Anyway, there's footage of her trying to throw water after the first shot. No, dude, there's no. What are you talking about?
What?
Like, no. There's no, like, she literally, we just read the reporting on the matter.
First fucking shot.
Yeah, she literally says, I apologize, gets down, picks her head back up, and then gets shot. The people that say that are trying to make others believe it. Everyone wants more numbers. Always ask them, who are you trying to convince? Anyway. After the first shot, the pot was nowhere near by the time the first shot rang out. Chatter, you're wrong. It's true. She jumps back up and throws it. No, it's not. What are you guys doing? What are you saying? There's doctored footage? Wait, really? I saw the video that makes it look like she throws the pot. People are saying it's AI manipulated footage. I don't know. What? I mean, none of this makes a difference in the equation, for the record.
I mean, she emptied the fucking pot.
What are we talking
before
about?
The first shot came out. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Like, trolls are making up shit. Heard about that at work, even though the doctor footage is more likely seen her as losing control of the pot as she falls after being shot.
Or like trying to like hold it up to shield herself or something. Like, the pot was fucking empty.
Like, I'm a little bit confused by what people are trying to imply here. If you slow it down, you can see her picking it up a second time right before the shot. I'm not on the cop side, but it's objectively right there. What? There's a big debate surrounding whether or not she threw the pot. Yeah, I don't think it matters, but people are debating it. Wait, surrounding after she got
She
shot?
never charged him with a pot of water. It remained on the stove.
Yeah, that's the top of
She
the pot.
never
that
charged
she's
him
probably,
with a
like,
pot of water.
instinctively throwing
It
up.
remained on the stove.
The longer video has water on the floor, so they're creating a narrative around that. I just watched the video. She didn't throw the water at either of them. Even if she did, it cost her both far away to avoid the splash zone. This is the video I saw that I assume people are referring to. Here's the slow motion video of SONYA MASSEY throwing the pot at the officer. Wait, that video doesn't show her.
It doesn't fucking show any. Like,
what are you talking about? That video is also
Jesus
like, what the
fucking
fuck?
Christ.
That video literally does not show like any pot or whatsoever.
Yeah, this is.
What is in her, like, I can't even tell what's in her hand, but that's not even the real video.
Yeah.
And even then, Oh, wait. No, he says drop the pot, and she does, doesn't she? This is before he starts shooting. So I think they doctored it. I can't, like... She didn't throw the pot, but is in her hands at the time of the shots being fired. Even then, there's no justifiable reason to shoot. Are you serious? Watch it. You're tripping. No, dude is after. Doesn't matter.
Drop the fucking pot. Drop the fucking pot. 19 shots fired.
She goes back up after saying, I'm sorry. This is implicit bias, man. They see what they want to believe. She puts it down, then picks it back up, but the use of force is not justified. She was bent down, kneeling when she was shot. Life-threatening cookware versus guns drawn. Any rationalizing to the benefit of the cops is stupid as fuck. Yeah, like, what are we talking about? This is the link. This is what people are talking about.
She sets the pot down. Grabs the pot. Throws it at the cop.
Boiling water 5 to 6 feet from her. When are we litigating this? These are not good faith arguments. Why is it that some videos show this like clearly, but the body camera video does not? Like, I can't show you what's going on, obviously, on the screen because...
Drop the fucking pot.
They better record the trial or this shit will never be put to rest. There are 2 body cam angles. Yeah, I thought I was looking at the same one, but... Stop giving this oxygen. Yeah, I mean, literally, this doesn't matter. I don't give a shit that she's holding up the fucking pot. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that that is, like, reasonable use of force there. You are on crack. This is the doctor one at 18 seconds. Yeah, it's also wild because, like, it seems like the cops are not on board with this either. Like, they swiftly fucking issued charges. Why are we debating TikTok conspiracy theories? I know it's a bit off topic, but given earlier today, why did Netanyahu's family insist the brothers were killed by Germans instead of Ugandans as they were told? Even if she chucked the whole pot in hot water like a speedball at the cop, which isn't logically possible, it still wouldn't warrant her being shot in the head point blank. Yeah, what the fuck are we doing? Like, the perp cop only turned on his camera after he shot her, only recorded the previous 15 seconds. They were screaming to drop the pot she doesn't have in her hands, and then she goes to dump the pot on the floor. They obey their stupid fucking order. They shot her. Look at the next cop down to the left after it happens. They're streaming water on the chair and the pot's sitting there as well. The opinion of these bootlickers is irrelevant. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It's very stupid. People also keep sharing it without sound on purpose so you don't hear the first shot ring out. Yeah, this doesn't have any sound on it. Like I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why it doesn't have any sound on it. Like all the
fuck?
I don't. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna mute the desktop audio because it's, you know, it's annoying to keep playing it over and over again. Like I think she goes back to pick it up. She goes back to pick up the pot because they keep saying drop the fucking pot, drop the fucking pot. Like she drops it, gets down on her knees, goes back up to pick it up. There's a whole conversation. Start here. Stop encouraging this Reddit investigator shit. This is the edited video. I don't want to see these fucking Nazis, man. Like posturing and saying hot water scalding can be life-threatening. Like, oh man. Yeah, she literally apologized before they fucking executed her. Stop encouraging this Reddit investigator shit. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? I know these are not good faith arguments, but for the upcoming week, you're going to be hearing these bad faith arguments. So would you rather me know all of the fucking details in order to address it more efficiently? Or would you rather me just go, oh, sorry, I'm not going to fucking... I'm not going to do that. Like, I know, it's stupid as fuck. It's just horrific Nazi shit. But ultimately, I want to make sure that I have all of the details. Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Yeah, also, it's, you know, it doesn't even matter because the cops immediately said that it was self-inflicted.
Right.
Classic.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they thought it was justified, they would not have fucking ran with that.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Here is Donald Trump doing the same white supremacist narrative, except this time against undocumented migrants.
She shouldn't even be allowed to run for president. What she's done, she's committing crimes. No person who deliberately lets these kind of savage criminals into America should ever be trusted with power again, should ever be trusted to be the president of our country. If Baltazar Harris stays in charge, every week we'll bring a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, bloodthirsty killers, and child predators to go after our sons and our daughters. That's what's going to happen. Everybody knows that. You're not going to talk these people into being wonderful citizens. If I'm elected, we will immediately deputize local police who are dying to do the job, by the way, but their power has been taken away. And we'll form a massive dragnet to scour the nation for the monsters who are murdering and raping children all over the world. Many of them have come here because they're looking for them in their own countries for rape, for murder, for all sorts of things. And we will ship them back to the country from which they came. We're going to get them out of here.
That's insane.
I mean, yeah, no, it's like pretty similar to his 2016 stuff. He like didn't do as much of this in 2020. He struck like a weird, almost like contradictory tone in 2020. If you remember, like the criminal justice stuff he did.
Oh yeah, the First Step Act.
Yeah,
which was bipartisan legislation that he signed into law, but it wasn't like his fucking policy.
Right.
But that kind of shit, and that's one of the most like annoying. That's one of the most annoying parts about this is that like bipartisan shit only gets passed under Republican. Like no Democrat under a Democratic leadership, like that kind of First Step Act would not get passed.
Right.
Republicans do everything in their power to stop that from happening. By the way, FBI Director Christopher Wray, with respect to former President Trump, there's some questions about whether or not it's a bullet or a shrapnel that hit his ear. That's still in contest.
I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. Although, as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us.
That's crazy.
I'm not like caught up with my deep state mythos. Are they, dude? Like they hate Christopher Wray, right?
Yeah, the
Like the
FBI is
MAGA
woke and
people.
gay
Yeah,
because they're
yeah.
like doing they're a part of Brandon's DOJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, right. I actually saw DeSantis people use that as like a point against Trump that he appointed Wray.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They're now woke and gay.
Yeah.
Christopher
I mean,
Wray,
yeah,
more
that's
like woke and gay.
Half of like the biggest enemies in Trump world are like people that he appointed.
Yeah.
I always thought that was funny when people were like, Trump is fighting against John Bolton. And it's like he gave him a job.
Yeah.
Like gave him a job to fight against him.
Yeah. Or what's his face? What was the guy that also looked yabba dabba do as fuck?
Oh, Rex Tillerson.
No, the other one. Was he the Attorney General or the fucking head of the DOJ?
Oh yeah. Oh, Bill Barr.
Bill Barr. Dude, come on. He is so yabba dabba do.
Well, Bill Barr. You know the thing about Bill Barr's dad, right?
Jeffrey Epstein associate?
Not just a Jeffrey Epstein associate. He hired Epstein when Epstein taught at Dalton.
Yeah.
But he also, Bill Barr's dad, he wrote a science fiction novel about a future where the oligarchy keeps like young women as broodmares, as like breeding, as like a stable of like breeding.
Was he writing that as a dystopia or utopia?
I mean, I haven't read it, but it's interesting considering his history.
It's called Space Relations. Did you see the fist pump shirt behind Trump? Yeah. People are already wearing the best merch. The Republicans got the best merch. Do you think all the Dem drama would deter undecided voters and they'll just go, fuck it, I'm voting for Trump? What? There is no Dem drama. It's just Republicans trying to act like Democrats are in a drama panic. They're not. They literally operated like a legitimate political party for once.
Democrats fell into line pretty quickly. They got scared into a baseline of competence.
It was I've never seen it. That was shocking.
Yeah, it was sort of like a mirror image of the Biden consolidation.
Yeah, it was like when Obama. Oh, you mean when Obama made some phone calls?
Yeah. Remember that? Like, remember how like it was Pete and like it was everyone who like they had already peaked, but like the Super Tuesday states like voted horribly for them, especially Pete.
Yeah.
But then also Beto was there, and it was like, why is he here?
Yeah, he's not even
fucking single
even
delegate.
running. Yeah.
Wonder what Beto's doing now.
Oh, this is have you seen these polls?
63 percentage points over Trump. Biden had a
We watched it earlier today.
advantage over Trump. Hispanic voters.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Donald Trump's advantage over
people
Biden
were
was
just
9
so
points.
fatigued by Biden.
Yeah, Hispanic voters is crazy though. Like Trump is still clearing. I mean, obviously you got Venezuelans and Cubans in Florida and shit, but like, and also Texas.
5-point advantage over Trump, where he was tied with Biden. Take a look here too. She has flipped the script on whether or not people are voting for her or against Trump. 50% now say they're voting for Harris. 50% say they're voting for Harris to cast a vote against Trump. Look at what it was with Joe Biden. Only a third of his voters were voting for Biden. And Donald Trump has increased his affirmative vote now. 74% of Trump supporters say their vote is for Donald Trump. Only a quarter are saying they're voting against Kamala Harris. Abby?
David Chalian, thank you for all of that. Back with my panel
That
here.
could be either
Really
because he got
fascinating
shot
numbers.
or because they just like don't hate Kamala Harris as much as they hate Joe Biden.
The
Yeah,
Democrats'
I mean-
hands, basically.
Yeah, so this is
I
the
mean,
part
also,
like
like,
about campaigns, is
there's
making
just
the
like
math and work.
the average
So,
Republican
one thing that I
is
think
just
we're
so
seeing now
into
with
Donald
the
Trump.
introduction of Kamala Harris at the top, most likely at the top of the ticket, is that her base is rallying around her. It's really hard to win at the national level if you don't have a constituency that is going to help push you.
We're
up to
waiting
just
for more polls, chat.
baseline.
Eventually, more will come.
I do think that like
Are doing that right now for Kamala Harris.
there is a
There's still
very
segment of
not
the black population that she needs to go out and
significant
talk to,
group of
particularly
voters who are just completely exhausted by the idea of having to vote for Biden or even seeing Biden. That will consistently bolster Harris's chances.
100%. Like there are definitely a lot of Americans go, "Oh, that's a young woman," like, and not an old guy that I just kind of hate and associate with like shitty my living circumstances getting worse, and immediately go, "Yeah, I'll vote for her over Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. You know, I'm fine with this." It's more so a matter of like, it's more so a matter of whether or not, Trump is up +1 versus +4 from the last poll. So like Kamala Harris has already picked up steam immediately. Now, is that the real question here is that a consequence of like all of the positive news coverage surrounding Kamala Harris and like the additional attention that she has gotten and the feeling that a lot of voters have, like you mentioned, that they were just like jaded and bored and not interested or outright resentful for having to vote for Biden again? Is that the initial excitement? Will she be able to capitalize on that initial excitement? And will she be able to move that initial excitement in a positive direction or continue to move? Or will that fizzle out?
It's, I mean, hard to say, right? I mean, it depends on how many people from Biden world she's keeping on board, and very importantly, how few people from her 2020 campaign she's going to keep on board. I think either would bode pretty poorly. I do kind of like, just knowing what we know now, though, who would I rather be in this race? I think Harris is in just a much stronger position, given that she has there's way more potential upside to her momentum. There's way more heights she can go to if she can like continue to capitalize on that. Trump has like a definite ceiling in a way that Harris does not.
Yeah.
With Biden and Trump, that was such a hard thing to call because they both had. It's so rare to see
they're maxed
two
out.
candidates with such strict ceilings. With this, we don't really know what Harris's ceiling is, right? It's not really been tested.
But it's also her race to lose at this point, because like it's her race to win, but it's also her race to lose in the sense that like if she just reads the Biden script, but this time with like more coherence, then she can still win, but I don't think she's going to have like a decisive victory.
I'll put it this way. We all think that Biden was going to lose, right? But I personally, at least speaking for myself, I never thought it was going to be like a landslide, right? But against any like, Doug Burzum or whoever, it probably would have been like a 5-point or greater loss for Biden, because it's just it was just so like disheartening. Like his supporters, I've never seen a group of people who support a candidate who felt such palpable anxiety and misery every time their candidate spoke. Like it was insane. And what was so insane about that was that Trump wasn't ahead by more. You would think that is an ideal situation to be running against Biden. But up until after the first debate and his week of horrible interviews, it was still kind of a toss-up in a lot of people's eyes. That kind of shows what an incredibly weak candidate Trump is. I think that was lost in all of this, and that was why the Biden people loved to talk about Trump like he was this electoral monster and the singular talent that only one guy has beaten. Because when you actually acknowledge that he is incredibly fucking weak, it shows how weak Biden was.
Yeah.
He brings some electoral advantages that other Republicans did not have, certainly. But he also has massive, massive weaknesses that no one really likes to acknowledge on either side.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I kept reiterating the position. That's part of the reason why Joe Biden thought he could stay in the race, because they recognized that it was still like, albeit the chances were getting worse every day, every second of the day, but like it wasn't like a complete done deal until the very last moment, because they recognized that Donald Trump is a very beatable candidate that's so divisive and so toxic to massive parts of the American electorate, or the broader electorate, that like, and he doesn't have that outsider momentum.
Bro, the worst thing that could have happened to him was that we saw him be president for 4 years.
Yeah, and it sucked. And everyone fucking hated it. And everyone hated mostly like having to pay attention to it too. That's like what Biden won on. Yeah.
No one wanted to watch the news anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
like, dude, he did not get a noticeable pickup in the polls even a little bit after he got shot at.
That's incredible.
That was awesome.
That's incredible.
That was like, that's when I was
How
like,
does that
shit.
happen?
I thought at least he could like try to manage this. Like, I thought if he uses his, like, there was like a brief moment where I was like, fuck, he's saying he's going to do like a unity message. Like, that was the brief moment where I was like, damn, I wonder if like the Republicans will be able to like genuinely pull this off, because that would have been like a blank slate.
Right. Yeah. If he had like, I mean, people love these hypotheticals, right? Oh, if Trump was smarter and did a conciliatory tone, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the point of Trump is that he does not have those instincts.
No, he just went balls to the fucking wall.
Yeah.
And nope, didn't do that at all. And it made it seem like, I mean, it just completely solidified that people were not even remotely interested in Donald Trump, or even changing their opinion on Donald Trump, even after he got fucking domed.
I think it had I think that it definitely had some purchase and helped him, even if just around the margins with Biden, just because the image of him, raising his fist up versus Biden going, I don't have to go to bed early, is so stark.
Yeah.
But now it's like it might as well not have happened.
Mr. Beast update for the record. He's posted about the Ava Chris Tyson situation. Over the last few days, I've become aware of serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I'm disgusted and posted such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation, and will take any further actions based on their findings. Yeah. Third party investigation? No, it's just like he is. Mr. Beast is a massive international brand.
Yeah, this is the same thing that like ExxonMobil does. You hire a law firm that does an investigation, and blah blah blah.
Because the thing is, Jimmy knew ChatGPT. No, this isn't ChatGPT. This is like an actual good lawyer that.
Yeah.
Like, no.
This is a lawyer that you don't get from Twitter.
Yeah, this is not Elon Musk style situation. Most written with legal advice ever. Yeah. So this is straight up like a swift exit. And I mean, what the fuck else is he supposed to do? Yeah, I mean, I don't expect him to do anything else in this circumstance. He's gonna he's gonna conduct an investigation. I mean, it makes total sense, given not only what the actions are, which is like weird text messages in a Discord server where there's like minors present. I think one of the minor who came out, who's like now 20, was like, I was not predated on, I was not groomed, but it doesn't matter. Like, the messages speak for themselves. And beyond that, the fact that Ava is trans, of course, does not help cause any sort of sympathy from anybody that looks at that, regardless, especially because it was like greatly boosted by a lot of people. It was greatly boosted by a lot of people that immediately jumped on it to be like, yo, this is, every trans person is a groomer, pedophile. We got it. Like, we found it. So it was, even if what she said wasn't gross, which I don't think that is, I think what she did was gross, for the record. But even if what she did wasn't even gross or inappropriate, weird, like having conversations with a minor across the board, people would have still made this a PR nightmare regardless. And it happens to be a situation where it is like, it does absolutely hit like the weirdness shit. The Shad allegations are an entirely different story. It's like, that's the type of shit that like I find personally unconscionable and gross, and it's like Lolly is completely unacceptable. Except, you know, ain't nobody's taking down all these people who apparently were all associated with Shad. Like, literally every content creator in the fucking edgy meme space has been like associated.
So fucking weird.
Yeah.
How does,
like,
it's like Ehud Barak going to Epstein's house. It's the same thing where it's like, how can you need hentai this badly? Like, how are you this hard up for like fucking hentai? I don't even understand being into hentai in the first place, but like wanting it that bad that you're like fucking talking to this guy and like, holy shit.
I think it was because like, it's just clout, right? Like, I think a lot of people don't give a shit. A lot of people don't give a shit at all when it's like, Keemstar has apparently been understandably on a tear against anyone that has done business with Shad because Shad drew sexual art of Keem. Yeah, that is the one, like, that is perhaps almost equivalent to all of the other allegations and all of the other crimes that, from what I understand, this fucking dude engaged in, which is making Keemstar a valid victim. Okay, because Keemstar absolutely is a valid victim in this situation. It is completely inexcusable. It is completely unacceptable. Like, I can't even imagine how that is like how brain broken are you that you think, how brain fucking broken are you that you think that is like remotely appropriate to do? Like, you're just, it's not even edgy at that point. It's just like, you're freak shit. That's it.
I think any parent would have the exact same reaction, or at least I hope they would.
Yeah. It's the name of the dude is Shadman, I think, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In 2017, Shadman was actually way more popular than anybody drawing Lolly should have been. In an unrelated note, that's when the Nazis were popping off as well. Yeah. Isn't he also a Nazi? He's like a Nazi pedophile, right? Shad was arrested at one point for tracing CSAM to make Lolly.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah. It's just like, it's just ridiculous. But of course, like I said, there are a lot of people who are looking at this to be like, see, I told you all trans people are groomer, pedophiles, like the weirdos, whatever the fuck. And those guys are fucking freaks. In the immediate aftermath of Dr. Disrespect's story, nobody went around and went, every white man is a pedophile freak. Okay. Like, you have this weird tendency. A lot of people have this weird tendency when it's like a black person doing a crime. Oh, this is how all black people are, is like the immediate reaction. Whenever a marginalized community member does something that is inappropriate or, you know, completely illegal, right? Everybody fucking jumps on the bandwagon to be like, everyone is responsible. Every person of this background has done this. And you know, it didn't happen with Cody Co either. Ain't nobody fucking ran around saying all white men are doing this. It doesn't even happen in terms of like all YouTubers in general, even though many YouTubers have been caught doing this kind of shit, or many streamers in general have been caught doing this kind of shit. So it doesn't work that way. Obviously, when you're a marginalized person, you are absolutely held to a different standard. And that is precisely what people are trying to do. All DJs though, ... Yeah.
I don't think David Guetta has ever done anything bad.
Yeah, he fixed racism.
Yeah. David Guetta united the country.
Yeah. It was awesome when he destroyed white supremacy.
Yeah. He has such a good look for like a 57-year-old French man.
I'm not gonna lie, if you're an adult interacting with minors on Discord, Twitter, etc. on a daily basis is very weird. I agree.
Yeah.
It's just like it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't. Like, is that comment that Jimmy made about Bad Baby real? Yes, of course. That's the other side of the story, is that like he and Ava were like very, like they were all fucking 2016, 2014, 2015, 2013. They were all edgy. They were all like super edgy content creators that like made pedophilia jokes all the time. The problem is, for Ava at least, she had not come out or even recognized that she was trans back then. So of course, when they were popping off, they were defended and seen as like edgy white boys. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the difference. Wasn't Mr. Beast 11 in 2016? Yeah, they were young as fuck. But like, yeah, that's the other side of it. It's just like they're still kind of young, if I'm not mistaken.
In general, I just don't like the idea of like holding people's like public posts they made when they were like even 16 against them, you know?
Yeah, they were 16 in 2016. People forget Mr. Beast was a PewDiePie stand during the Felix Weird Nazi arc. Yeah,
I didn't have that.
What?
A weird Nazi arc? I'm kidding.
Wait, what? I don't know.
Because his name's Felix. I like doing.
Oh, you did the classic Felix bit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, chat does that every time, dude. Every time they're like, XQC's coming on the stream, and it's like, yeah, dude, XQC's coming on the fucking stream, dude. Not. Oh my god.
I didn't do that.
Chad is from Switzerland, got an art scholarship, but had a public portfolio his school found and literally had him arrested and expelled. So he started drawing anything for money, and that's how his edgy persona developed, alienated himself to extreme. I know this because I was a Newgrounds kid.
You have to be so weird for like the Swiss to exile you.
Yeah,
if you're
what
one
the
of them.
fuck?
That's they probably that is probably like the capital of Eyes Wide Shut shit, Switzerland. And they were
Yeah.
like, this is too fucked up for us.
Yeah. 20 talking to kids is nasty though. 100%.
Yeah.
You will never. I will. That's insane. I will never argue against that.
Right. No. These are
like
two different thoughts.
Like I don't know who you would be speaking to in that situation. Because I'm not like, no, you know, it's acceptable actually. Like, no, it's not. It's completely unacceptable. What the fuck?
Oh. I mean, we said it earlier. It's only acceptable to employ them. That's the only okay thing to do. But don't talk to them.
Yes, exactly. The age of conversation. Yeah. How old is her, Mr. Beast's political future? I don't know. He could do like a... Jimmy was 18 in 2016, not 16. Okay, regardless. Bro, come... Okay, he was young as fuck is my point, okay? He's a teenager at that point. And that's not a good enough excuse regardless, because again, I remember that time online. I was online at that time, and let me tell you, I was getting fucking I was getting harassed pretty much, not to the same degree, of course, but I didn't have the same like security and the same safety net or the community at the time. But I was at the Young Turks, and I was getting shitted on nonstop by all the edgy white boy YouTubers. Not to say that that was what, you know, not to say that that was what Mr. Beast was doing, but like pretty much the entire space was very, very aggro back then, which is why I always bring that up. Like the internet has definitely gotten a lot better. It's getting worse now with like Twitter. It's getting significantly worse now with Twitter, but like I remember like that era, 2014, like the Gamergate era was pretty fucking bad. There was not really a lot of avenues for leftist content. Like that didn't really exist.
Yeah, no.
And then Chapo Trap House came out.
The first podcast.
Yeah, the first podcast to ever do it.
If people could see my posts from 2018, they would kill me. Not because I said anything like, you know, like that bad, but it was just like I would like at Jim Norton and be like, great episode today. People would kill me. You know, I wasn't a fully formed human yet.
Yeah.
I was replying to UFC fighters and being like, good job.
Great fight,
People would
sir.
kill me if they saw that.
It was annoying back then. People just thought it was cool to be a terrible person without any reasoning or justification, just clout. Yeah. And plenty of people did get clouted up off that shit, which is why it almost reflected like kick style degeneracy in some ways.
Yeah.
That's why when you look back at like, that's why the joke is like, whenever you look back at a video from like 2014, you're like, there is going to be people saying slurs in this video for sure.
With Kick, what's so weird about like Kick is that it's like if that stuff like pre 2015 internet, if it was like institutionalized to a high degree,
like YouTube,
that's what's so strange about it.
YouTube actively supported and facilitated Kick shit on a regular basis on its platform. Every platform does that, by the way. It's basically like a cheat code to grow, because pretty much somewhere along the line, like they figured out, oh, if we have like super right-wing and unhinged content, like people just stay on the platform more. Turns out these fucking neck-bearded, basement-dwelling weirdos spend a fuck ton of time online, and that's really good. That's like really good if you're trying to generate ad revenue and time on site. And that is precisely what they did. And they just kind of let that shit loose. Yeah. You'd get hate bombed for even leaving a somewhat critical comment on a right-wing YouTuber. Yeah, go watch my like old PewDiePie videos on my channel, or go watch my old like Jordan Peterson video at the Young Turks from like 2018, and you will see what that era looked like. Now, obviously, there's still, Asman chatters call it the golden era. Exactly. That's all you need to know. Okay. That's all you need to know about that era of the internet. Oh yeah, I guess there's no volunteering or praxis watching YouTube. What praxis? Well, like, no, there's no praxis or volunteering at all in this situation. I'm just saying that like, there was a lot of fucking insane hate rating happening at the time. Yeah, imagine calling one of those apolitical YouTubers right-wing period. You're getting called pussy and whatever designated slur. Oh yeah, no, it was slur galore. It was definitely slur galore back then, for sure.
I think the internet is like, it's very cyclical. I used to see it in terms of like 3-year patterns, like 2014 through 2017 through 2020 were all like transformative years, right? Where there would be like a sort of uptick of like right wing or whatever, or even just like, you know, like edgy or whatever content. And then like a massive left liberal reaction stage to it. That was sort of like the rule, was that like every 3 years there was a rise and a fall like that. And it's really stopped happening once Biden got in there. That there was sort of like an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, I mean, there'd
be like these waves of moderation that happened.
Yeah. I mean, it would only come after like an insane amount of backlash from mainstream media, where they were like, this guy that you prominently display on your website is a white supremacist, race realist, eugenicist. Can you deal with that? What's going on? And then only after that, YouTube would be like, oh, my bad. I guess we should fix that. Oops.
I think it's changed because like Twitter was such a part of that like push and pull.
Yeah.
Where like the reaction to that stuff would kind of like it would coalesce on Twitter. And now that's not really the case anymore.
Yeah, now there's no like different avenue where people, I guess TikTok still operates in that vein.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different. Like people age out of things. The younger generations are on like different things.
Yeah. A lot of people naturally grew up because they were teens, young 20s, and they are late 20s, 30s now and are completely different people now, and which is good. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. No, I'm a different person than I was a few years ago. I love voting. I support planes.
Would you say that it's an accurate statement to say the far right wingers spend more time than online far left wingers? I mean, there's just a smaller amount of left wingers.
I don't know how I could quantify that too. You know,
there's just less like far left wingers in general than like people who are far right. If we're talking about like political extremes in terms of like what is permissible in American politics, like I don't think there are. I think that there are significantly more like out and about extremely right wing, like beyond Fox News, or at least Fox News adjacent and beyond Fox News right wingers. And that dynamic exists. Like the broadest population is still liberal, and that liberal population is like all the way from, you know, social democrats to fucking to you know, Fox News Republican racists, right? But what I'm talking about is like outside of that equation, you have like the white supremacist national socialists, right? And then you have like, I guess, socialists.
Yeah.
And the socialist number is like way smaller. I'm sure they spend a lot of time online just like the Nazis do, but the Nazi number is far larger than the socialist number, in my opinion, in the Western media, in America especially.
I do, yeah. I think there are a lot of people who like, they might even like categorize themselves as far left, but their actual beliefs, what they boil down to, may not actually be that. It's more like left liberal.
Who, far left?
Yeah, no, I think there are people who like self-identify as far left online who aren't really quite sure what that means.
You guys are the most closed-minded people, but claim we should be open-minded. This country's gotten where it is based off the Constitution, which is based off the Bible. Anyone that can't honor that should leave this country and go somewhere that matches your beliefs. Wait, is his name Nomad?
Yeah, looks like you like going to other countries, Mr. Nomad.
Dude, I'm gonna unban him. He's awesome. I can't believe we banned that guy. That guy's got it. Dude, that's like, I love when someone is like posting like a 45-year-old. Yeah. Like that's a Facebook.
That's not even 45. That's like 67.
Yeah, that's like a guy who read all of Bill O'Reilly's assassination books. You know what I mean? Like shit you can't even find at the fucking airport clearance bin. Like this motherfucker went to Barnes and Noble and purchased the first copy he could get.
Yeah, he loves reading like a David McCullough book called like the Dare of America. Come on, man.
Oh, that's so sick. He's not even a dad. He's a grandpa.
How did he even get in here?
I don't know, dude. That's what I mean. It's just like it's wild. Like that's like kind of Twitter too. Now you see like 50-year-old men like interacting with groypers.
Yeah. Oh, one of the funniest. I like very rarely check the show's email account, but one time that I did like 5 or 6 years ago, or longer than that, I had written like, it was like a movie review that I wrote or something, or like something about a UFC event. And there was a line in there about Reinhard Heydrich's death. And I checked the Chapo email, and there was one like directed towards me. And it was like, don't ever speak negatively of Reinhard Heydrich again, you Jew piece of shit. And then at the bottom of it, this is the best part of it to me, was that it said, sent from AOL, sent from my iPad. And it was like, oh, that's like a 62-year-old man.
That's awesome.
Who like loves, like you have to be so into the Third Reich to be like specifically like Reinhard Heydrich. It's my guy.
Yeah. What is this? Robert Costa, powerful photo. A hand towards his father's face, the eyes. Put aside politics and everything related for a moment, and viewed simply on a human level, you see two men, father and son, still at each other's side more than half a century since the darkness of December 18th, 1972. Candace Lessett, calm down.
I agree, Candace. Oh my God, do I agree? I probably don't like your other beliefs, but I do agree, Candace. Ooh, what is MAGA King Returns?
When the palace coup succeeds.
Okay.
And then Jeffrey Johnson, every once in a while, step back, strip away all the clutter, and ask yourself what you really believe and why you believe it. He's Esquire. He's one of the Elon lawyers. He said, "I see the Don in his bag, man."
This guy. Oh, Can I see his face again?
You want to? He's hot.
Damn,
he's so
good for
hot.
him for being online. I like
He's
him.
so hot.
I bet if you went to a barbecue at his house, it would be great. Ever since we saw that Elvira video from like the '96 RNC, I've wanted to be a Republican, but not like a Republican now. Like it seems bad. But a Republican in like 1998. I think it looks so fun.
The peak of tort reform.
Yeah, just tort reform. You're really mad about malpractice suits.
Yeah.
You're really into Trent Lott. I think it looked so fun.
Yeah. Disqualifying remarks from Mark Kelly, checking for brainworms now. What? Okay, I don't care about that. But yes, I know Jaylen Brown from the Celtics talks about Foucault. I know he has done it before. It's not the first time, okay? And it won't be the last.
That's why that clip. That's Jaylen Brown. Okay.
Wait,
I don't know anything about basketball, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
that's why. I had no idea who this was. I just thought people were posting some guy.
Plays for the Celtics. He's a Berkeley grad.
In his work, Discipline and Punish, he explored the evolution of power, and the dynamic of it now has changed from physical authority to psychological authority. So Foucault uses this as his theory of modern power, that surveillance is used as a key instrument in modern institutions.
Finals MVP, put some respect on his name. I don't want to think about it.
At this point, I want to look at dynamic normalization.
So this guy's like a really good basketball player, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That he's good at basketball. And
He's a Muslim too, right? Chatters? Yeah. Even though he took down his other Muslim brother, but
applies to today.
Kyrie.
And how it applies
I know
to me
Kyrie's Muslim.
in my lens and my experience as a black athlete through the concept of media training. In my opinion, media and or social media is a form of a panopticon. It's a watchtower. Athletes are taught to act and engage in a certain way through media training.
He besmirched Bronny. Bro, he said he's not NBA ready, which is objectively correct. I'm sorry, dude. Have you been watching at least some of the fucking highlights? Like, come on. I love LeBron James, but like let it go, man. Let it go. Okay?
I keep saying I'm going to do this, but like the UFC is so like fucking bad now. I think I should get into basketball. But it's just like I don't know where to start, you know? There's no like centralized lore source for me to start from.
NBA is great.
It
I mean,
seems
I don't
great.
really.
I would love to be into it. I just don't know where to start.
Bronny's putting up better stats in the summer league than the #2 overall pick. He was trashing Bronny around the baddies, man. Okay, that's disrespect. Never mind. I take it back. You can't be doing that. Clearly, he didn't watch the last 2 summer games. Oh, is he popping off now? Was he doing 8 attempts, two successful baskets? I might be wrong. Maybe he's popping off now. I don't know.
If Kamala wins, she should like punish Dana White for supporting Trump by like making the UFC good again. I don't know how she does that. Oh, and also bringing back kickboxing. Like make America fund like a new K1 would be good. But yeah, she should like do to the UFC what America did to Standard Oil, I think.
watch NHL is like UFC on skates. Okay, dude, I feel like it's too much.
I like hockey, but it's never gonna make me feel the same thing that like a great fight would. It just I have been to an NHL game. I really liked it. I think it's a really cool sport. I just, again, where would I even start? Basketball, I went to an NBA game. I went to a Timberwolves game and very long ago, like 2012, I think even. Kobe was still playing. And I loved it. It was great. Basketball is amazing. I don't know what I'm seeing half the time. You know, I don't understand it enough. I understand the basic rules, but like,
didn't Bronny have a vaccine injury? Bro, that's a fucking that's a 22-month subscriber. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the lonely RFK voter. All right, on that note, that's all for today. We did 9 hours. Holy shit. I'm fucking tired.
Oh yeah, no. And I was late because my vape fell out of my pocket in my ride over. So I had to like go and get it back.
I don't even understand how that worked. But Felix, what do you want to plug? Thank you so much for coming on. Felix Biederman, everybody. Buyer Logic on Twitter.
You know, as always, check us out on Patreon.
I was on the last episode.
/Chapo Hassan is on the last episode. It was recorded here. It's a great one. Chicago show is sold out. Check out our Twitch channel, of course. Twitch.tv/Chapo Trap House. Chapo FYM. And I'll probably see you week after next, everybody. Thank you for having me.
All right. We're also going to be at the DNC together.
That's right.
Okay, hold on. All right, let me play the outro music, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow, as always. Oh, tomorrow's my birthday. So, see you all tomorrow. I am going to have special guest tomorrow. Estad from New York Times is going to be on the broadcast.
Oh wow, that's a good get.
Yeah,
he's a good reporter.
He's Mr. Biden is too old in like mainstream.
You really got fucking yelled at for that shit.
Yeah, and he's just doing a "I told you so" run.
I like it when someone does that.
The other person I'm actually going to possibly do a podcast with is Ezra Klein, who's another Biden is too old and must drop out guy early on. Anyway. Love you all. Tomorrow I will be a 33-year-old man when you see me. It's going to be very different, okay? Bye, everybody. Peace.
There is again Hassan streaming. Hassan streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. overblown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.